Or go on the verts.
Let's go. Whores and verts.
And let me get TikTok rolling. And we are live on the TikToks. Let me make sure we're live on the phone. We'll jump on the phone. Hey, welcome in, friends. We're starting a little bit before our usual start time. We're toying with the notion of moving the show earlier by a little stretch so that we can get done prior to the airing of the Sunday show on the line, so that our hosts, as we go back and forth between Unapologetic and the line, don't have to leave this show early. But we're still we're figuring out how we're going to navigate the situation today. Nevertheless, we're a couple minutes early here today. We might be a couple minutes early next week. We'll see. But we should have Ian with us momentarily. Let me get joined up on TikTok here. But not like the Jesus is coming back soon.
Yeah, like, within your lifetime soon.
Yeah.
Oh. I did not sleep enough last night. Such is the world that we live in.
I know, you have to wake up earlier than both Ian and I, because you're on the West Coast.
West Coast, best coast.
We do already have a guest. It looks like two of them. So I would say,
so far,
without delay, let's just grab them. Ian will be here shortly. And friends, if you send in any super chats, we'll grab them after our first guest. As per usual, we are reading. We're reading all of the super chats between callers, and then also at the end of the show. So any super chat that y'all send, we'll read it eventually. So if you have questions for Ian or Blitz or myself, we'll be able to answer those during the stream. So let's get Yup in here.
Yup, how's it going?
Welcome in, Yup.
What's up, ladies? How we doing?
Doing A-okay. How are you, sister?
Not too bad, not too bad. Dude, you're a beautiful woman, dude. You look damn good.
I'm glad we're in agreement.
All right.
Gal.
Sounds good. All right, let's do this. God isn't real. I think God's real.
Wait,
Yep.
This is the same guy that literally starts at the beginning of every show every week, isn't it?
Is he?
He calls in like literally every week, and it never works.
Does he have a different name every time?
What?
Yeah.
I've never been
he calls
here.
in under a different name every time, and we almost always end up kicking him.
I've never been here. I'm being dead serious.
Yeah, I'm sure that is the case. Anyways, your name is Yup, and that's fine enough.
No.
So, Yup,
We're gonna
what
address
God
that.
do you believe in, and are you at least 18?
Christian God, 26. Never been here before. First time here. It's a pleasure.
Sure thing. So, Yup, what do you think is a good reason or a good argument or a good piece of evidence for the existence of the Christian God or any God at all?
Yeah, sure. I'm not going to argue for the Christian God. I don't think I have to. I think we have to just argue for God. I'm going to posit God. I think God is basically going to be an external source that basically causes who we are, what we are. The person on the bottom there, the woman down there, they are a mathematician, so they should definitely be able to agree with me on this. The question is going to be for the person on the bottom first. If you are a mathematician, in all of your studies, where has it led you to believe with math that God is an impossibility, and how do you come to that conclusion? Thanks.
Yeah, Tarski's undefinability theorem gets you to the impossibility of omniscience.
Okay, great. Can you elaborate on this for me, please?
Yeah. 1 sec. Let me open up my tabs and pull up the argument that I wrote a few weeks ago. Yeah, okay, so do you know what Tarski's undefinability theorem is?
No idea.
Okay, so Tarski's undefinability theorem states that for a given formal language with certain properties, there is no predicate called true in that language that evaluates on every proposition whether it's true or false. This is to say there's no way of defining truth within a formal language.
Yeah, but that isn't
within
okay.
a
Sorry.
formal language that it refers to.
How does that make an absolute statement for there being no God?
I'm getting there. So,
all right, sounds
here's a syllogism
good
for you.
Sure.
If God exists, then for any proposition, that proposition is true because God guarantees it. If God exists, then in some formal language L supporting quantification and encoding, there exists a sentence of the form, quote, A sentence S is true in L if and only if God guarantees S. Premise 2,
Okay.
if there exists in any formal language L supporting quantification and encoding a sentence of the form, quote, a sentence S is true if and only, or in L, if and only if God guarantees S, then there exists in that language a predicate, S is true in L. For any formal language L supporting quantification and encoding, there exists no predicate, S is true in L. This is Tarski's undefinability theorem. Therefore, from modus tollens, we have that God does not exist.
Okay, great.
Which premise do
So
you reject?
premise 1. Can you repeat it one more time?
Okay.
I'm going to make sure I heard it properly.
If God exists, then for any proposition, that proposition is true because God guarantees it.
Yeah. So why are we? This actual.
He just
P1 is gonna
rejected
exclude-
premise 1. He rejected his
Yeah.
own position. Holy shit! I guess
Yeah.
we win by default.
Yeah. So I'm rejecting it because I believe that. Wait, let me.
You
explain.
understand that rejecting that premise means that your God doesn't exist, right?
Well, no, because P1 assumes
Okay.
that we have the knowledge of God.
No,
No,
it
it doesn't.
doesn't.
Yes, it
just
does.
assumes
Read
that
it again.
God grounds all truth.
No,
Nah.
no. Read it again one more time, please. I'll explain.
If God exists, then for any proposition, that proposition is true because God guarantees it. It just
Great, and
that
great.
proposition
Does
is just
this
saying
proposition-
that God is the ground of truth.
Does this proposition, is it followed by a proposition that says that basically some things aren't true?
No.
Were you listening
read-
to the premise?
Yes. Read P3 then.
P3 is that for any formal language L supporting quantification and encoding, there exists no predicate. Quote, S is true
Great.
in L.
No predicate. What do you mean by no predicate?
You don't know what a predicate is?
No, wait, stop. I'm asking you when you're saying there's no predicate. Explain the no predicate.
Yeah, there isn't a predicate that is the proposition or that is equivalent to the proposition S is true in L.
Right, which presupposes that we. So here's the problem. The pre-predicate is assuming that we have God's knowledge, which we do not have.
That doesn't assume anything. This is Tarski's undefinability
It
theorem.
does. I understand.
It
what
actually
you're saying.
didn't say anything about what we know.
Oh my gosh.
In fact,
I
that
need
premise
you-
doesn't even invoke God at all. The word God isn't in that premise whatsoever.
Premise 1 invokes God.
Yeah.
So I don't have to invoke it in P3 because it's already invoked in P1. So therefore,
I'm sorry, I
P3
read you
is already-
P4. Do you want me to read you P3? I have these ordered wrong in my
Well, that's the
in my
word. No,
document.
yeah, you
I
have.
need to
Yeah,
fix
it
it.
makes sense. You have. It makes sense. You have them ordered wrong. But the problem was that actually
They're
was
not
the
ordered
premise
wrong. I just
wanted.
labeled them wrong.
No, premise 4 is what I needed. The problem is you just said that P4 doesn't invoke God, but we don't have to invoke
It
God.
doesn't.
P1
Yeah,
already
you're right.
does that.
Wait, so
Thank
which
you, I'm
premise
right.
are you rejecting?
I'm right. Okay, I'm right. So say
So
I'm
which-
right.
Actually,
premise are you
actually
rejecting?
not right.
Does P1 invoke God? Yes or no? Read P1 again.
Absolutely, sure. If God exists, then for any
Okay, thank you.
proposition,
Stop,
that
stop,
proposition
stop.
is true because
Stop.
God guarantees it.
Stop. So does P4 operating off P1, which is invoking God to some extent?
No, actually, P4 and P1 are independent of each other.
All right, you guys are just too slow to talk to. I can't talk to you guys. I'm being serious. You guys have
Oh,
embarrassed
you
yourself
couldn't
already.
track, could you?
Wait.
You couldn't
If
track.
God
Can you-
exists,
can
there's no
you-
invocation of God.
Can you just define?
Not
Can you
no,
just
no, no.
repeat
Stop.
premise number 1?
Wait, I'm recording this because this is like
Do
base
you
level.
do you
just
actually
said-
know what? Do you
Wait,
remember
That's
what premise number
hilarious
1
because you're getting
was?
folded here.
Wait. You said if
So
God
you don't remember?
exists,
You don't remember what premise number 1 is then?
Why are you cutting me off? Because you
Like,
realize
you're
what's
just-
happening. People are saying
You're
it?
actually just
Are you
doing rhetoric
realizing
right
this?
now. We're asking
Okay,
you
great.
to actually
Sure.
just tell us what you think premise number 1 is.
Okay. The lady in the middle said that if God exists, okay.
Bro can't help but
Okay.
misgender me.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
I'm
weird.
sorry.
He's so attracted to you.
I know.
Wait, no, I'm sorry. Is it okay? Sorry. Is it the man
mean-
in the middle? Okay.
I don't blame her.
Here's
You're
the
really
problem.
pretty.
Dr. Blitz, though.
I appreciate that.
You guys are now. What you're doing is you're pivoting and asking me to elaborate on P1.
No, no,
but
no.
the
We don't
problem is
need you
can't
to
pass
elaborate.
that.
Just repeat P1 to us.
Yeah, he basically said that if God is true, then any proposition for God that must be true.
Nope, that's not what I said at all.
Not
Right
even
track.
It is what you
listening.
said. I'm
If
basically
God
paraphrasing
exists,
it. Yep.
Then
Any
for
proposition.
any proposition, that proposition
Yes.
is true because
That
God guarantees it.
Okay, great. But the problem is, I'm now critiquing P4, and you're saying that you didn't invoke God at all.
Yeah, what's your critique of P4?
Are you invoking God
By
in
the way,
P1?
P4
Yes
is,
or no?
by the way, you probably don't want to critique P4 because P4 is a known theorem.
Okay. My argument isn't that it's a known theorem. I'm saying you're saying that I can't argue with you if you're
Do
not
you
saying
think
you've
P4 is
invoked
true?
God already.
Do you think P4 is true?
No, I disagree with P4. Because I disagree
Okay,
with
so you're
P1.
rejecting Tarski's undefinability theorem?
Because I disagree with P1.
Well, disagreeing with P1 doesn't mean that you disagree with P4.
Okay, it necessarily follows. Can I explain?
No, it doesn't. But go ahead.
Yeah, sure. When you're invoking God in P1, the problem is that P4 I can accept. But if you're going to start it off with P1 the way you're actually wording it, I can't accept P4.
Oh, would you
You're
prefer
using
if I
P4.
reordered it so that P1 was actually after P4?
Okay, no, because P1 in this is actually carrying most of the legwork. You can't reorder.
So,
What do you mean?
So
You
do you
can't
think
reorder
that
this.
God doesn't? Do you think that there are
Wait,
propositions that are true
stop.
not because God guarantees
Why is he so
them?
mad?
Wait, how are you going to reorder
These
this?
God
that way it
believers
makes
are
sense?
they're always so
Yeah, you're
angry.
quiet.
How are you going to
That's
reorder
too
this where it
Can you
makes
turn 'em up?
sense? If P1
I
is
got him.
what? All right. Anyway, so
Thank
what's
you.
your question, Blitz?
Yeah. So, I mean, do you think that there are true things that are true but don't rely on God for being true?
I think God is a necessary condition for everything. So therefore, God is the he basically
God is the reason
is
why
a
every
necessary.
proposition is true.
Wait, I'm a Christian, right? You heard me in the beginning.
We're just waiting for yes
So
or
what
no.
So wouldn't it necessarily follow that basically God basically is a necessary requirement for everything?
Well, I mean, not
Okay,
all
so then you
Christians would
agree
hold
with
that.
P1.
There's like a
So how are
variety
you
of views,
asking
but if
me-
you want to take like the worst, least defensible view, then I suppose you could say something like the one that you just
Wait.
said.
Wait, who's talking now?
My name's Ian. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Ian. Okay, so Ian's the
Ian,
one in
can
the
you turn
bottom.
your
Okay,
mic
there's
up, buddy?
three.
Yeah, I suppose I could. I could do
Okay,
that.
so Blitz, my question
Does
is going
that?
to be this.
Let me make sure it's the right mic.
It's good.
All right. So my question is for Blitz then, okay? Well, I don't want to actually just keep asking questions here. I'm just going to make my statement. You
By
are
the way,
making
just
the
to
claim.
be clear, you did ask at the beginning, what is the mathematical reason why you reject God, and this is it.
Right, yes. And you asked me which premise I'm rejecting. I'm saying I'm rejecting one because in one, we're assuming that free agents acting have the knowledge of God, but it would necessarily follow that if God
That's
was
not
God.
involved with P1.
Yeah,
Wait,
Blitz,
well,
can
tell you
you
what,
can you
confused.
Wait,
share
Blitz.
the premises in conclusion with me on Discord? I'll put it on the screen because Yup actually
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
listening. He doesn't
I'm
know what they
listening.
are.
And then
There you go.
Blitz. And then
Yeah,
Blitz. I guess
yeah.
the
I
question
mean,
was
do you think
asked
that
you.
God is an ultimate being, meaning that everything depends in some sense on God for its existence or its truth?
I would say that it would have to be that way, yes.
Sure. Then, well, you would just trivially agree with P1. P1 is literally
Well,
just
wait.
saying that God is the grounding of all true propositions.
Correct. Now, and I'm okay with that. But the problem is that he's
So
following
you do
with
accept
P4.
P1.
No. Then I follow.
he just
he does
rejected
accept-
that God is the grounding.
He can't accept P1 because
No.
then P4 leads to a conclusion that he doesn't like.
Yeah.
No, it's not true. Because
Yeah, P1 is
P4
absolutely correct. I totally agree with P1 as a Christian, but as a Christian, I just can't accept P1.
Wait, I've already given the actual critique for why I'm now actually.
You're both
not agreeing
accepting
with
it and
P1.
rejecting it.
That is
No,
wild.
I accept it, but P4 puts me in a position where I now have to assume that I have the knowledge of God.
Yeah, that's what
Shit.
happens with arguments. Sometimes you want to accept more than
Well,
one
Blitz.
proposition, but if you accept
Well,
more than one
Blitz.
proposition, then it leads you to a conclusion you don't like.
Yeah, I want to accept all of this Socrates is a man business, and I want to accept the premise that Socrates or that all men are mortal, but this whole like Socrates is mortal stuff, I just don't know about that.
Okay, but I guess the question would be for anybody here: if God
Wait,
did
are you
exist-
asking the chat?
No, you three.
I think he's
Anybody
asking
here?
us
You
three.
three. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's ask it this way: if God did exist and you were to ever posit God in any scenario, wouldn't He have to be a God that we wouldn't have the knowledge of, or could we be a God that we have the knowledge of? I'm sorry. Would He be a God that we could actually understand fully and truly?
So I don't think that you're understanding what the argument is making. The only knowledge that we're assuming about God here is that God is the ground of all truth. That's the only fact that we're assuming about God. Nothing else assumes anything about God's nature,
Hey.
about what God knows, about why God does what he does. Nothing else. So what we're getting from the contradiction that we're deriving here, by the way, is that if God is the ground of all truth, then God can't exist.
Right, but okay, yes, I understand, but I'm making an argument here that the problem is that in P1, the way you're wording it, it's then led by premises, which is assume that we should understand the knowledge of God, because it puts us in a
We're not
position
talking about
where
the knowledge
actually.
of God.
No one's talking
don't
about God's
have to.
knowledge here.
Wait,
No, we're talking
wait.
about whether or not God grounds
Okay.
truth.
If God exists, then any proposition, that proposition is true
We'll
because
tell you
God
what.
guarantees it.
How about we just
No,
go
that's not
one
what it says.
premise at a time? We'll just do one at a time. You let us know if you accept it or reject it. How about that?
Yeah, 1 second. Give me one
Okay.
second here.
P1 is pretty simple, right? If God exists, it's an if, right? then
Yep.
for any proposition, that proposition is true because God guarantees it. You would say
Really,
yes.
it should say for any true proposition, right?
I was I misread. I thought it was like typed out improperly, but yeah, go ahead.
You would agree to premise 1 then.
As it stands, yes.
Okay, great. Now we do premise number 2, right? If God exists, then in some formal language, L, supporting the quantification and encoding, there is a sentence in the form of a sentence S is true in L if only God guarantees S.
Yeah, the problem. The problem
Do we
is,
say
yes,
guarantees
okay.
guarantees S or guarantees the truth of S? Or how should we say that? Does
So you would say S. You would say S is true if S. That's so.
Right.
So it's fine as written.
When you're saying, here's the
But
problem.
you
when
could
you're
say
saying,
S is true. That's fine too.
Yeah, formal language. Are you using? Is this another way to say mathematical language, or how are you using formal language?
It's a specific kind of mathematical language. Yeah.
That's why I thought you were saying. Okay, so you're using it in a math. So the problem here is going to be, why are we presupposing? You're presupposing this, that if God exists, there has to be a mathematical language to support a claim, because you're basically saying here.
He didn't say there has to be.
If God exists, then in some, how are you using some? I'm not trying to be like, I'm not trying to use like semantics.
Yeah.
here.
That.
I don't
So
understand.
what I'm saying is that at least one formal language L will have this property.
So there has to be. So there has to be. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's
Okay,
because
so-
a
so
formal language is
deconstruction, you're
just
wrong.
a formal language
So
is just a
deconstruction, say you're
formalization
sorry,
of the way
'cause I
that we
was right.
logically think about the world.
Okay, so deconstruction, come off mute, say you're sorry,
Well,
because
no,
I was
we're
right, you were
saying
wrong.
Holy
in
shit,
some
dude.
formal language. We're not saying that formal language must exist if God exists, are we?
Wait, I said there has to be, and you said there doesn't
So
have
No,
to
a,
just
be.
to be
a
clear-
formal language is just a way
Now
of
he's
thinking
saying
about
there
logic.
does.
Just to
That's
be
all it
clear,
is.
Dr. Blitz, you're not saying that formal language as we know it must exist just because God exists, right?
He is saying that.
No,
Yes.
formal languages are just like these are not objects that exist, right? Formal languages
Right.
are just ways of thinking about logic.
Exactly. Yeah. Apologize,
so-
you dummy.
Wait, no, I'm not dumb, because he's still making the
You're
same
definitely
argument.
dumb.
There has to be.
And you
Okay,
look really
wait.
dumb coming in with all this confidence and getting
Okay, if
folded.
I'm dumb, the way you worded it made it seem like you were doing something.
There's a
Blitz,
lesson
let
in
me ask you this
humility here,
question.
maybe.
Blitz, let me ask you the question again. Does there have to be some formal language supporting the quantification? Yes, or does there have to be?
Well, so formal languages.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
The question you asked
Oh, he's
sounds like
stuttering.
you're a little bit
He's stuttering.
confused.
He can't answer it. I'm saying, does there
The
have
question
to
you
be?
asked
What does
sounds like you're a little
have
bit confused.
He's actually trying
so
to
formal
answer
languages
it.
can support quantification. They can support encoding, but they don't have to. Not all formal languages support encoding.
Great.
Not all formal languages support quantification. Formal languages are things that exist, and there are some formal languages that support quantification and encoding. These things do exist. We use them all the time in mathematics.
Gotcha. So there is a scenario
So
where
what I'm
there
saying
is a
is that,
scenario
is that among the formal languages that exist that we use to describe things logically, describe things mathematically, at least one of those formal languages will have this property.
Great. So that means there has to be.
No.
Well, formal languages do exist. Like they exist
Wait,
in the
why
same
are
sense
you
that like numbers
why are you
exist.
dodging my question with a yes or no? Why is deconstruction
I don't
zone
know
answer?
what I'm-
Because you
I don't
keep
know what I'm
rephrasing what he
dodging.
said improperly.
Okay, all I'm asking you, you've answered it, and you're not answering with a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Why can't you say yes or no?
He basically did.
What's
No,
the question?
I'm
You're just saying
asking
that
yes
doesn't
or no.
have
He
to be a
gave
formal
you
language?
he gave you the no, then he explained why it's a no. Were you not listening?
Great. So great. Okay. So if God exists,
Maybe you
then
should
in
write
some-
this down.
Oh, I'm writing it down. Trust me. I'm critiquing.
Yeah,
you.
do you want to go ahead
Now I'm
and
gonna ask
apologize
you-
to Dr. Blitz? You accused him of not giving an answer, and it turns out he actually did give the answer. I think you
He
should come
didn't
off
give an
mute and
answer because I
apologize.
asked for a yes or no, and he just gave it. He went into a rant.
But he did give
A
the no.
rant.
He
was
gave an
one and a
explanation.
Tell you
half
what,
sentence.
I will apologize right now. Once Blitz says, Blitz, yes or no, will some formal language support the quantification of it?
That's a different question.
That's the
You're
same
not
question I've
reading
been
the
asking.
premise right.
No, it's literally
It's-
not. Your
so-
previous
so-
question
God
was,
exists.
It is trivially
is there a
true
requirement
that-
for there to be a formal language? And the answer to that was no.
So,
This is
to be clear,
embarrassing,
it
dude.
is trivially true that some formal languages support quantification and encoding. That's trivially
Okay,
true.
great. Okay,
That
that being
has
said-
nothing to do with whether or not God exists. The question
okay,
is
great.
the question is the part
Yep.
that happens after that sentence, and that's what you're confused about. So what P2 is getting at is that, look, there are a bunch of formal languages that support quantification and encoding. What P2 is saying is that if God exists, then we can use one of those formal languages to form this kind of sentence. The sentence
Awesome.
of the
Okay,
form a
great.
sentence S is true in L if and only if God exists. If and only if God
Okay,
guarantees
great.
S.
Great. So God guarantees
Does that make
S.
sense?
So
Does that
then
help?
No. It makes sense. The problem is you're not making sense. So now I'm just going to ask you, what is the sub argument for P2?
What is the sub-argument for P2? Yeah, so P2
The
is merely a formalization of P1.
No. I'm saying I want the sub argument. I want the sub argument where you're saying that if God exists, then it's
Sub-argument? Is that
supplementary
is that with a P?
argument.
Supplementary
okay. argument.
Yeah. So I'm just
Wait,
all
wait,
I'm
let me-
doing is
let
I'm
me-
expressing P1 in terms of formalized languages. So P2 is a tautology if you grant that P1 is true and that formalization of and that languages can be, or casual language can be formalized in a logically rigorous way.
Okay, great. So you're essentially saying that if God did exist, there would have to be a way for some sort of mathematical language to basically be able to quantify and encode the actual. Wait. You're not making sense here. This is read. Guys, listen. Here's
if
the
you
problem.
accept P1,
Wait.
P2 is like
No,
trivial.
no.
Yeah.
Deconstruction.
I mean,
Listen,
it's not quite trivial because there's a
Guys.
question about like, do there exist formal languages? But we all accept that there are formal languages.
Well, that's what I'm getting
Like,
at.
these
That's
are-
what I'm
this is
getting
just
at.
how we-
Though.
Okay, so do you reject formal languages?
No, I don't. What I'm saying is that you're making the
Oh.
argument that there has to be a formal mathematical language
He didn't
if
say
God
that.
did exist. He just did say that. We're operating off that. What do you mean, dude?
Wait,
you
so
keep
to be clear,
changing
we
the
accept that
question.
formal languages exist, right?
You guys are not tracking.
So
You guys are not. staying
yep, he
linear.
didn't say that there has to be formal languages if God existed. He says that there
I didn't say he
formal
said that.
languages today. We have them.
And that one of those formal languages
I
will have this property if
understand.
God exists. That's the claim.
No. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that you're making the argument now, and you have a lot of legwork to carry here, that because of the formal languages we have today, if God existed, these
Nope,
formal
not
languages
saying
that
it
we
has
do
to be
have,
one of the formal languages that we have today.
So then what could it be other than that?
It could be any formal language. The point is that formal languages exist, and if P1 is to make sense in any sort of formal
Sure.
sense, meaning if you can make it logically rigorous, then you must be able to formalize it in this way.
Is
That's
there
what
any
P2 is saying.
scenario? Sure. Is there any scenario where it's a formal language that's undiscovered?
Sure.
Oh,
well, I mean, like,
great, boom, done.
are you
done.
like, do you want like a
So
real
that's
case?
cool.
Yeah, just go back before any formal languages exist. Just go back and talk about
Great.
anything rigorously, and then you can make the claim that yeah, there was a formal language that formalizes that,
Okay, great.
non-rigorous
So you're
statement.
done.
That's totally fine.
All right, so we're done with you now. We're done with you because I just debunked you. We're done. Boom.
Oh, okay, so
I'm sorry, we're still waiting.
There's
Do
no
you,
way you think this is like the winning rhetorical move.
Yeah.
Holy
It
shit,
is.
dude.
It is.
do you
That's, like,
reject
really
or accept
embarrassing.
premise number
P1
two?
doesn't
Wow,
have an
maybe
argument against
if I
P2.
rhetorically
P4.
beat on my
But-
chest, nobody will realize that I got torn in half and my point makes literally
Wait,
no
calm down,
sense.
calm down. Wait,
Yeah.
you're the one getting angry. You're the
Imagine,
one getting angry.
imagine
Between the
coming
two
in
of us,
here
do you think I
saying "calm
sound
down"
angry?
when you're the one that sound unhinged. We're still
Holy
waiting
shit,
for
dude. This
whether or
dude's,
not
like,
you
crashing
accept
out.
or reject
Like
premise.
Guys,
seriously,
about
take a
all
deep
of these
breath.
premises
It's
is
honestly
that they're
gonna be
like-
okay.
the thing
It's
about
not that
all
big of
these
a deal.
premises is that they're like wholly unobjectionable.
Guys, wait,
P1
stop,
is
stop.
like simplified. Simplified
Blitz, tell you
P1
what,
is
tell you what.
P1 is just the claim that God is supposed to be the ground of all
Wait,
truth.
guys.
P2
you guys
is
are
just the
laughing a
statement
lot?
that we can
Stop.
formalize and make
He's so
rigorous
mad, dude.
P1. P3
Wait,
is
Blitz.
that if there's a sentence that includes a predicate in a language, then that predicate exists in that language. And P4 is just Tarski's undefinability theorem.
I got you guys.
Because
There's
P2
nothing that's particularly contentious here.
Yeah, sure. Contentious? Are you kidding me? I just gave you the contention. But wait, Blitz, tell you what. If you understand my
Well,
contention,
you think
tell
that
me
there's
why-
a contention because you don't understand the premises.
wait, I understand. Are you kidding me, dude? You're just trying to literally fucking listen. If I don't understand the premises, why did I just say that I basically broke apart and they basically
Well, you
eviscerated
can
your
say
entire
that, but
position?
it's pretty
you
evident that you
didn't.
didn't because you didn't
Does
even attack
P2
the right premise.
You could actually
What-
just accept or reject premise number two.
I just rejected it, and it's based on the actual. Basically, he's presupposing that we
Gotcha.
as free.
So
wait,
let's-
Blitz.
Let's go
as
over
free agents
premise number
acting-
two because I'd like to hear why premise number two is not sound. So premise number
Yeah,
two
sure,
is
go ahead.
asking if God exists, then in some formal mathematical language, you could say if God exists and also a formal mathematical language exists
Mhm.
supporting the quantification and encoding, then there does exist a sentence in the form of a sentence S is true in L if and only if God guarantees it. It's just a formalizing of premise number one. You should
Yeah,
accept
Just
that's
it.
saying,
fine.
look, this thing is
Wait.
true
No,
because
I
God
just explained to you
guarantees
why.
it. That's all
Can I
P2 is saying. It's giving a
Can I
formalization
respond?
of it.
Can I
Go
respond?
ahead.
Sure. I basically am shooting down P2 for the reason that it presupposes, by Dr. Blitz's actual premise here, that we as humans have all knowledge of formal mathematical language or any language, and he just
No,
admitted that we don't have
It actually
It doesn't
doesn't.
presuppose that.
That's not what it presupposes. So I
It
reworded
does.
it slightly for your reptilian brain. Maybe this works better.
that. Yeah, it's reptilian.
If God exists and also
Yeah.
some formal mathematical language supporting
Wait, so wait,
quantification
to
and
be clear,
encoding exists,
You're changing the premises now so that it fits your
I'm
actual.
rewording it
That's insane,
slightly so that your tiny brain can understand what
bro.
Blitz is
Wait,
saying.
I still win. I still
No,
win.
you
though.
actually
You
don't
realize?
win because
Yes, I
you,
do. Let me
you
explain to you why.
Isn't
rejected
this cute?
you rejected a premise that you agree with. So you
Okay,
agree
great,
with premise
wait.
number 1, which means you also agree with premise number 2. Premise number 2
Great, here's the
is
contention.
a formalization of premise number 1. So premise number 2 says
Okay, great.
if God exists and also some formal mathematical language, meaning L, that supports quantification and encoding exists. So these are two ifs. If God exists and if the mathematical language exists. If those two things both exist, then the sentence A sentence is true in L if only God guarantees S. That would be true.
Yeah.
That's the formalization of premise number 1. That has to be true or premise number 1's not true.
Okay, great.
In
so
fact,
that-
you
that's
don't
fine.
even need the. In fact, funnily enough, you don't even need the sentence to be true. You just need that the sentence
I'm
exists.
still okay with the adoption because now that it's changed. So if God exists, and ignore that, and also some formal mathematical language. Okay, great.
Yeah. Do you reject that
Hey,
formal
wait, wait,
mathematical
wait.
languages exist?
Wait. Listen, here's my question. And also some formal mathematical language. Does this imply it hasn't been discovered yet, potentially?
It just implies that it exists.
It could or could not have been. This is saying for all
Awesome.
possible
So if it
formal
could-
mathematical
wait,
languages.
so if it
For all
could or
possible
could not have
formal
been-
mathematical languages, both discovered and undiscovered, at least one of them must
Okay.
have this property. If you're going to try
Great,
to
great.
formalize premise 1.
So
Okay,
also,
great. The problem
I would
is
add
that-
that premise number 2 doesn't assume that there's some transcendental mathematical language. It could be that,
not saying there is.
Yeah, it could be conceptual.
or it could be purely conceptual, like we made it up in our brains. Either one of them would work with premise 2.
Wait, I'm not making an argument for a transcendental language. I'm just saying that
I'm just saying-
if the word there, okay, if the word there says, and also some formal, let me just explain this to you one more time, and then I'm just gonna see if you have any answer. Listen,
explain our
awesome.
our premise to us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The entire argument falls at P2. And let me explain to you
Mhm.
why. First of all, P4 is a major problem, but P2, when you reread it, I realized, okay?
Hold on.
Wait,
By the way,
stop.
P4 is like provably true. Like this
Hey.
is this is a known meta theorem in mathematics. It's called Tarski's undefinability.
But I'm
theorem.
right, but I'm explaining to you, it falls
So
because
P4,
of
you don't want to
P1.
reject P4 because that would
Hey,
just
stop.
render
Stop.
you in direct contradiction.
Okay. I'm going to explain this in layman's terms. I'm going to try to stay as linear as possible for you guys so you guys can
Yeah.
cope
Dumb
with
it,
this, okay?
dumb it down for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, Ian,
Here's
you're
what's
muted.
happening. Okay, great.
I was just saying we're very stupid. Please help us. Yeah.
I'm not saying
Please,
I'm
yeah.
not saying you're stupid. I'm saying you're not staying linear. You're not
Actually,
tracking.
Dr. Blitz
Mm.
had to buy his degree from a diploma online.
Wait,
It's
wait.
true.
I'm not saying he's
That's
not.
true.
I'm not saying he's not smart. He's definitely a smart dude. I'm just saying that what's happening
You
here
heard
is
that here
you're
first,
not
folks.
tracking.
Yeah,
with
he's
smart.
not linear. He's
Hey,
like
wait.
exponential or something.
Listen, if God exists, okay, so ignore this part, and also some formal mathematical language, L, okay? So here's what's happening. Premise 2 falls because, and also some formal mathematical language implies there's a potential, it hasn't been discovered. If it hasn't been discovered, therefore P2 falls because if something hasn't been discovered, that discovery could actually therefore explain P1. It can actually make it so that if God exists, then
No,
any
that's
two
not what
propositions-
premise 2
Oh,
is
no.
saying. Premise
God
number
damn.
2 works
So-
whether we know the language or not.
Maybe I can explain this.
Wait,
Yeah.
then why did
So,
you put?
look,
Then why did you put
imagine-
also some formal mathematical
yep, let me-
language?
let me explain
You're not
this,
getting it.
and maybe
Go
this
ahead.
maybe
This
it,
donut's
hopefully
completely
this will clarify
lost.
some things. So, look, you can imagine that, like, imagine every conceivable formal language, right?
Sure.
Some of them we've written down and we've discussed as humans. Some of them we haven't, right? Presumably,
Sure.
God would have a list of all of these in his head, right? That's neither here nor there. We could conceive of like all possible formal languages. We know
Yeah, I'm a formal-
properties.
sure.
We know what a formal language is. Formal languages are certain things with certain properties. They're certain mathematical kind of objects. Some of them support quantification. Some of them support encoding, some of them support both, some of them support neither. This is a property of a formal language. So we're going to take that big giant collection of all of the formal languages, both discovered and undiscovered, and we're going to throw out the ones that don't support quantification and encoding. Quantification and encoding, the reason that that's added in here is because those are the kinds of things that let you talk about sentences and let you talk about numbers and let you talk about just the kinds of things that you would want to be able to talk about when you're doing rigorous thinking, right? There are formal languages that don't have those properties, and then there's just not much you can do with them. So we're talking about those formal languages that have these nice properties that let us talk about, well, that let us say things like all men are mortal, right? You couldn't formalize that in a formal language if you didn't have quantification and encoding, for example. So now we have a smaller set, but it's still a very, very big set, perhaps, of all of the formal languages that have these properties. All P2 is saying is that if God exists, then at least one of those has to be able to tell us that P1 is true. Because P1 involves quantification and encoding.
I'm not trying to actually pivot here. Actually, this isn't even a pivot. Explain to me how you're using encoding then, just so I can understand. So I can basically
encoding is just a way of representing a sentence as a number.
Okay, so wait. So okay, great. I'm trying to think how to respond to this because in a way that basically. So when you're using basically it being just a number, that basically means that then therefore it's basically just mathematical, right? It couldn't be any other language.
Yeah, the reason why we want
that's why I'm
encoding and
confused. I'm sorry. Can I say one more thing? I'm just gonna say one more thing.
Go ahead.
I'm confused. That's why I asked when you're saying encoding, because I'm assuming you're using mathematical language, but you then said to me earlier it's mathematical or any other language. So which one is it? I'm arguing off of you using it in a mathematical sense.
So a formal language is a kind of mathematical thing. Right.
Right.
Like we're talking about rigorous, like when you do rigorous logic, you're doing mathematics.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. I don't know, man.
How you math or language?
This is how analytic philosophy is done. It's basically math.
Right. So a mathematical truth is basically, do you believe in mathematical truths?
What a crazy pivot.
Do I
Holy shit,
believe
dude. That was
mathematical
neck
truths?
breaking.
It's not a pivot. I'm gonna
wait. Are we gonna not get an answer to any of these premises?
I mean, that's a really deep question. Depends on what you mean by truth.
Well, no, I'm trying to tie it all together.
Are you asking like?
All,
but to be clear, it's irrelevant to P2.
All due respect,
also-
you came in
also,
here
to be
fucking
clear-
insulting us
to
from
be
the
clear-
first word that left your mouth.
How
Why
did
the
I
fuck should we
insult you
respect
guys?
you? You literally
So
came in here and called
the
us both
argument's an internal
ladies.
critique. The question is whether you
I
accept
didn't say
these.
lady. I said there's a beautiful
You
woman
did.
in the middle.
You said ladies,
How
you
is
dumb
that-
motherfucker. It's on recording.
How is that offensive?
Wow, how is it offensive?
It's offensive
to call
because you
somebody
misgender
who's
people.
obviously
You
a
clearly
man, a
misgendered
woman?
us on purpose just so
Okay.
you could sound like you're like dominating us.
Okay, no, listen.
Which
Here's the
is
argument.
crazy from a guy who's literally getting dominated.
Yeah, he
Well,
bit off
first
more
of
than
all-
he can chew. He didn't realize that he'd
First
get
of all,
down the fuck
nobody's
out,
getting
so,
dominated.
You know, now he wants to turn the temperature down in the conversation. Now that he's getting like
Wait,
totally
no, because
railed.
listen, I'll
Just calm
just
down
end it
there.
with this. Here's
You
the
know,
problem.
I'm
I'll
sorry
just
that
end
you
it with
fucked
this,
up.
okay?
Maybe next time you come in, you can try to build like a better rapport. You know,
Well,
maybe you
here's
can, like,
the-
really
yeah,
win
yeah.
friends and influence people. But as things stand, you did insult us. We're going to insult you.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
And if you like getting
Well,
dominated, you
saying
could have
you're a
asked
beautiful
nicely
woman-
too. Daddy's more than happy
of
to
all-
dominate you if you need.
I thought that the person that Dr. Blitz was a woman. I wasn't being rude.
Really?
You said ladies in the
Well,
plural.
then you talked and I realized you weren't a woman. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
which is why you said it like
Anyway.
5 more times.
What features? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
What features made your reptile brain think, that's a lady that I'm attracted to?
Liars go to the lake
Is
of
it-
fire, buddy. Revelation 21:8.
I don't know. It was just like
Is that why they say liar, liar, pants on fire?
anyway.
Must be.
So let's go back to this. Okay, so here's the problem too. Is that like I'm just gonna
It's
say it
not
this
just
way
the
because you
pants
guys are
either,
obviously.
right? It's like the whole thing.
All right. So you guys are obviously going. Yeah, they're saying you're backpedaling because you are. But anyway, so here's the problem. Okay.
They're definitely
Wait,
not
they're
saying
saying?
that.
Who's they?
Oh, they've
Yeah,
been
many are
saying-
saying. Many are saying.
They've been saying in the chat you're getting cooked. The problem is here is that
That's certainly not
that
the case.
even if
Mm,
They're saying
Are-
that you're
are-
bad faith and that Blitz is beautiful.
I said he was
Aw.
beautiful, I said that.
you're so
What do you
sweet.
mean?
He is fucking beautiful.
Unfortunately, I'm taken.
Thank you. Okay, thank
All right,
you.
so
they agree.
put your lusty member away and tell us, is
What
premise
a weird
number
thing to say.
2?
What a
Oh,
weird
that's
thing
so
to say,
grody.
dude.
It's in the
That's
Bible,
been disgusting,
Ezekiel.
dude.
Maybe you should try reading it.
I don't care,
is it
dude.
really?
That's
So
No,
is
I don't
premise
care.
number
That's
2
weird.
true or not?
Hey, you guys are weird. Anyway, okay, so here's the thing too. Is that
Now he hates
Blitz,
the Bible.
are you-
Okay.
Blitz, are you basically saying that if truths are true, they are basically, if they're true because God wills them, wouldn't it make it that truth just becomes arbitrary?
What the fuck?
I mean, you
I
could
have a
make
question.
that
Stop
critique. I'm
answering.
not making that critique.
Wait. Why is Blitz the only person who understands what I'm saying, answering my questions? You guys are just saying, what the fuck? Because you don't understand what I'm
What's his
saying.
argument?
Good faith.
You asked him a
Because here's the
direct
problem.
question. Why would we not let him answer
Here's the
the
problem.
question?
Okay,
I'm sorry,
God
I'll tell you
is
what,
doing literally
Blitz-
anything that he can. Like, audience, you should look for this.
Oh,
Look
dude,
at
this
him
is
like trying to
embarrassing,
scramble
dude.
away from Dr. Blitz. Like he knows he's cooked. He wants to go to a different topic. He wants to talk to a
I'm
different
asking-
person.
It's all
Every
relevant.
single time
It's
you try
all
to pivot,
relevant.
we're just going to redirect you back to the argument on screen so that you can respond
great,
to Dr.
great.
Blitz.
Ian, if I just asked, okay,
That's
a
a
question
stutter, by
about
the way.
if I just asked a question about God's truth, but P1 said, what does P1 say? What does P1 say,
It's
Ian?
literally on the screen. P1 says, if God exists, then any true proposition, or for
Yeah,
any
stop,
true
stop,
proposition, that
stop.
proposition is true because God guarantees
stop.
it. It's literally just
Stop.
saying
So
if God
so
exists,
I just asked a
then
question.
God is the
I just
grounding of
asked a
truth. Whoa,
question.
just calm down there, mouth breather. No need to get upset. Seriously, take a deep breath through the mouth you keep breathing through. It's going to be okay. It's not that big of a deal. Calm down.
Because I just asked a question about God's truth, and you said it's irrelevant, and I'm pivoting. But the P1 says about God's truth.
You keep
So-
on
so
trying
you're
to
not
pivot to
tracking.
other
You're not
people. You keep on
tracking.
trying to
You're
pivot.
not
You're
tracking.
asking
You're
like,
not
well, why does only
tracking,
Dr. Blitz
dude.
respond? That's specifically what that
You're
comment was
not
in response
tracking.
to.
You're embarrassing yourself. Stop
So
talking.
specifically, what the thing that I said, what that was in response to, was when you said that the other two people aren't responding, that only
Okay.
Dr. Blitz is responding. If your debate strategy
anyway,
relies
okay,
on
I'm
you
just gonna say
forgetting the
this.
things
Okay,
that
here
you
we go.
said, then I'll simply remind you each time you do, and then it'll be a bit embarrassing for you.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, I'm just gonna just ignore you talking. So here's the thing. So Blitz and the deconstruction zone. Here's the thing. If truths are true because God basically
No,
just wills them, okay?
I'm not deconstruction
stop.
zone anymore. I'm Yup's daddy.
Yup's
Daddy
Yup's
would be
daddy.
twice.
Zaddy.
Wait, are you guys scared?
No, actually, we're just fucking clowning on you because you haven't accepted or rejected premise number 2 yet. You're gonna get
Are
to
you
it or what?
guys scared? He says, a little
Wait,
quiver in
wait,
his
wait.
voice.
Guys,
His
just so you
pants
guys
wet.
know, I am recording this, okay?
Yeah, it's literally a
And
live stream,
P2,
bud.
wait, P2,
Well,
you've changed
fucking end
3
our
times.
careers. Can't wait.
You changed, just so you know, this is a well-known thing in like philosophy. If you change P2 or any P3 4 times, you lost the argument.
Actually, we didn't change it. So
No,
P2, literally,
you
all I
lost.
did
I
is
already cooked
I literally took the sentence out and I replaced it with
I
L
cooked
because
you.
L
No,
literally
you
is
changed
the
it 3
sentence.
times.
So
Look at Blitz's, look at
we'll try
Blitz's
this
face.
again.
He knows.
Oh no,
The
Justin,
actual swear-
actually, as written, it's not this. It's not substantively the same. I
Dude,
didn't see the correction
it's so
you made.
funny,
No, you
Blitz's-
have to
Blitz's
you have to
face-
keep the formal language L supporting quantification and encoding.
But that is
And
L,
wow,
isn't it?
he's not even putting it in there right.
Oh,
He's
I
not
see.
even
I see.
putting it
You're
right.
saying L is. So you want to say
So if God exists and also L,
exists.
which is formal
Anyway.
language that
Also L
supports
exists, I
encoding.
guess.
Well, yeah,
This is so
also
embarrassing.
L.
There is some L.
I mean, also
Can you
L
imagine
implies that
Or
L
also
exists.
there is L or something.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yup's daddy. If I
Yeah,
give you
that's
4
fine.
So say
premises,
if God exists and also L would mean L exists.
wait,
Yeah,
Yup's
sure.
daddy. If I give you
Yeah.
4 premises,
So
but I
it's
change
still,
2 premises,
Actually,
Wait,
I didn't.
so this
I
is-
actually
this is
didn't change them.
substantively the
I'm
same,
I'm
actually.
you
reducing
change it
the
3
amount.
times.
I'm
I'm
reducing the
recording
amount of.
this.
I'm reducing the amount of words in it, you
No.
dumb motherfucker, so that
Oh,
your
did you-
reptilian brain can understand the premises because you're not tracking. I'm trying to dumb it down for you, right? So the premise is identical to what was before with less words. So maybe
I'm sorry,
maybe
Why
now with
use
less
many
words.
when few word do trick?
Yeah. So maybe now with
Wait,
less
that's not-
words, you can read it. Read it for me, word for word, and tell us, is the premise true or not? Because whether or not it changed is irrelevant. The question we need answered is whether or not it's true. So
Yeah,
let's
so-
let's just go ahead. I'm gonna ask you to say yes or no. Is premise number 2 true?
Yeah, so I have the recording right here. I'm going to bring it up 1 second. You changed actually.
We're just
you changed-
waiting
Yeah,
for a yes or no. Is it
Wait.
true?
I'm going to. You added the words
it true,
and
though?
also.
Oh,
Wait, you
jeez.
added the words. Listen a minute. You
Whoa.
added the words and
Yeah, here's
also
the
in the
crash
premise
out.
Yeah,
It's
too.
been
because-
happening for the last like 30
because it
minutes.
needed
Everyone's
to be
saying-
clarified.
Dude,
It needed to be clarified.
I'm in my Discord. You're getting cooked,
Because
bro.
the
You're getting
the
cooked.
original premise was
You're getting
if
cooked,
God
bro.
exists.
I bet people are coping with you, trying to glaze you. I
Yeah,
bet
that's why I
you
said
and your
I
like
ended your
3
career.
friends
By
are
the
like,
way,
you're doing
and-
so
and-
well, dude.
If we're just being if we're being ultimately charitable, which you don't deserve, but I just want to be charitable. For
No,
the
don't-
audience,
don't go there.
There
Don't
are
go there, 'cause I'll
critiques
back
of
up
this
what's going on.
argument. You're
Also,
just
what's your
missing every
what's your
single one
channel,
of them.
buddy?
Yeah, you'll see it in a little bit. Don't worry about
No,
it.
no, I want to see
I'm-
how many, like how 5 of your
Well, I'm on-
followers are
I'm on-
coping
I'm
with
on-
this one.
So I'm on Twitch right now. You can find me if you want to. Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
what's your
okay?
channel?
So
No, what's your
wait,
channel on
live
Twitch?
streaming
Mr.
on Twitch,
Mr.
getting
Blitz.
Bro is
What's
live
your-
streaming his
what's your
own
channel on
destruction
Twitch?
on Twitch.
Yes,
on
I am.
Twitch.
I am.
It's so
But
funny.
wait.
Yeah, we want to know
Just
though.
let me know.
What's your live stream on Twitch?
I'm going to tell you right now, but I'm going to say this first.
No, we
So
want to
here we
hear right
go.
now.
Wait. So we have the changing of the verbiage.
No,
adding
we're just
and
we
also,
just want to
That's
know
why
your
I
channel
thought
right
you're
now.
scared. You guys
So
are
he
so
doesn't
scared. You
he
guys are
doesn't want us
losing.
to know his channel.
Anyway, Dr. Blitz, you should refine your
He's
argument.
running. He's running. He doesn't want us
Oh,
to
but-
know
I mean,
that
you
he's got a
missed- you
channel that
missed the
nobody
critique.
watches.
Like there are critiques here. There is a critique
Well-
of this argument. You just missed all of them.
No, wait. The
Your
problem was that
criticism
when I gave
shows
you
that
my
you don't even
critique-
understand the argument, which is not surprising because you probably don't know what a formal language is, and you probably don't know what Tarski's
Wait,
undefinability
Here's the
theorem is.
problem. Here's the problem, okay, dude? Here's the problem, okay? You're saying that you're basically trying to make these arguments when I'm basically saying I can't even address your argument if you're changing premises as we go.
You're right. You can't address it because you don't understand it. Premise two was changed, but it's substantively the same claim. Like the wording changed to make it simpler for you, but that's all that happened.
Wait, so you're saying in adding the words and also, which was never there, is a formal change?
It was implied.
it's
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
that's what I
previous
thought.
wording.
That's what I thought, dude. And also.
It's
Can you imagine?
substantively the same.
It's implied because
It's
premise
actually
number
logically
2
equivalent,
wouldn't work
interestingly
if
enough.
formal
True.
language didn't exist.
Watch this.
like
Watch this.
the claim is if P then Q then R, or if P then Q, or sorry, if P then if Q then R is the same thing as if P and Q then R. Those are formally equivalent.
Fine. Can I give everyone here an example of what you did?
So putting
premise one.
and doesn't actually
Wait,
change the equivalence
wait,
here.
To be clear, we are
Premise-
still waiting for your Twitch
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
premise one.
But we're
Royce
never
went to
getting
the-
that Twitch
Wait,
channel.
Yeah.
I'll give it.
I
I'll
think
give it
he's
to you.
lying. I don't
Premise-
think he has one.
Here we go.
Oh, that was
Premise
a stutter,
one.
by the way,
Royce-
because you want to check stutters. You stuttered.
Yeah. Premise one. Royce went to
You
the
stuttered
fair.
again. Holy shit.
Premise two. Wait. Premise two.
He's like,
He
I'll
then got a
never,
corn-
I'll never give you my
Wait.
channel. I don't want you to see my channel.
Wait. Premise one. Royce
And
went
he's
to
just
the
gonna keep
fair.
going.
Conclusion. Royce got a corn dog. Or now we change it. Royce went to the fair and also got a corn dog. Conclusion. Royce got a corn dog. You're adding
You know
and
that
also
is
in there and
still
saying
those
it's
are the
irrelevant.
same.
valid. I don't know if
You
you're
guys
aware
are
of
very.
that.
Yeah, those are still the
What
same.
does what does and also?
You know that the conclusion would still follow from the second scenario. I don't know if you're aware of that fact.
Wait. So
Yeah,
and also
it's,
isn't
it's
an
still
addi-
the same.
Wait. So and also isn't
Do you
an
think it
dictionary
follows from the
statement?
fact that you got a corn dog that you got
Oh
a
my
corn
god,
dog?
dude,
Do
this
you
is
think that
embarrassing,
follows?
bro. You guys are embarrassing
Yes or no?
yourself, dude. You guys are a
Does
joke.
A imply
I'm
A?
outta
Yes
here.
or no?
Oh, he fucking
On the
ran
left.
Oh, geez. Yeah, booking it. We're
without
never
telling
getting
us
that
his
Twitch.
channel. We're never getting that Twitch channel. Okay.
So now that he's gone, it's probably worth mentioning what the actual reasonable critiques of this. Well, I don't know if they're reasonable, but critiques of this argument are. So probably the main critique is that it is in premise two. It's just not the critique he was making. Premise two makes the claim that every single logical statement can be formalized. And you could just reject that and you'd be like, nope, there are some logically reasonable statements that you can't formalize. And like, sure, you can say that. I think that that's probably pretty unreasonable, because then it doesn't seem like I guess if you're doing continental philosophy, maybe you'll say that. But if you're doing any sort of analytic reasoning, if you're trying to actually like reason from premises to conclusions, then you're doing formal logic. So it just seems like that's a pretty big bullet to bite.
Okay. Well, I think that was fun. So let me grab some super chats, friends, and we'll get our next guest here. Matt was next in line, and then after Matt, it looked like our next guest was Contbot, with that name, we're gonna have a lot of fun.
But I feel like
T-Bar.
that's like, there's like a 90% chance that that's Clark.
Or troll, maybe? I don't know.
No, Clark is a troll. I mean,
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
yeah.
T-Bar says, Happy Mother's Day. Oh, hold on. This is not on screen very well. I don't know why that got moved. I think it got moved by accident.
Oh, I should text my mom Happy Mother's Day.
For sure.
Yesterday on DoorDash, they had like the Mother's Day section. And then I called my mom and was like, Happy Mother's Day. And she's like, that's
Get
tomorrow,
wrecked.
right? And I was like, LOL.
Oh, well. Better late than never. All right, we got super chats. All right. C-Bar says, Happy Mother's Day to your mums. Thank you, C-Bar. My mom thanks you as well. Vintage Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Says, I asked Ian if time is the movement of space. He didn't think so. But if everything stopped moving, even quarks, etc., wouldn't time/change stop?
That's contentious. That depends on your view on the ontology of time. So there's kind of two camps. There's like the absolute view of time, where you view time as like an object that's something separate from the relations that exist between the objects. In which case, under most views of absolute time, you could pause time, or you could like pause objects, like the change of objects, and still have the passage of time. You know, if if time is like its own object, then presumably there's no problem with the objects themselves freezing in place and time still passing. But then you might be a relationalist about time, where you view time as being just kind of the relations between objects themselves. So essentially, like the objects are more fundamental than time is. And then in that view, no, you couldn't have time without the change of objects.
Well, hold on. No, it's still not true, right? Because even if you're a relation, and also I meant to be condescending and say, "Oh, look at Ian trying to explain the physics of time," but then I forgot. So
It's
no, but
metaphysics, bud.
it's yeah. Well, get wrecked. Metaphysics isn't real. It's only anyway. But so even if everything stopped, you can define time as just the relation between events, right? And so, sorry, not if time stopped. If everything stopped moving, you would still have distinct events in space-time. It would just be different parts along the world line of some object, and so that would still give you time,
Sure,
even if
okay.
nothing's actually moving.
That's right. That's right. So then the statement that I made is true of like the pre-relativity stuff, but with relativity, because when time passes, it's not just time that passes, but also like space itself. Are you saying like that would then
What I'm
imply?
saying is that the way that we define, like in relativity, we talk about an object's world line, which is
Mhm.
something like the path that an object traces out through time, or sorry, through space-time. And so it could be the case that nothing is moving spatially, but they still have world lines. They still, trace paths through space-time itself. And so then there are distinct events in space-time. That would just be like an object is here and then an object is here later.
Sure, yeah. Okay, wait. So is it true in relativity that there isn't like trans-temporal identity of spatial points?
Trans-temporal
Like,
identity.
okay, does the
Yeah,
same
sure.
point?
Yeah, every space-time event is distinct from every other. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, then in that sense, it seems like actually you could no longer have like the scenario where time passes, but then well, it's kind of strange because it sounds like a lot like the specific positions of objects is kind of drawn in later, or like things like movement are drawn in later.
Yeah.
Um, so sure, I think for that reason, it would make sense to say that that scenario would be impossible under both a relationalist and a substantivalist view.
Okay.
But maybe,
Now, it
well,
is the
maybe that would be a
case.
good reason to think that relationalism is false.
I don't follow.
Because
Hey, well,
presumably,
friends,
okay.
we got
So
people.
the
Yeah, we do have
relations-
guests.
We
Yeah,
got people
okay.
waiting to debate. We'll do
We have a
Dr.
job
Blitz
here.
Ask
We
a
have a job here to
Physicist
do.
this week. Baffle says, "Fucking let him have it, Blitz. Which premise do you reject is gold?" Actually, that did get me a little excited. That was a good one. Miko,
I
hey,
mean,
good
like,
to see you,
You
friend.
just gotta jargon drop people, and just like he was not expecting an actual mathematical argument for God not existing. So
No, not at all.
Whoa, Dr. Blitz with the Discord tactics. Holy shit.
yep.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I
Sorry,
learned them
you
from
just
you.
made an
I learned them from
argument.
you,
What's your
Dad.
theory of argumentation? Whoa, sorry, you just invoked an inference rule. What's your view on deontic logic?
Miko, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the 10 super chat. If God is forever each way, what about free will? What if he doesn't want the God job? You mean can God decide not to be God? He's stuck here like the rest of us, but indefinitely. Blitz helped answer already. What do Justin and Ian say? I think free will is one of those tricky things because everyone defines it differently. Can God do things that are like against God's nature? Like I think most believers would say no, so it's not really something that I would attack. But then again, based on the simple definition of omnipotent, meaning all things are possible, I would say any carve out or any caveat would mean he's not actually all powerful. So if he can't do illogical things, if he can't redefine his own nature, I would say we just can't call him all powerful anymore, can we?
I don't think I agree with that. I think it's a totally valid move to move to like God can do all things that are like logically possible. Because presumably the theist could just hold to that. And then I guess it's like it would be like strange to me to say that, you know, you believe in like the God of the Bible and he can do everything that's logically possible, but then we would say that he's not all powerful. I don't know. I guess it seems like there's like or at that point like God just like wouldn't be God.
Well, I think it depends on if you believe that God created logic. If you're a theist that thinks that God created logic, then he has to be able to define logic or define it differently. If you don't think that God created logic, then yeah, he would be somehow bound to it, and you would think that logic is somehow not really transcendental.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although if I were a theist, I simply wouldn't hold that God created logic. That sounds like a nonsense position.
That's most of what like most of the Christians I talk to would say that because they're not doing philosophy.
Yeah, that seems like it leads to like direct problems. Like presumably the creation relation is itself a logical relation, which
Right.
means that, you know, logic itself could not be created because creation would presuppose logic.
Indeed.
I'm not entirely sure if I even understand the question that's being asked in the super chat though.
I think it's
I think you
can
could
God change his nature is what they're asking.
for sure no, because
Yeah.
that would violate God's eternity.
Right, exactly. So if God can't change his nature, meaning he can't change his eternal nature, is he still omnipotent?
Yeah, I think that there's like reasonable conceptions of omnipotence that would include that.
Okay.
Or that would
Bacon
like
and
bar
bu-
that rather.
Bacon and Bush, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, "Yup, may not be smart, but at least he's arrogant and a liar. I pity Jesus. These are his people." You know what? It's crazy that he came in acting like that while confidently saying that he was a Christian. Don't do that, friends. If you're a Christian, well, actually, you just do it. We don't care. If I was a Christian, I would say don't do that because you make other Christians look bad. But you know what? We already know the truth now. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. Says, "Yup is sad." Is a sad, strange little man. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's
I don't
true,
want to
except,
assume Yop's gender. I didn't actually ask.
well, I did check Yup's page while he was up here crashing out, and his only one video on TikTok is about his breakup with his girlfriend, apparently. So he probably is sad. But then again, that was like in 2025, so maybe he's over it now. David Brooke, my friend, thank you
No,
for the
there's no
super chat.
way. There's no way he's over it.
That's why he's still fucking mad. Christians seem to confuse hypothesis with scientific theory, and they do a lot. Like this is like sickeningly common. Richie says, "Why are Christians always so angry? Because they can't prove that their God is real, and it makes them really uncomfortable when you poke at that." Bro from Norway says, "Ian, I disagree on your point of view when it comes to time. Is that something you're willing to talk about?" Oh fuck.
I mean, like I suppose, although
Don't do it. Don't get baited.
well, the strange thing is
baited
that
you.
I'm still learning about time, so I don't take a view on time. I mean, there's like some aspects of it that I would for sure take a view on, and these are like the aspects that are like totally uncontroversial. Things like, you know, change happens within time. That's like, extremely uncontroversial because change, of course, requires like a separate state of affairs wherein one of these states of affairs is before the other one, and that just is time. If you have one state of affairs and there's like a sequencing to these states of affairs, at that point like you just have time.
Tell that to the mathematicians who talk about the rate of change of a function.
The rate of change of a fun, but isn't that I mean, isn't it literally discussing like time? Like you're talking about
No,
like
it could be space.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, what is the rate of change of the elevation of a mountain with respect to horizontal position?
Oh, sure. So when I'm invoking change here, I'm specifically talking about change of the entire object.
How are you defining the entire object?
It sounds like a mereological question. I don't know.
Well,
like
I mean,
the-
because
the
like
atoms
because
arranged,
I
like,
would say that the
mountain-wise,
entire
maybe?
object is its 4D world line,
Yeah, probably.
but then that thing doesn't change.
Sure. Then, okay, so I would invoke change as being like when you have contradictory properties, you have two properties such that if they were had at the same time, they would be contradictory.
Yeah,
That's
so
gonna
the
be
height of the
necessary for
mountain at this
change.
place is different from the height of the mountain at that place, and it can't be this. They can't be at two different heights at the same place.
But specifically, they could have that at the same time, which means that it's not like a contradictory set of
But now you're
features.
trying to define time. You're using time in the definition
The definition of what? Change?
of time. Well, yeah, of change, and then you said that change is what gets you time.
Yeah, it's because I think that time is
It
going to be
seems
pretty
like-
brute.
so-
I
so-
don't think time
and-
reduces.
I mean, this is a content, and we could have this conversation off stream, but I think that defining time as that which allows change, I think is probably far too broad, because then you can just say that any spatial difference is time as well.
I think it's going to come down to how you define change. I think that you can give
Yeah.
like a notion of change that is like specifically temporal. So
I mean, if you use the words like before and after in your definition, then sure, but then you're kind of just circling back on time.
like, okay, you would say that like a specific part compared to a different part changes, like there's like a change in elevation there, but you wouldn't say like the mountain itself changes.
Well, that's just because we think about the mountain at a moment in time as one object, but that's assuming a certain metaphysics of time.
Wasn't that just a metaphysics of mereology?
No, because you could think of the mountain as its entire 4D, I guess in this case it would be a world volume.
Yeah, sure. Well, and under B theory, you would indeed be committed to
Right, but then,
something
then
like
there's,
a worm
then there's no
theory.
change at all. Right?
It depends how you define change.
Right.
Specifically,
and so
you might
how are
wanna
you,
define
how are you going to
change-
define change without
I would
defining what time is first?
Oh no, I would define change in terms of time slices.
How are you choosing which ones are time slices?
I must just not know enough relativity to understand the question. That feels.
I mean,
like it
so
would be,
there
like,
is there is a
trivial.
way to define what a time slice is mathematically, and but it doesn't have anything to do with change. I mean, you could say like a time slice is a hypersurface of a 4D space or of a 4D Lorentzian map. You could define this mathematically. There's no issues there, but that's going much further than time is the thing that change happens in.
Okay, I guess I'm not really sure what the critique is at this point.
I think that talking about time in terms of change is probably overly simplistic, is the critique.
Maybe, but so okay.
We'll have the
wait.
conversation later.
I'm not saying that all time is change. I'm saying that any change, in the sense that I'm using the word change, is going to happen within time.
That could be true, and that just becomes tautological if you define change that change that way. Yeah, sure,
Yep.
that's fine.
Okay. All right, friends. Let me grab. We're gonna get Matt in
We got
here.
nerds tonight.
Christopher says you're getting cooked, bro. Said the sausage onto the grill. Indeed. And last super chat for now from our friend Dr. Collar Strand. Thank you so much, Dr. Collar, for the $50 super chat. Super appreciated. It says a gift in honor of my mom. Well, big W, mom, and Dr. Carla, who passed away from cancer 3 weeks ago. I'm very sorry to hear that. We weren't close, and I think if she wasn't Catholic, she would have had a much better life. That's probably true. Thanks to all of you for your work helping people deconstruct from the indoctrination. Well, Carla, that's what we're here for. We're trying to help people get out of this toxic nonsense so they don't come up here and look stupid publicly like, yup, and make fools of themselves and then have to regret it or their family regret it decades later. But thank you so much for your support, and sorry about your loss, friend. I hope you're doing all right. We're going to get Matt in here from the YouTube queue, and then we'll get Kant Bot after Matt.
Oh no.
Welcome in. Oh, hold on. I put him on the wrong scene. There we go. Welcome in, Matt. Are you at least 18?
Good morning. Yes, I am. Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing today?
Morning.
Howdy.
Very well.
Doing well.
Good. So I really, this shouldn't take too much time because, I've deconstructed. I spoke with Justin
are you a
a couple
believer?
months ago. What was that?
Are you a believer?
I am not. I deconstructed a few years back.
Well, fuck, Matt.
And I really just.
Matt, I
was
really
just like
appreciate
a-
you being here, but we're just doing debates on this channel. We don't do any Q&As here.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, then, you guys have a great day. I appreciate your time. And Justin, I did want to say I apologize for my smoke alarm the last time
Oh,
I
it's
talked
okay.
to you a couple months ago.
No worries.
Because
We're
I
used
saw
to
it. It freaked out a bunch of people's dogs in the chat, and I felt so bad. But anyway, you guys are doing awesome, and last guy was insufferable. Have a
He
great
was
day.
something.
Yeah,
Cheers, buddy.
thanks.
I hate
Wait.
that he waited all the time, but
Yeah.
we got to do debates.
Wait, Dr. Blitz, can I ask you a quick question about time? Do you think
Sure.
how would you feel about like some sort of like scumbag definition of time where you define time as something like the axis along which the light cone revolves around?
I mean, that's fine. That's essentially equivalent to the whole, to like the time slices definition.
Okay.
Cool. Let's get Compbot in here, and it's probably safe to assume, Ian, that Kant's probably looking for you, buddy. But let's see
Okay.
if they'll load. Hey, welcome in, Compbot. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And
Wait, was I
do you
right?
believe in
Is this
God?
Clark?
No. I do believe in God. I have an argument for God, but real quick, I do
Which-
agree with Dr. Blitz's critique
God do
of
you believe
Ian's
in?
view of time, the Christian God. Because on a
Gotcha.
relational account of time, it's going to be viciously circular, right? Because he's defining time in terms of change, and then change in terms of like something that's temporal as well. So it's just going to be viciously circular. So I sort of agree with Dr. Blitz there. But just a
relational
quick
view of
question
time?
for the young lady. Excuse me,
Well,
I'm
a
not
relational
talking to
view
you.
of time is
Quick
defining
question.
time in
Excuse
terms of
me.
change,
Excuse
by
me.
the way.
So a quick question for
That's
the
fine.
young lady in the middle there.
All these fucking
Excuse
Filcos
me.
are the same.
Excuse me. So just a quick question for
wait.
the young lady in the middle.
It
To be
is
clear,
Clark.
is this the same person that was just up here?
It must be, right?
No.
So
That
just-
person from earlier isn't Clark.
Oh, okay. This is a
This
different
might be,
person.
but I don't think this person is.
I mean, equally
Okay.
is
Dr. Blitz,
stupid,
the argument
but
you gave
different
relies
people.
on a
Different
property of
people, okay.
deduction called monotonicity, right? Do you have an argument for monotonicity, Dr. Blitz? Yes or no?
Monotonicity of what? Monotonicity of.
To be clear,
like,
that's a blunder,
informal-
right? The argument you
informal
gave is
languages?
deductive. Excuse me, slow
That-
boy,
that's
stop
a
talking.
blunder.
So the
That's-
argument you
that's a
gave is
blunder. Excuse me,
deductive.
slow boy.
Holy fucking shit, you're face on
They-
us up
they-
right now. Just
they
be
just
clear.
repeat-
So the
they
argument
just
you
repeat
gave
the
is
same
going to rely on
stupid
a
stuff.
property of
This
deduction,
guy's
which is
not
called
even
monotonicity.
real. Look, he's just fucking laughing in the middle
He
of
got
his...
disconnected.
Bro,
Oh,
I was
no.
totally right. He is Clark.
That's terrible. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Clark is a funny troll. I like him. He's like deathless.
Yeah, you know what? When
He's
he
less
giggled,
funny
I
than
thought
Deathless in
maybe
my view.
he might be a troll. Okay. Although the Compbot did come back, I assume it's a troll though. We'll just get rid of him real quick. All right, let's bring in our next guest. And as far as I could tell, and I apologize if I didn't track them, I think Rancho and Polymath were next. So let's bring in
Whoa, Rancho.
Rancho. Well, Rancho didn't connect. I guess we'll grab Polymath then. There we go. Welcome in, Polymath. Are you at least 18?
Yep, I'm 63. I do want to say I'm an atheist, but I have a critique of the formal language argument that was made earlier.
Well,
Sure,
we're
are you going
just-
to repeat the critique that I offered just a minute ago? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Wait,
Yeah, I already-
was
I
that
already
was that
removed him.
Rancho? You should bring back Rancho if he was there.
Sorry, I already booted him because he's not a believer.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, I thought he was. I've seen him.
He says he is an atheist, but he wants to critique Blitz's argument. Unless we're doing- are we doing devil's
I know.
advocate
I know
now?
you just kicked the person who like just now, but the
Yeah.
one before that, like Rancho, when you said that he didn't connect.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah, Rancho didn't connect. Polymath was the one who just came up and said he was an atheist but wanted to critique Blitz's argument. I apologize. Yeah. Rancho didn't connect. Rancho, if you're out there, come on back and we'll get you up here. Also, Bubby, I'm not stupid. I know you're a comp bot. You have the same fucking logo. All right,
Bro
let's
just changed
get,
it changed his name. It even says recent guest. That's so funny.
Booby, I watch you just change your logo right now. All right, welcome in, Casala Home 3. How you doing?
It's so funny.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Howdy.
Not too bad.
So I'm a believer, and if you would
Sure.
ask me what God, just go ahead and say that the God I believe in it's more of a clockwork or essentially a great designer, a good engineer. So that's
So-
just I believe in a deity more than
So
anything.
You're not a believer in any specific deity. You're not like a Christian or a Muslim or anything like that.
No, because I think that the Abrahamic God is they make a lot of moral claims, or at least they ascribe a lot of morality to God, which I don't think we're epistemically able to be able to do that with any of the Abrahamic God or any of the Abrahamic God. Sorry.
Sure, fair enough. So, what do you think is a good reason to believe in God?
So I guess if we were to go through it, and if I'm being completely honest, I feel like I think that there's a lot of good arguments. Like there's the first cause argument, there's the contingent argument, there's the I don't necessarily know what this argument is, but it talks about of like things
Well,
existing,
How about
absence
you
of mind.
pick your favorite argument and we'll work through it. You can do multiple arguments if you want, but we'll work through one
Yeah.
argument at a time.
Okay, I think so. Just to start this, I want to say that I just started studying philosophy and formal logic, so I might be a little bit terrible at it. So, but I'll go ahead and give my own kind of sort of argument, and I'll start
Sure.
with it. I'll start it in the sense of doing premise, and it's kind of like an offshoot of I guess fine tuning. But okay, so P1 would be gravity exists, right? P2 would
Accepted.
be yeah. P2 would be the universe would not exist without gravity.
What?
And then P3 would be uh God
Do you mean
knows
this universe would not exist? Or do you mean like it's
yeah,
impossible to have a
yeah,
universe
this
without
universe. This universe,
it?
our
Sure.
physical
Okay,
universe.
that's probably trivially
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. And then P3 would be God knows this and the universe exists.
Well-
And then so what would
Would-
follow from that, the
Is
conclusion would be
P3 2 points?
Yeah.
God knows this fact, and also the universe does exist, or is there two different premises?
oh yeah, so I guess just to make that clear, so God is all knowing, so he knows this, and the
So-
universe exists. So that means
Yeah,
that
okay. It's just two different premises, which is fine.
yeah,
So we would say,
yeah,
if
sorry.
God exists, he would know this fact.
Yes.
Because you can't
Yeah,
say
yeah, if
God knows it because you're trying to prove God, and now it would be supporting your premise. Can't assume the conclusion.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. So yeah,
I don't mean
Sorry,
to be
go
like
ahead, I
super
cut someone off.
condescending or whatever, but like respectfully, you probably shouldn't try to formalize things until you have like a good grasp of logic or at least like the conception of the argument, because I'm not even super clear as to like what the thrust of this argument is supposed to be. It kind of just seems to straightforwardly beg the question. I mean, from premise 3 that God knows all of these facts, that just kind of presupposes that God exists.
I mean, that's just what Justin was saying. So if we
That's-
change premise 3 to if God exists, then God knows this fact, that's probably fine.
Okay, well, then the other critique comes in probably even stronger, which is I'm not even sure what the thrust of this argument is supposed to be. I'm not really sure what
Yeah,
this
so-
argument is supposed to like. Okay, God exists because, and I'm not even sure what we would fill in the rest with. Like God exists because gravity exists.
Well,
Yeah, but yeah, you essentially getting to the conclusion that
well,
just
give
is
me
because
premise
if God is
4
all
and give me the
knowing.
conclusion. I'll put it out on the board so we can all see
Yeah.
what you're trying to say, and we can maybe
Yeah.
modify it and help it to be stronger. Like it's not going to work, obviously, but we can at
Yeah,
least
yeah,
strengthen
yeah,
it for you. So when you leave, you can work on this again.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, so premise 4 would be God is all knowing. Therefore, God is all knowing. So
Well, that's premise 3. If God exists, he would know P1 and P2 because he's all knowing.
yes. And since gravity, so I guess P4 would be since gravity exists, or gravity exists. Sorry,
Well, that's
I guess.
P1.
Yeah. Okay, so sorry. I guess we can follow. We can just hit the conclusion from P3, which is therefore God exists.
Oh boy. Okay, well then Ian's critique stands. Ian, you want to explain why this
If God
is
exists, he
not
would.
valid?
Well, okay, so okay. This couldn't possibly be valid insofar as there is no implication that would actually lead to the conclusion that God exists here. You have the conditional if God exists, he would know P1 and P2, but then
Mhm.
like I just okay. So you could maybe like summarize this as like A if not B, then not A, and then if C, then D, therefore C, and like the it just like super doesn't follow. Like I could
Understand,
accept
yeah.
all of these premises and still not accept the conclusion that God exists. is kind of the issue with an invalid argument. Like I could
Yeah, fair
agree
enough.
that gravity exists, that this universe would not exist without gravity.
Mhm.
In fact, I think I probably would accept all three of these premises, that gravity exists, that the universe would not exist without gravity, and that if God exists, then he would know premise one and premise two. And then I could just continue to deny the conclusion, which is kind of the problem with an invalid argument, is that, there's nothing that necessitates the conclusion.
Yeah, my just to be transparent, I did write this down like a day ago. I'm going. This is going off the top of my head. So my apologies about that. And
Mhm.
I think like obviously I'm presenting this argument as like from a form of fine tuning, in the form of my belief of a deity or like a great designer. But I would say my biggest critique of the argument overall is just the simple fact that uh, just to conclude that God exists because gravity exists is taking a farther leap than any other argument would. I think, like,
So,
because exists doesn't necessarily mean God exists.
so
So that
okay,
that would probably
probably
be.
probably what you want to do. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You don't want to
No,
run an
you're
argument
good.
in
You're
that
good.
way. You should be running like arguments that are not deductive but rather abductive. You should be running like inferences to the best explanation arguments if you want to run fine tuning. A deductive fine tuning argument is like really, really bad. There's just always going to be other explanations for why things are the way that they are. You could always posit something like a multiverse. You could always posit something like gravity being necessitated by the geometry of space, and then like space has necessary existence. Um, you can
Yeah.
just account for all of these things. So you don't want to run like a deductive, like necessarily if gravity exists, then God exists. You probably want to run like God is the best explanation for gravity. But then at that point, I just don't even know why that would be true.
Yeah, yeah. The biggest thing about my worldview, or at least my viewpoint, is that when I talk about epistemic limits, like I don't even take into consideration that, like me even making the claim that there is a deity and he is a designer is an epistemic claim. Like I'm defeated by my own worldview is self-defeating. So it's just really hard sometimes, especially since
No,
like
I
I'm
don't think it's
very
self-defeating. I don't know why you would say that it's self-defeating.
well, I guess because I'm more of I'm a skeptical theist. So like it's really hard. Like I believe at the core
Now,
that
skeptical
a lot
theism
of
is
human.
self-defeating, by the way.
Well, okay, wait.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I you seem like a nice guy, so I'm just trying to give you like genuine advice. You should not use terms if you have not read a definition of that term in like a philosophy paper or like on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, because I almost guarantee, based on the way that you used the term just now, that you probably don't know what skeptical theism means. Skeptical theism is not when you're like a theist who has like a high evidential bar for things.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for calling me a nice guy. Yeah, no, I just like I said, I've always been interested in philosophy,
Hmm.
and obviously, I'm coming more into questioning my core beliefs as a culturally. I culturally grew up in a Christian, uh, you know, uh, household, so I was very Christian for a long time, but it's not until I started watching the shows now, it's like coming kind of sort of getting to the point where I'm just trying to understand the viewpoints and the arguments presented. But yeah, like I said, I'm getting into proposition logic, formal logic, and theism and philosophy.
Hmm. That's
So
great. I
yeah,
think that's wonderful. Yeah. You know, uh, again, I think one of the most important pieces of advice is to be humble with your knowledge. Don't like guess what terms mean. You should like verify to make sure what terms mean. But okay. Hmm. So one issue that you're going to run into with fine tuning is that in order for the fine tuning argument to make sense, you kind of need to posit that God is motivated by goodness. Otherwise, like, why would your God want to create fine tuning? Like, what does your God want out of this universe that such that it needs to be finely tuned?
yeah. That's a good point. I think that point is very related to my original point of view is that we're epistemically limited. So like me even using the fine tuning argument is kind of sort of in my opinion it's terrible, and I apologize if I wasted your guys' time, but yeah, I mean, I can't really, just because of my belief of being epistemically limited, me to even say that, God, the universe is fine tuned, therefore that proves God, is making like a claim that God created the universe in a specific way for a specific reason, and that just doesn't logically follow from my viewpoint. So
That God did it for a specific reason?
yeah, because we're like I can't even begin to say that God created the universe, which then would lead to what you would say, that there would be a reason behind it, whether that be good or bad. I can't even begin to roll the ball down the hill to even get to that point, because I'm over here saying that I'm epistemically like limited in that way, so I can't even make that claim to begin with.
Okay, so two problems. One, if you believe in God, you absolutely non-negotiably need to believe that God created the universe. That is like the essential feature of God, is that he is the creator. And also there's like a high bar, there's like a high price tag on the metaphysics that you'd be positing by making the claim that God fine-tuned the universe for no reason, which means that you have to give up the idea that God is perfectly rational, because he's doing
Yeah,
things for no reason, which is irrational.
I'm curious. I want to ask this question. Could this is, I think, an interesting question, but could there be a reason why something would happen that we couldn't understand?
Yes?
So I guess with me saying that, that's kind of, I don't know if that makes, I don't know if that connects very well to my viewpoint as what I believe, in the sense
You don't want to
that,
make that move, because you need to say
okay,
that your hypothesis predicts God creating the universe in this specific way. So, okay, here's the best version of the fine-tuning argument. You want to say that God is all good, and that because God is all good, one of the things that he values is morally significant agents. He wants morally valuable creatures, but in order to have these morally valuable creatures, he needs to have these large structures, which can only form under the fine-tuning of specific constants. So, in order to get this thing that God wants, he needs to fine-tune it, which is why we would expect under that hypothesis for God to actually fine-tune the universe, which means that like the precision of these constants becomes evidence for God's existence. That's probably what you want to say. You don't want to say that God created for no reason, because then your hypothesis doesn't even predict that there would be fine-tuning or life, or anything for that matter.
gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'm just out of my depth here. So again, I
Mhm.
apologize.
That's okay. There's no need to apologize,
I
but you should
like,
definitely read more. I wish you the best of luck on your journey.
yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. Blitz. You awesome. Love you. I love you guys.
You're so
Both of
sweet.
y'all. This is a cool show. So I guess I appreciate that, and I'll see y'all later.
Yep. Cheers,
Toodaloo.
buddy. Good luck. Well, at least he's honest about where he's at. I mean, yeah, it's very difficult to prove a God belief, which is why, most people believe kind of based on experience or culture. Maddie, thank you for the super chat. Says favorite BG3 character. Mine is Karlach. I don't even know what that is.
That's the correct answer. It's the correct answer.
Oh fuck. Okay. I agree then. And Baffle says
Good.
Ian looking good. Ready for the line? Actually,
I am.
yeah. Ian, you're on at 2 p.m. Eastern time, right?
Does that mean that I have to be there at like 1:45?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Gretchen says, this is getting gross. Yup, just fucking stop. Yup, didn't know what was good for him. He's got problems. Baffle with another super chat. Thank you for Zaddy. Guest handled perfectly. Well, thank you, Baffle. I appreciate that. And Maddie Mister, thank you for the additional super chat. Says favorite video game console. Justin can say Atari. I was actually gonna say Sega
So mean.
Genesis, but I do love the Atari. Okay, just saying. Y'all?
I mean, I would say, I don't know. Like, I've always been a computer gamer.
Yeah, PC. Slam dunk PC.
Damn. Okay. Bold. Villa Dragon, good to see you, buddy. Says Blitz, what is your response to the premise that the universe cannot be past infinite because entropy would have caused heat death?
I had to ask. I mean, I used to say nuh-uh, but now I just say, look, good luck defining entropy in the universe.
Right. Here's my thought. Okay, and tell me if I'm crazy here.
You're crazy here, but continue.
Well, that might be true regardless, right, of what I'm about to say.
Right.
Because gravity exists, right? Even if you had, say you've got 10 objects in space and they're all completely stationary, none of them are moving relative to anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Because gravity exists, they would eventually start moving, right?
Yep.
Okay, so if that's the case, it sounds like gravity is just going to be causing motion at all times, and motion technically is how we would compute energy. I mean, they're going to come together at some
Well,
point
we're talking
and form
about
a mass.
entropy, not energy.
Well,
But-
I agree, but
No, but this is actually the point, and it's I don't want to say it's surprising that you stumbled upon this, but this is a very non-trivial point, which is the way that we typically define entropy is something like how many different ways the world could be without changing the macroscopic properties. And so the example that we give is you have a box of gas. You could imagine distributing those gas particles randomly throughout the box, and that would have a higher entropy because there's more ways that you can do that without changing the macroscopic properties than if, say, you put all of the gas molecules in one corner. Because then there's only a few ways that you could rearrange those gas molecules within the box without changing the property that they're all in one corner. And the thing that makes gravity tricky here is that gravity tends to cause things to clump up, which we generally think of as anti entropic when things clump up. And so we need a better definition of entropy, which is not agreed upon.
when they clump up, don't they become more dense and more hot?
Sort of. The question is how do you balance the clumpiness factor with the thermal behavior? And that's not trivial, right? Like,
yeah.
By the way, another way to think about this is that we would generally say that when a thing is in perfect equilibrium, its entropy is at its highest, right?
Sure.
Because it's all of the energy has spread out basically. But if you go look at the way the early universe was, it was very, very small, very, very dense, but very, very uniform. In fact, surprisingly uniform. That must have been, if it's the case that entropy increased over time, that must have been a very low entropy state. So why is it that the universe could be perfectly uniform, which is what equilibrium is, while also being in a very low entropy state? So this question of what entropy is when you start including gravity in a dynamic spacetime is very non-trivial. And this is an open question.
So, because when I was in school, and I'm out. I don't want to derail it. I want to get another guest in
Like
here.
100 years ago, right?
Yeah,
I got him.
When I had to take a wagon to school, and we did thermodynamics and whatnot. Entropy, every time I was using it, was really just referring to trying to calculate some sort of heat transfer. It wasn't.
Yep.
I think people think of entropy as just the amount of disarray in the universe, but that's not my understanding of entropy. Is always referring to the amount of energy in the form of heat within a given system and how that heat moves around, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what you're describing is the thermodynamic view of entropy. There's the statistical view of entropy, which is kind of like how arranged things are. Mm-hmm. And in some sense, these are supposed to be equivalent. But this underlies the problem, right? You have there's also the informational notion of entropy, which Shannon came up with in the early 1900s. And in some cases, these are all equivalent, right? In fact, in the thermodynamic case, you can formally show that these are all equal notions.
Equal,
but it's not clear which notion
related?
Is correct. No, they're formally equivalent.
Okay.
You can translate between one and the other, and they're exactly the same. They capture the same quantities. But it's just not clear what the right notion of entropy is for a system that's not in thermodynamic equilibrium, like our universe. For a system that involves gravitation, it's not clear how to capture the gravitational degrees of freedom. Like, does a gravitational wave have more? Does a universe filled with gravitational waves have more entropy than a universe without it? Nah, maybe.
Sure, sure.
Like, this is a really hard question.
We'll touch on that sometime
Dr.
later.
Blitz, can I humiliate myself for a second and ask like a physics question?
That's my favorite thing. I love when my
Yeah,
friends
do you
humiliate
think
themselves
do you
in
think it
front
would
of me.
follow from the fact, or if it is a fact, do you think if it's the case that the universe is continuous and not quantized, that therefore every superposition that has like an infinite number of possible superpositions, that this would be an infinitely entropic state because there's infinite ways that it could be and still obtain the same micro state or like the
Not
macro state?
necessarily. It also depends on whether the universe is finite. So
Okay.
you could have a box, right? And
Okay.
imagine that the universe is not discrete, but it's just a box.
Yeah.
You still can only fit in certain discrete modes of, say, electromagnetic waves, because they have to form certain, like they can't overlap each other in a way that doesn't, like constructively interfere.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, I mean, if you grant that that the universe is A, the formal language is non-compact, and B is not discrete, then yes, you do get an infinite number of microstates, and so your entropy is it should be infinite.
Okay, sure. Interesting.
Okay. Well, let's
Yeah.
bring in our next guest, and we'll try to get some conversation rolling. As far as I saw them come in, I'm gonna grab Decon Blue, and then I'm gonna grab MJF Gaming backup, which I assume is the backup for MJF Gaming, which I think at least I've talked to. I don't know if Unapologetic has yet. Actually, Decon dropped, so there we go. I guess we're gonna do it. MJFG next. How you doing, MJF?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Howdy.
MJF, are you at least 18?
I'm 30.
And do you believe in
Damn.
God?
Okay, no, I'm kidding.
Am I Graham?
Pot
Yeah.
meat kettle.
Are you? I don't know. I don't know the criteria for that. So essentially, I just have a few premises. Can I go through them? And
Sure. You are-
then you can give me your thoughts.
Am I
Is that
correct
okay?
in recalling that you're a Christian?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sure.
All right. So my first premise would be we have never seen proteins form from elements naturally without intervention from science, only a guided process. My second premise would be if proteins have never been seen forming naturally from elements without intervention from science, and it's an essential part of life, therefore I would say that God is a more tenable position for creation. Do you disagree?
Yeah.
Sure.
So, I guess like both of these feel like super, like obviously false almost. I think that you're going to run into like one of two problems with the first premise, which is that, when you say you've never seen them without scientific intervention, there are like tons
Yeah, like
and
a
tons of
guided
scientific
process.
experiments that just try to replicate natural conditions. Do you think a scientific experiment wherein they try to replicate natural conditions and then see the formation of proteins, something like the Urey-Miller experiment, would you classify that as like scientific intervention?
Yeah, I do actually. I would say because it's what do you call it? It's a guided process.
You think like the Urey-Miller experiment is like a guided process, even though it attempts to replicate the conditions of the early Earth and take out as much artificial like human interference as possible? You would still say that like if that's the case, then basically what you're telling me is that your standard for seeing something naturally without scientific intervention is like if you literally went into like the ocean vents with like your microscope and like viewed
So essentially what I would say
proteins
is that
forming.
because it's not a purely natural process, and I understand what you're saying about how they're trying to make it as natural as possible, but the point
is
being
that
is it's not
correct?
purely natural.
Would that be your standard? Like you would like literally
Yeah,
need to go into
so to
nature
speak,
and then
yeah.
like view it under the microscope?
Right. It needs to be observable, repeatable, analyzable, or falsifiable.
Well, hold on. How do you repeat it if you're not allowed to repeat it in a laboratory?
No, that is true. That's a fair point. However, it's still not a pure natural process. It needs to be guided by
Then you're
science.
just not. Then you're. Look, but then your standard isn't a scientific standard, right? If you're not allowed
In
to
what
test
way?
these things in a laboratory in order to verify that certain natural phenomena occur, then
But they are
you're
doing
not
it.
allowed
No,
to,
aren't they
you're
doing
not
it
allowed
in
to
a lab
test it,
now?
right?
They're
I just
Mhm.
If you're not allowed to test it, then you're not allowed to do then you're not doing science to it.
That's a fair
I-
point, but it still doesn't negate the premise that
Well,
it's a natural process
but it is
or an
natural, but I
unnatural
think
process, I should
none of
say.
it really matters because your conclusion is unconnected from the premises. So
No, it's
even
not.
if
If proteins
it,
are essential to
well,
life, then how
just
does
pay
you
attention.
get life from
Do
non-life?
you want me to explain to you why, or no? Okay, so the reason why it's disconnected is because
Sure.
your first premise is basically we've not seen proteins form without intervention. That's great. So your premise number one rests on we've not observed something. Like, so we have to observe something then for that to be likely
For
or
it
for
to
that
be
to
science, yeah.
uh, for it to be true.
Right. It needs to be
Okay,
we need to
so
show that it's not a guided process,
none of us
basically.
has observed God, right? So the premise number one, the critique that you're making
But that's a
with
pivot from my
abiogenesis
position.
also just applies to God.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about God right now. I'm talking about the fact that we've never seen proteins
No,
form from naturally without
no,
intervention from
no,
science.
you are talking about God. I wrote down the points just to make
Yeah, that's the
sure
last
no one
premise,
gets
but we're
lost.
still on
So
P1.
if we have never seen proteins form without intervention, I'm sorry, we have never seen proteins form without intervention. Premise number two is if they have not been seen forming, then they can't form without intervention. That's obviously just not true. We don't know that it can't happen without intervention. In fact,
Yeah, it is
we
from
in
naturally
fact
from elements. That is
in
the
fact
case. We've
we
never
know that
observed it otherwise.
we actually do know that it forms without human intervention. But that's beside
No,
the
that's
point.
not true. That's completely
Hold
untrue.
on. Hold on. The way you've worded it is not invalid. It's just not sound, right? You're saying if we haven't seen it, then it can't happen. Do you want to reword that? Because that's just not true.
Sorry, what do you want me to reword?
I think the
Premise
second
number two.
premise.
Premise number 2. Sorry, let me see what you have here. I want to make sure it matches mine, if you don't mind. Without scientific intervention, yeah, it would need to be a purely, like, for example, we know that it's a guided process.
Right, but how do you want to reword premise two to make it actually true?
I think it is true because we haven't seen it. We've never witnessed it.
No, it's not true. Not witnessing something doesn't mean that it can't happen. Because if that were true, then God can't be possible because we've not witnessed God. In fact,
Right,
the
but I
Bible
understand.
says
But
that
if
no
we're
one
doing
has seen
science, we
God.
have to go based on what we
But
observe.
we're not
right?
doing
We can't do
science.
it
We're literally just doing true or false, right? So if it's true that something can't happen unless we've seen it, then it must be that God isn't true.
I guess what's
Right,
the
but that's a
defense
pivot from
of
P1. What I'm specifically talking about is how we haven't observed proteins, right, being created
the def-
naturally by elements without the guided process. That's the whole point of
Right,
my.
but
Wait a minute.
your
I'm actually
conclusion
is
your
is the argument that's presented here, is that an accurate representation of your argument?
yeah, it's not valid or sound.
Yeah,
It is valid because if we haven't observed it, right, then it
it's
goes
not
against the
valid. If
principles of
premise
not
one
science.
and premise
valid.
two are true, that doesn't tell you anything about
Right.
what's about God being more or less likely, right?
We don't know
need some sort of
anything
bridge
about
action.
God based on these premises.
Well, okay, I guess I'll come to the defense of the guest. In his like initial statement, I have it written down that if we've never seen it before, then God is a more tenable explanation.
Oh, okay,
Those
is
I
that-
think were his exact words.
Okay. is
Yeah,
that true?
because if
then,
I could clarify,
based on what
I'm saying is
principle
that if there's no
premise true?
proteins, it's essential for life, right? If you don't have proteins,
Based on
then you
what
cannot have
principle is
life
that
from
true?
non-life. That's what I'm trying to say.
So based on what principle is this premise?
Because proteins are essential for life.
God is a better
That would be
explanation.
my premise.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You were talking over me while I was asking a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
What is the justification for the claim? If we've never seen it, then God is more likely to be true, more likely to
It
explain
has nothing to do with God. I'm not talking about God necessarily. Now, that would be the
Can
end
you
result of
repeat
what
back
I'm
the first
saying.
premise?
Well, so I have it written down initially as premise one. We've never seen proteins form naturally without human intervention. Premise two,
From
if
elements,
premise
from
one is
elements,
true,
sorry.
then that would imply that God is a more tenable explanation than I think abiogenesis.
Correct.
I think that's what he's
Therefore, I
implying.
would assume the conclusion is that God is a more tenable explanation for the formation of life than abiogenesis or the formation
Yeah,
of
that's
proteins.
correct. Yep.
Okay, so then how do you justify premise two, that if premise one is true, then God is a more tenable
Because it is
explanation
true.
than
We haven't
abiogenesis.
observed it otherwise. I mean, you can say that
That's premise
technically
one, not
you
premise
could say
two.
it's an argument
Yeah,
from
I'm asking for
silence.
the defensive premise.
but-
I'm asking for the defensive premise 2, not the defensive premise 1. Let's grant for the sake of argument that premise 1
Well,
is true.
from elements we
Why is
haven't
premise
seen
2
it,
true?
right, without the intervention of science. So therefore, I have no reason
I'm
to
granting that
believe
premise
that.
1 is true. For the sake of argument, I'm granting
Okay.
premise 1.
Okay,
So
fair
what's the
enough.
argument for premise 2?
Well, if we haven't seen them form naturally without the intervention of science, I don't believe that it could be a random process. Essentially, that's how I would justify it.
That's essentially restating premise 2.
But I'm confused about the
It's not quite
conclusion.
right.
If
It's not
that's
quite
premise
premise 2, but it's
two,
essentially restating it. I mean, like,
what's the
what's
actual
the
conclusion
principle?
of the
Like,
argument?
why should we believe that if we can't replicate something scientifically without scientific intervention, therefore it is unlikely to be random? Like, how are those two ideas connected?
Well, essentially, well, you're right. It would have to go. We would have to look at it, right, and see if it is repeatable, observable, analyzable. But within
That's not what I'm asking.
nature, we haven't seen that.
I'm granting,
Mhm.
for the sake of argument, that, suppose that we haven't replicated this, that we don't know how to do it without scientific intervention. How does that therefore mean that it's unlikely to be a random process?
How it's unlikely to be a random process? Well, it would be based on P1. So we could actually say P1 and P2 are essentially similar in a sense.
No,
gonna crash
you
out.
don't want to say that, because then it's stating nothing. You need to take some inference of P1 to get to God, which is what you initially had. But we're just wondering, right? Like, if your standard is like so insanely high for what sort of inferences we can draw about the external world based on like scientific experiments, that basically your standard is that we can infer literally nothing about the external world from a scientific experiment that's done in a lab. I don't know why I would agree.
I'm actually,
that we
my critique's even simpler than that. It's just not clear to me how, because we can't do a scientific experiment to do something, therefore the explanation for that something is less likely to be random. That's just a non sequitur.
That's true. I also
Well, no,
agree with
see,
that, yeah.
I believe that it would be God based on. So if we're explaining it, I want to generalize the point, right? If proteins are essential for life, right, and we don't see them naturally, then it would mean that God would be a more tenable explanation for creation because he's not dependent necessarily on those things. He can create things.
Okay, there's the bridge axiom that I was asking for. So you could, so you say, look, well, I guess you still need one more bridge axiom, but you're saying
Right.
like we can't create this in a lab without intervention. And
Correct.
because
Without
we can't create
it
it in a
has to
lab
be a
without
guided
intervention,
process. It hasn't been done without
then you
one.
say because we can't create it in a lab without intervention, this is what you want to say. It is therefore impossible for it to happen naturally, or rather it is unlikely to happen naturally.
Sure, that's not a problem.
And then you want to say, if something is unlikely to happen naturally, then it is more likely to happen supernaturally. Something like that. That's something like the argument you want to make, right?
I would say, well, actually, I would say because there's a lack of perhaps a natural explanation, therefore it could be more likely of a supernatural one. Sure. Or at the very least,
A
we
lack
don't
of a
have the
natural
answers at the
explanation
moment.
implies a higher chance of supernatural explanation.
In a
Being
sense,
maximally
or
charitable, that's probably true. But then
transcendental.
how do you demonstrate that there's a lack of a natural explanation?
Sorry, in what way? I didn't hear everything you said.
Yeah. So I said, I'm going to be maximally charitable and say, like, look, if it's true that there is no that we lack a natural explanation, then it follows that a supernatural explanation is more likely. That might be true. I can just, we'll just grant that being maximally charitable. It could be that a supernatural explanation is more likely. Actually, let me ask a question. Do you think that when you say more likely, do you mean like more likely than not, like it's greater than 50% chance, or do you just mean like it's more likely than it would have been had there been a natural explanation?
Essentially, yeah.
Which one? That was an either or.
Well, I'm just trying to think about it for a second here.
You're
I
fine.
just believe it. Yeah, I believe that it's more from a supernatural perspective, I suppose you could say.
I know. I'm trying
We
to
understand
get at
that,
the
yeah.
reasoning here.
Yeah, we're asking like why, based on. I think Dr. Blitz is trying to clarify like the sense in which you say that it's more likely.
Bingo.
I just think I would say it's more likely based on the fact that we just haven't observed it, right? Without
Wait,
a
no,
natural, it
yeah.
has to be a guided
Yeah.
process. That's the whole.
So, look, I could say that if I buy 2 lottery tickets, it's more likely that I win the lottery than if I buy no lottery tickets. But the more likely there is a comparative more likely, meaning that, like I say, one thing is more likely than the other. It doesn't mean that I am likely to win the lottery. So I'm asking what way you're using likely here. Do you mean that it is more likely that there's a supernatural explanation, meaning that the chances of the supernatural explanation being correct is more than 50%? Or do you mean that it's more likely than a supernatural explanation would have been correct than it would have been otherwise if there was a natural explanation? Like, I could imagine, and I'll just give you the scenario I'm thinking of just to be charitable. Suppose that there was a natural explanation, then maybe we say the supernatural explanation has a 1% chance of being correct. And then suppose there wasn't a natural explanation, then maybe the supernatural explanation has a 2% chance of being correct. In neither case would we say that the supernatural explanation is likely. It's just more likely in the latter case. So I'm asking, which one do you mean? Do you mean that the supernatural case
I just think it's.
likely,
I would say it's
or is
more
it just
likely.
more likely?
It would be the second point you brought up.
Okay.
The second point that you brought up.
So in that sense, if the premise is that if we don't have a natural explanation for a phenomenon, then a supernatural explanation is more likely, I think that that's trivially true. But it's also not very interesting.
Well,
because the conclusion that you come to is just that God is more likely given there is no natural explanation for something, which is fine. It doesn't mean it's likely at all.
You should also clarify whether this, like, no natural explanation is an epistemic claim, like we don't know of a natural explanation, or if it's a metaphysical claim, like it's not possible for there to be one. Because I don't think it follows from the fact that we don't know one, that therefore we have a good reason to think that God did it. I would think that probably that's true if
it's
you're
more
saying,
of a
like, it's not
culminative
possible
thing, right?
that there is a natural explanation. But I don't know. Like, I guess, like, are you claiming that we don't know of one, or are you claiming that there just isn't one?
I'm saying that we don't know of one, but also because of that, we just have to infer to the best possible explanation. I believe that God would be capable of doing so.
Okay, why wouldn't we think that there's like a good natural explanation?
For proteins?
Yeah.
Because we haven't observed it without an unguided process.
But wait, have we observed laws of physics giving rise to proteins?
Laws of physics?
Yes.
Well, even that by a purely natural process would be.
That was a yes or no question. Have we seen
like
laws of physics give rise to proteins?
And where is this demonstrated?
It's a yes or no question just anywhere. Have we ever seen laws of physics give rise to proteins?
No, I wouldn't say so.
So you don't think that the Urey-Miller experiment used laws of physics to give rise to proteins?
To be clear, we see laws of physics giving rise to proteins in our body literally every microsecond.
Yeah, that too.
Sure, that's fair. I'm just saying that I don't believe that we've seen it without intervention, right? Elements naturally creating them without an unguided process.
Have we seen laws of physics give rise to proteins? Just at all?
Have we seen them? I don't think we have, no.
Okay, so you reject that our bodies create proteins?
I'm sorry?
You reject that our bodies create proteins?
No, I'm talking about the scientific process.
Okay, then you're just not listening to the question. I'm asking a very broad question. Have we ever seen laws of physics at all, in any circumstance, give rise to proteins?
You could say so in any sense, but I'm not necessarily referring to that. I'm referring to the process.
Those laws of physics, could that physical process happen in nature? Is it possible?
I don't think so. No, not without an unguided process.
Okay, what would the contradiction be? It's impossible is a huge claim.
I would say it's extremely unlikely. I don't know about impossible, but we haven't seen it. We have not witnessed it.
But it is possible for there to be a natural explanation.
There's a possibility of many things. I guess you could say so, but that's anything quite literally.
Well, then the idea that there is no natural explanation just falls apart.
Yeah, P2 fails.
Not necessarily. It still holds validity within science.
No, because
It
your
absolutely doesn't.
your syllogism
You're literally
says,
rejecting all of science that's experimental.
right. The syllogism says, because of P1, it is impossible for it to happen without intervention. Well, now P2 is false. It's not impossible. It's possible.
Based on observation, yeah, we haven't seen it naturally.
But
I do
that's
stand
not
by that.
that's not inferred. Not seeing something doesn't make it impossible. That's what Ian's trying to explain.
No, that's fair. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but what reason or motivator would I have to accept that? Then if
Because
I
there is a
haven't witnessed
physical
it.
explanation that we know laws of physics in some circumstances will give rise to proteins. So why wouldn't we think that laws of physics, that those circumstances arose? Especially because there were novel predictions made on the basis of the hypothesis that physical processes gave rise to proteins. Specifically, one of the things that was predicted is that there would be alkaline ocean vents because that would make it way more likely for these proteins to form. We didn't know of the existence of alkaline ocean vents, but the novel prediction was made, and then one day we discovered them. Do you think it was just a coincidence that it turns out actually that these alkaline ocean vents do exist, and that's exactly what was predicted by the hypothesis?
Yeah, so the whole point of my argumentation is just simply that if it's not if science is guiding the process, then it cannot be natural, right?
That didn't
That's
answer
all
the
I'm
question.
simply
What was the
saying.
question that I just asked you?
About you were talking about a bunch of different scientific topics. I wasn't, but they weren't really about what I was talking about.
You don't think that novel predictions about what exists in the world is like scientifically relevant? That a scientific hypothesis that predicts that a certain sort of thing exists, and then later we discover that that thing in fact does exist. You don't think that that's like relevant to whether or not a hypothesis is good, scientifically speaking?
It's a possibility, sure, but we have not actually experienced it or observed it.
You don't think we've observed novel predictions? I just gave you an example of a novel prediction that alkaline ocean vents exist.
It's
We didn't know
possible
that they
to predict it.
existed, but
Like, obviously,
on
if
the
we're talking
basis
about
of
the
things
realm
like
of
the Yuri Miller
possibility, right?
experiment, it was then believed that they probably do, and then one day they were discovered.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying that it's not. Obviously, science can discover things at a later date, but it's consistently science. Like, for example, a lot of the methods in
Then
science
premise number 2
consistently
fails
change.
again. If something can be possible even if we haven't observed it, then that just means premise number 2 fails.
Not necessarily, though, because there's still validity to P1.
No. We'll try this again. So premise number 2 says if P1 is true, meaning if we haven't seen it, this means we haven't seen something form without intervention, right? If P1,
We have never seen proteins form from elements naturally without intervention
Just
from
gonna
science.
say it again.
Only a guided
Yeah.
process.
He
Correct.
doesn't
just
understand the
try to
critique.
follow along. If P1,
I know, I was
right,
just repeating it, so
then
we
it
could
is
be on the same page.
impossible. It's on the screen. No one has to repeat it. If P1 or because P1,
Well, you're actually
is-
missing parts of
do you
P1.
want me to fucking read the premise or not?
Justin, don't get upset. We're just talking. Listen, all I'm
just gonna
saying is
mute
you're
you.
missing.
All right. So P1 is we have never seen proteins form without intervention. You can add more words to that. That's the basis of P1. P2
Form
is
from elements, correct.
it doesn't matter if you add elements or not. Because P1, like assuming P1 is true, it is impossible to happen without intervention. That's what you've just contradicted. You just said that it is possible for something to happen even if we haven't witnessed it. Which
All I was
means
saying is it's a possibility.
P2, which means P2 is false.
It doesn't mean
Because
it's factually correct, no.
P2 has the word impossible in it.
It's possible that I could
If
fly.
it's- If it's possible, then it's not impossible.
Sure, I'm not saying that that's not the case, but the problem is that it's not really addressing P1.
Okay, so P1, how do you want to word P1 so we can move on? We already agreed to P1. How do you want to fucking word it?
I'm saying, so essentially, if we agree with P1, right?
Nope.
Yeah,
How do you want me to
technically,
word P1 so you stop crying about it? How do you want to word it?
Well, why you don't have to get upset. So let's just take.
just
Okay, so
want,
I said
I
we
just
have
want
never seen
you,
proteins
I want you
form.
to pay attention. So
I'm
how do you want
about
me
to
to
read
word
it to you.
P1?
Okay, can I explain? Can I read it to you again so you get it correct?
Yeah, I'm
Because
going
there's
to type
parts
it.
missing.
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
Okay, cool. We have never seen proteins form from elements naturally without intervention from science, only a guided process.
We have never seen proteins form from elements naturally without what?
Without intervention from science, only a guided process.
You have way too many words. You didn't need all those words. It's redundant now.
Well, I just want to make sure that
a guided process is intervention. So now you've got a redundant
okay, that's fair.
sentence,
That's
which
fair.
is why I took some of that shit out. Okay, so listen, we can just agree to premise number one. It's irrelevant,
Sure.
no matter how you word it. Premise number two is still false. The premise number two says that if we haven't seen it, then it's impossible.
No,
and
see,
you
this is
already
where
admitted. You already admitted.
This is where we disagree.
You already admitted that it is possible.
No, I'm not saying it's possible that I can fly, but I'm just saying that we haven't discovered it yet. We haven't seen it or observed it.
That doesn't make it impossible.
Right, that's fine. But I'm just saying that if we're going to say that, then it's possible God exists, right? It's possible that he created everything. Like, anything is possible. I don't think that's a great argument.
No, your argument is the problem. Your argument has a contradiction. You said that if P1 is true, then it's impossible for the process to happen without intervention. So that assumes that if you haven't witnessed it, then it's not possible. And you literally just said that not witnessing it doesn't mean it's impossible, which means you've got a contradiction. You've got to fucking figure that out.
But that's not a contradiction.
Wait,
Because because what I said is true. We haven't observed it.
Is it possible or not possible?
Is it possible or is it not possible?
I'm not disagreeing with the fact that it's possible. There's many things that are possible. What I'm saying is simply that P1, right? If we're agreeing on P1, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, we know that the Miller-Urey experiment did not create life, right? It just simply created with hydrogen, nitrogen, amino acids, right? And from there,
we already agreed to P1. You never have to address it again. Do P2.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, do P2. We already agreed to P1.
Yeah, so if proteins have never been seen forming naturally from elements without scientific intervention, that would be a motivator to believe that
P2.
In
Why
God,
is it
right?
impossible?
Yeah, that's P2. I'm reading P2.
Okay, P2. Well, we can reword it. How do you want to word P2?
So let me think. Give me a sec. Therefore, it is more probable because therefore it is more probable because it is an essential part of life.
That's your conclusion. We need premise number two.
I'm elaborating on P2. I'm adding to it.
P3 says if P2, then a supernatural explanation is more likely. If you change P2 to what you just said, P3 becomes irrelevant now. You got to figure this one out.
See, that's the thing too, though. P1's not false.
No, I know. I wrote true, dummy.
Oh, jeez. This is like a crucial tracking error. We do not disagree with P1. We do not disagree with P1. We do not disagree with P1.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Is there going to be like some confusion in the future about our stance on P1? Are you going to need to reaffirm? You're going to feel the need to reaffirm?
No, it's just
P1
the answers haven't really been satisfactory. But okay.
Anyway,
name one answer that was not satisfactory. Go ahead.
I'm just simply saying that P3, right?
So we said that the answers haven't been satisfactory. Can't name a single one. What's P2?
I just said if proteins have never been seen forming naturally from nature without intervention from science, and it is an essential part of life, correct? Do you agree? Do you agree proteins are essential to life?
Part of life? So the essential part of life probably is irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
It is relevant. We need proteins.
We just want to know what P2 is. Stop dodging.
Okay, hold on. Before we continue,
P2.
MJF, do you know what a valid argument is?
No.
A valid argument. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Go ahead and elaborate on it.
Do you know what a valid syllogism is, I should say? I mean, valid argument would be a syllogism would be a subset of a valid argument. It means
I
that
don't
if
see
the
how this
premises are true,
isn't.
then the conclusion deductively follows.
It is if you follow it, but
It doesn't.
Okay, so the argument that you've presented in no way, shape, or form has been valid. Depending on, well, it's either valid and
well, if P1
the
is
premises
true,
are trivially
right?
false, or it's not valid. You keep vacillating between those two options.
Well, I mean, look, if we're agreeing on P1, which we've all agreed on, right?
Mhm.
And proteins are an
100
essential
times
part
now.
of life, but cannot be created from elements
Is that-
naturally without
sorry, is that
intervention.
P2?
How?
Why are you still
Hmm?
reading P1? We need P2.
Because it's part of the total.
We
wait,
have
we
it
just
part of the
written
total argument.
down. We need P2, bro.
MJF, do you understand the question that we're asking you?
No, I understand what you're asking me, but what
Okay, what do you
you're not
think we're
letting
asking
me
you
elaborate
for?
further.
All right, here's what we're
We
gonna
don't
do.
need you to. There's no need. We agree. What's
All right,
P2?
let's do that. MJ, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna give us word for word what you have written down for P2. I'm gonna cut you, okay?
I'll give you the whole thing. Can I read the whole thing to you?
Read
Please.
P2. I swear to God, if you read P1, I'll cut you immediately. Read P2 right now.
You don't have to crash out. I'm just simply.
I'm going to cut your dumb ass if you don't read us P2.
Yeah,
This
just give
is
us the
a
second
worthless
premise.
conversation.
Okay, if proteins have never been seen forming naturally from elements without
So if
intervention from science,
If P1
therefore
is
it
what
is
you need
not
to
a
say.
natural process.
Then it is
cannot
not
be
a
a
natural
natural process.
process. Oh, wait, yeah. What's the justification for P2?
It has not been observed, repeated, analyzed.
What do you think I'm asking you for? Do you
I
think
just-
I'm
did
like
I not just
illiterate? Do you think
answer?
I can't like read the premise that's already there? Do you think I was asking you to repeat it? What's the
You
justification
guys,
for
what
it?
are we
Like, why
doing
would I
here?
think that if P1 is true?
It's really
that
simple. Look, we don't
therefore-
even need a
just calm
syllogism.
down. No need to get upset. Just take
I'm
a
not
deep breath.
upset.
I'm asking you
give
for the
you an answer?
justification for P2. Just calm down. What's the
I'm
justification?
I'm good, guys. Look,
Okay.
You are not
can I
good.
give you it without a syllogism then? Would that
no.
make it
Give
easier?
us the justification for P2.
Yeah, because the entire argument, whether you have a syllogism or not, rests on P2. You're saying if we haven't observed it, then life must not be a natural process, which is just redundant basically in premise number 3. So why would we think that?
But it's not, because if you don't have proteins, you cannot have life, and that's the point.
But we agree. But why
Okay,
would
so
we
no
assume that it's
proteins,
not
no
natural?
life, and then is there like additional premises that get us to P2?
Without
which
this
is that-
essential building block, because there's so many steps, therefore I'm saying that I believe that God is a more tenable position. It's
we
that
so
don't
many
grant that
steps.
there are no proteins that form naturally based on the fact that we don't see it. Why
from
would we grant that?
elements.
Yeah. Why would we grant the fact from the fact that
Because
we
it
haven't
has
literally
not
gone
been
out there and
shown.
observed it? Yeah. Why would we grant from the fact that it hasn't been shown? That is P1
I
again.
don't.
We
I mean,
already
you guys
agreed to
don't
that.
have to grant
Why
it,
would
but
we?
it's just a
Whoa,
factually
just
true
calm down
thing.
and
P1
give
is
the
true.
answer to the or yeah, just give the answer to the question.
I'm saying if P1 is true, then what I'm saying is actually is true.
That is premise 2, correct? What's the justification that follows from P2 or from P1?
Sure, without this essential part of life, it does not come from a purely natural, unguided process.
But why would we
Science
think that
guides
it
the
doesn't come
process,
from a
therefore it's
natural,
not
unguided
natural, right?
process?
Because if science is not guiding it, then if science is guiding it, sorry, my
Science
apologies,
is an
then it is not.
epistemology. Do you think we think that the science, like the scientific epistemology, guides like the laws of nature? Science is an epistemology about how we arrive at the truth of the laws of nature.
Via the physical
Science
world,
does
sure,
not
that's not a problem.
prescribe what the laws of nature are. It describes what they are.
I don't see a problem with what I've stated, guys. I really don't.
Okay.
Then
I'm sorry
Do
to
you think
say
there's
it,
a problem
but-
with your
Critical
inability to
tracking
give like a
failure.
justification?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Ian?
Do you think there's like a problem with your inability to give a justification?
It's not an inability, guys. It's pretty straightforward, step by
Why
step
would
by
I
step.
think that because we've never observed it, that means that there's no process, there's no natural process that could form proteins?
Never witnessed it. If we haven't witnessed
Yeah,
it, how can
I understand
we
that.
can say
Why would
it's
it follow
possible,
from that
right?
fact?
We can say that it's
Wait,
possible
sorry,
that I'm
why would that
Superman, but that
follow?
doesn't. Like a possibility of something, sure. I don't have a problem with saying that, but that doesn't mean it
That
can
literally
happen or that
negates
it
your
inherently
second
will, right?
your second premise. Your second premise is saying if we haven't seen it, then it's not possible. But you're saying it is possible. So clearly there are some things that we haven't seen that are nevertheless possible.
We've seen it, but it was only a guided process from science.
Do
Essentially,
you
is how I
think
would
not seeing something means that it's impossible?
tangibly. You mean tangibly, correct?
No one's asking
I don't
tangibility.
even know what
Possibility.
I don't even
tangibly
know what that
means in this
means.
context.
Tangibility just means it's capable of being touched unless you're using some sort of idiomatic usage.
I'm just asking because I want clarification on that.
I don't know what it means to ask. Is it tangible? Like maybe no.
Yeah, can you observe it with your eyes, things like that?
That's
what I'm asking.
super not what tangible means, by the way.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just
I
asking,
don't
can you
think
physically
that
see
something
it?
being unobservable means that it's not real. For example, I haven't observed directly like an electron. I don't think that means that electrons aren't real.
I'm just saying the process of P1, it's never been observed, and if you go with that,
Well, actually,
He keeps
Well,
repeating.
shows
that.
everything.
we
This guy's,
keep
like,
agreeing to
short-circuiting.
P1,
Yeah, well,
even
okay,
though
here's what we can do. I
disprove
can just give you an
P1.
argument for the impossibility of God causing anything. Do you think God's outside of time?
God is outside of time? No, not
Yeah.
purely. He can be within time, outside of
So
time.
he's both inside of
not.
time and outside of time. So he both has past, present, and future, and lacks past, present, and future.
He's not defined by them.
Do you think that answers the question?
You're asking me a question about God, but he's not defined
I'm
by time,
asking you,
space, or
do you think
matter.
God both has past, present, and future because he's in time and lacks past, present, and future because he's outside of time?
I don't see the relevancy.
Just answer the question.
What's the relevancy of it, though? That feels like a
because you're
trick
positing
question.
that God can cause things. I'm rejecting that. Answer the question.
How would you come to that conclusion exactly? Like,
I'm
what's
literally
the...
trying to help you arrive at the same conclusion. Just answer the question.
But this is a trick question because God's not defined by time.
It's a trick question. You hear that first? You hear that, guys? It's a trick.
Yeah.
Ian, you're so tricksy.
Yeah, I know. Do you want to answer the question, or are you like intent on not?
I think you know the answer to that.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's a relevant question. I mean,
I've
look,
explained-
if God's not
I've
defined
explained
by
exactly what
time, why
I'm
would
doing.
it matter?
That's what people
Why
who
would the
dodge
process
questions
matter?
say,
Why?
by the way.
Hang on a second. Why would the process matter then if he's outside of time?
Yeah, the process would matter. because
Inside,
things that are
outside, it wouldn't
outside of
matter.
time are
He's the one who
acausal.
created time.
Ooh, that's a contradiction.
Yeah.
God can't possibly be the creator of time because either he was always creating it or not always creating it. If he's always creating it, then it always exists, which means that he never created it. But if he starts creating it, then that means that he changes, which means that he would be in time, so he's not the creator of it. Either way, you arrive at a contradiction in God creating time.
He would be the uncaused cause. That doesn't make sense.
So wait,
He's
do you
eternal,
think that God
right?
was always creating it or not always creating it?
What do you mean by that? God does stop when it comes to creation, right? Like, look at Genesis. He stops on the seventh day, right?
So, okay. Do you think that he is
This-
creating without beginning, or do you think that there's a beginning to his creation?
Sure, there's a beginning to his creation, but he himself
Sure.
is not dependent
Sure, so
upon
then
his
God
creation.
goes from not creating to creating.
Sorry?
Then God goes from not creating
You
to
should be.
creating.
Yeah, God created everything that is good, sure.
Then God changes.
No,
Do you think not creating is the same as creating?
he's not dependent upon his creation. So how
Do you
does he
think
change
not
based
creating
on
is the
creating
same
something?
thing as creating?
Sorry?
Do you think not creating is the same as creating?
They're different, sure.
Yeah, sure. So to go from not creating and then you change to creating, that would be indeed a change. God changed from not creating to creating.
Depends what you mean. Are you referring to the process
By
in
what
which he's
word?
creating?
I'm gonna cry.
Which
Yeah, that was
word
bad.
do you want clarification on?
No, I'm just want clarification. Like, are you saying the process in which, like, are you saying that because his creation stops, that he's changed? Because that would be referring to his nature, which he hasn't
No,
changed.
because God is not creating, and then God starts to create. That's a change. Because not creating is not
But
the
God's
same as
not
creating.
changing
When you
based on
go
his
from not
creation. His
creating
nature
to
is different,
creating,
right?
it's not the same state, so it must be a change in states.
Okay.
So then God changes.
Yeah, his behavior can change. I'm referring to his nature,
Yes.
right?
Yes, cool. So sure. So God changes. Everything that changes is in time.
No, God doesn't change.
Oh
He
my
stays the
gee.
same.
You just agreed
God
that
is
God
not
changes,
defined
that
by
his
his
behavior
creation.
changes.
I don't understand what's hard to grasp about that.
You do agree that God's behavior changes.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm referring to his nature. His nature does not change.
So
Who he is
his
does not
behavior
change.
is within time.
It's not defined by time.
You just said that it changes.
No,
I'd
it
write
doesn't
these
have to.
premises
Not
down,
necessarily.
but
It
God is.
doesn't
MJF wouldn't be able to
change.
track it either,
Oh,
even if they're
gee.
written
Oh
down.
boy, this is like devastating.
So what? Sorry, what was the question?
All quiet on the frontal lobe, it seems. So, okay, I guess I can just like walk you back through the steps of the argument. You agree that God goes from not creating time, he's passive, he's inactive, and then he becomes active. He starts to create time. That's a change. God goes from not creating, and then he creates. He goes from one way to a different way. That's a change.
If you're referring to the action of creation, sure, but that
Yes.
doesn't change who God
Yes.
is.
Correct. Sure. So then you agree that God's act changes.
I can say that his actions change, but not himself.
Yes. Correct. So then God's actions are in time
How so?
because they change.
Why are you assuming that he's dependent upon time?
Because God's actions change. All things that change are within time. Therefore, God's actions must be within time.
But why do you think that God has to follow that specific formula? Why does he have
Which
to follow
premise
that?
there do you challenge?
I'm
I'll put
saying
it
that
on
God
the,
does not have to follow how
I'll
we
put it on the
understand
screen
time.
since he's not tracking.
Which premise would you
So
reject
far,
there?
P1 is God goes from not creating to creating. P2 is that is an act.
Wait,
So-
I'd probably correct P2 to be going from not creating to creating is a change in act. And
Sure,
then
sure,
all
sure.
things that change are
It
in
just feels like
time.
it's presupposing that God needs time in order to change. That doesn't follow.
It's
If
not
God is the
presupposing it,
uncaused
it's
cause, why would he
arguing
need
it.
that? Sorry?
And then P3 would be all changes are within time, therefore God's act is in time.
But that's not the case with God.
It is the
Sure, which
case.
premise here do you reject?
P3.
Sure,
All
okay,
God
I
doesn't
can
need
motivate that
time.
one. Would you agree that if nothing happens, then nothing changes?
If nothing happens, nothing changes. Again, if you're talking
Yes
about
or
us
no?
as human beings, sure.
Yes or no? I'm not talking about, I didn't give that qualification. Did that qualification leave my mouth, or did you need that qualification to leave my mouth so that you can attempt to like weasel out of the question?
No, it's just you're applying human premises to God that don't necessarily follow.
Sorry, what question did I ask you?
Go ahead and restate it.
Yeah. Do you agree or disagree that if nothing happens, then nothing changes?
Nothing happens, nothing changes. For the sake of conversation, sure.
Yeah, then it would follow by contraposition that if something changes, then something happened. But an event is literally just defined as something that happens, which means that all changes must themselves require events to map onto. And all events are within time, which means that all changes are going to be in time.
Yeah, that's based on logical reasoning, but that doesn't mean that God has to follow that
but
system.
God is illogical. Sure, I wish you would have led with that. Okay,
He's
so
supernatural,
God is
meaning that he's
illogical.
beyond
That's
logic,
fine.
correct.
We can hit the checkmate really quickly then. Do you think God has the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
to make it exist and not exist at the exact same time.
Yeah, if God is outside of logic.
He wouldn't need to do that. That would
I'm
go
asking,
against
does
his
he have the
nature.
power to?
Does he have the power to? Again, the question is redundant. He wouldn't do that.
Yes or no? Does he have the power to?
Why are you guys?
Right,
You
that
guys are
was a-
just
that was a-
straw manning me at this point.
Was it? I'm just asking you a yes or no. Either he has the power
Yeah,
or he
but it's a
doesn't.
bad question. It's not relevant.
It's a
a
really
great
good question. It's such a good question that you won't even answer it. It's like a devastating question, it seems. Is the answer
It's
yes
not,
or
but
no?
it's not a good question. There's assumptions.
Is the answer... Wait, sorry, what's the presupposition? That's false.
Because you're assuming that God's nature would change. You're assuming that he would do things that go against his nature. So why would he
sorry,
do
you
that?
think that it goes against his nature to be illogical? I could have just sworn that the reason why the other argument fails is because God's outside of logic.
Oh
No, that's not what I'm saying. You asked, right? Would he create the... Sorry, what was the sun argument again?
Yeah.
Go ahead and
Does
restate
God
that.
have the power to both create the sun and not create the sun, to make it both exist and not
Yeah,
exist? At
that
the
would go
exact same
against his
time?
nature. So why would
How
he
would
do
that
that?
go against his nature?
Because he's not going to do something that would contradict his ability to create or not create, like the
But
power.
he is doing
essentially,
a
the power
contradiction in the
dynamic.
other argument. That's how you try to get out of the other argument, by saying, well, God
Sorry?
is just above logic, you know, that you agree
He is
that my
above logic.
argument was logical, but
He
that
doesn't
doesn't apply
conform
to
to
God.
human logic necessarily. I think that's a
Sure.
presumption.
Wait, so then God doesn't conform to human logic. So then why would you think that it would be a violation of his nature to make the sun
Because he's
both
beyond
exist and
human
not
logic,
exist?
sure.
Imagine
Sure, so
trying
then
to
God
do a
does have the power
logical
to make the sun
argument
both
by
exist
saying
and not
God's
exist.
illogical.
It's not that God is illogical. That's what you guys view it as. I'm saying he's
Sounds like
beyond
it.
logic.
That's illogical.
What's the
Logic
difference
comes
between
from
beyond
God.
logic and illogical?
Sorry, you're speaking quick. I can't hear you.
Yeah, what's the difference between
Ian has
beyond...
never been accused of speaking quick when he's explaining stuff, by the way.
I just can't hear
It's
him.
never happened.
Yeah. Okay, what's the difference between beyond logic and illogical?
The difference?
Yeah.
I'm saying that they don't apply necessarily to God. I'm saying he's beyond logic, right?
Do you think that that's what I was asking you? What do you
I think
my
that
question
that's the whole
was?
point of the argument, no?
Just, I don't want you to engage with like what you think the whole point is. I want you to engage with the questions that are asked. I don't want you to give something that's like vaguely tangentially related to the discussion we're having. I want you to give like a direct response. What's the difference between the two terms that you're using? You're saying God is not illogical, he is beyond logic. What's the difference between being beyond logic and being illogical?
Beyond logic and illogical. I believe would be
Yeah.
God.
Yep. What's the...
Okay,
oh my
great.
God.
It's God. Yeah, that's the difference
This is,
between these two terms.
this
It's
is-
God.
404, page not
What?
available.
I just don't
Yeah.
understand why you would apply human
What
standards
do
of
you
logic to God.
think
That
the
doesn't.
question that I just
doesn't
asked
work.
you was?
I'm saying. I mean, I answered your question.
What was the question?
The differences between the two types of logic. I'm saying that God is
Sure.
not defined by that. You're conforming human
I'm
standards
asking you
to
for a
God. That doesn't
definition of
work.
each. What's the definition of illogical and what's the definition of beyond logic?
I don't think that we're going to agree on the definitions.
I'm just asking you what you mean.
There's so much...
I'm literally
the dodges
asking you
are...
for your
Dude's Bruce Lee
semantics.
over here.
Just give me your semantics. What do you mean when you say that? Let's go one at a
My
time. What do
logic.
you think it means for something to be illogical?
Sure. Okay, I'll just say that it doesn't make sense then. Let's
Doesn't make
simplify it.
sense?
That's not what it means.
So, for example, like, I don't know, like some parts of general relativity don't make sense to me. Does that mean that they're illogical?
Checkmate,
Sorry?
Einstein.
Yeah, Einstein didn't think quantum mechanics made sense. Does that mean that quantum mechanics is illogical?
I would say that maybe it's not an established theory.
Oh my God.
But is it illogical?
In a sense, yeah. If we can't make sense of it, sure.
Oh, geez. Okay, well, I think your arguments don't make sense. Does that make them illogical?
You think that? So you disagree with P1 now?
Yes
I'm
or no?
confused.
I'm asking you, I don't think your arguments make sense. I actually, my brain
That
just
you've
processed.
never
Did you
seen
ask
for
if I disagree
proteins
with
form and that
P1
they're
of your
essential for
argument?
life? I'm
I'm
confused.
Bro
that's
did.
so
He did.
funny.
MJ
I'm
is
just
That's like
simply
genuinely
asking.
entirely
like
lost right now.
quizzical. That's so funny.
If you
Okay,
need
so
proteins
I
for
don't think
life,
that
right,
your
then what is
argument.
the
He's
He's
argument?
Holy shit,
escaping.
dude.
He's
He got
running.
spawn killed.
Jesus.
Just answer the question.
This is
I don't
It's not a
think that
spawn
your
kill. It's a
arguments
simple
make
premise.
sense.
If you need
I
proteins
don't
for
think
life,
that your argument
then
makes
it's not a
sense.
natural process.
I
Point
don't
blank.
think that your argument makes sense. Does it follow from that fact that it's illogical?
Maybe you don't understand it. I don't know.
Yes. Oh,
What does that have to do
sure.
with me?
So then you agree that just because something doesn't make sense, that it's illogical. You concede.
I'm not conceding anything. You guys can concede
Did
if
you
you
or did
want
you not
to.
define illogical as something making sense or not making sense?
Sure, something that makes sense logically or not, depending on which one we're talking about.
Sure. So illogical is when it doesn't make sense.
But what does P1? In what way is P1 illogical?
Oh,
I
Go
don't
ahead and-
disagree with
cry.
P1. I never claimed that P1 doesn't make sense. I
Okay,
could
so
say
if you need
P2 doesn't make
proteins, then how do you get
sense.
life from purely
This
natural
guy
processes?
is so stupid. Do you think I disagree with P1? Do I need to say it
I'm gonna
again?
cry so
Did
hard.
somebody hit like the red reset button on the back of your head? You know, we need to
So,
like
do you agree
resync
that
you,
proteins
or-
are needed for life? Yes or no?
Yeah, I agree that proteins are needed for life. I already answered that question.
Okay, then
Are
it's
you-
not a natural
This guy
process
is like
if it
getting
needs
slammed
guidance.
at light speed, which is why he's experiencing time dilation. He like rewinded to like 20 minutes ago.
No, it's
I
just you guys
understand
aren't
that this
making
line
sense.
of
This is really
reasoning has
tough.
gone like really bad for you.
Also-
like I'm sorry, dude. Like from the bottom of my heart. But like seriously, everyone's gonna see through this. It's honestly quite sad.
See
Please
through
stop.
what? P1 is true,
it's
and if
really
you
bad,
need
Then see to the
proteins, you
pivot,
won't
like
have
the
life.
desperate pivot. Nobody disagrees with
mean?
that. We've already
The,
claimed that nobody disagrees with that.
I do
This
I
is
do
so
love
sad.
like one of his he's got like 15 videos on his channel, and one of them is when he talked to me like 2 years ago, and his own comments are fucking roasted him. You got thrashed by him again in your own comments, buddy. You're not good at this. You should probably hang it up. This is not for you. Okay, we're gonna move on to the
Justin,
next
I
guest.
did
all right?
cook you. It was a simple question, and you didn't answer it.
Yeah, you got
Oh.
me. Sure. I'm gonna hang it up. Okay, I'll retire. You can take over for me. All right, friends. Sorry we drug that one out a little bit. He was entirely useless. We're gonna read a couple of super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. As far as I could tell, our next guest is oh, they just dropped. So it's gonna be Refutada, and then Ghosty. Okay.
You did your
Well,
best.
What are you
Sure,
gonna do?
wait,
right?
but Justin, really quick, you do agree with P1, right?
I'm on the fence. It doesn't make sense to me, so it can't be true.
Yeah, I both agree with it and don't agree with it.
Exactly. Obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4 eggnog. Oh, hold on. Our TikTok froze momentarily. Let me unfreeze it. There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 eggnog. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says on behalf of all Nathans, we reject Nathaniel from Justin's Live from the official lineage of Nathans. In Jesus' name, of course. Yeah, the Friday Nathaniel guy was out of his gourd, but you know what? At least it'll be a fun clip. And Gretchen, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, is MJF pulling a quasi double slit on abiogenesis? Like if we observe it, it changes any result?
No, that he most definitely was not. He wasn't
not.
trying to do that anyway. That would have been far more clever than what he was doing.
Yeah, he just built an unfalsifiable circle jism wacky. Actually, you know what? We actually could have rejected P1, by the way. We do have evidence now in the form of a Japanese located Medusa virus that there is DNA that formed naturally, and there are in the scientific papers. There is actually an argument for why it formed naturally rather than breaking off from another living organism, and it's fucking phenomenal. I'll have to. It's on the cheat sheet. I'll throw the articles up in the Discord. PDX Geek, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says scientists have replicated amino acids, nucleobases, lipid membranes, protocells, RNA catalysts, partial RNA replication, molecular evolution under selective pressure, and self-assembly chemistry. Yeah, all of the steps
Yeah,
that
but
you needed.
that was directed by scientists, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
we need to get like a bunch of dudes and GoPros to go into the alkaline ocean vents. You just put
Yep.
your fucking microscope up to the GoPro and you just like swim around and shit until you find proteins forming.
Also,
Yep,
like,
it is
if
known.
we found, say, we went to the ocean vents and we found naturally forming DNA or proteins, like unless you watched it from beginning to the end, then this guy would say, well, you don't know that it formed naturally, even though it could
Yep.
have all the hallmarkers of forming naturally. That's the problem with this argument, is it assumes that unless you saw the initiation point, like you have a microscope on every molecule inside of these vents, so you're studying every single fucking one of them, then you can't actually demonstrate that it happened naturally. So it's just a losing discussion. Actually, did I read that one? Hold on, sorry. Oh no, I read that one. Matthew, hey, thank you for the super chat. Good to see your friend. Says MJFG. Every centimeter of accessible Earth is teeming with bacteria who would eat up any forming protein. True, I've made this argument before. If abiogenesis was happening right now, the likelihood that it would survive the environment is nil. The environment would almost immediately consume it. So it's still a nonsense argument. Abiogenesis, when Earth did not have life and not expected to be observable now, P1 is irrelevant. I agree. We could have rejected P1, but it was easier not to because premise number 2 was so demonstrably stupid. It was just easy to attack P2. I see you sleeping. Not creepy at all. Thank you for the $50 super chat, though. I really appreciate that. It says, I love you guys so much. Sorry about my name. Oh, you understand then. No worries.
Yep.
I'm just popping in and haven't watched this stream yet, but I've been watching back everything from this channel. You are a breath of fresh air in
enjoy.
this bizarre world we live in. Please never stop. I see you. We won't be stopping. We can promise you that. Thank you for the support. We really appreciate that, friend.
Unless we all get hit by a bus, which is why we should never travel in the same plane together.
Yeah, agreed, actually. Gretchen...
Like the president. And the vice president. They're not supposed to travel together.
Really? That's
Yeah.
interesting. Okay. Makes
I
sense.
didn't know that. That's news. It makes sense, though.
Like
yeah.
it does make sense, yeah.
Gretchen says, MJF is clinging to P1 so damn hard, it's like he's about to claim squatters' rights on P1. For fuck's sake, kick him.
Bro would be
I
peeing
did.
on one.
Don't worry,
Wow, you
Gretchen.
just-
I heard your pleas.
Wow, you put P1, Schmurder is bad, and then whenever you're getting cooked in the rest of the argument, you're like, oh, so you disagree with P1? You think Schmurder is fine? So basically, you're telling me that it's totally okay?
It was so bad.
Liquid says P1, P1, P2, P1, P3, P1 conclusion, P1, any rejections to P1. Apparently,
It's impossible, turns out.
he really wanted us to reject P1, apparently. And Bacon says, P1, my data is accurate. P2, you can't check. C, I is genius. That's about right, actually. And Brian, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, natural phenomenon can be demonstrated to exist, but supernatural can't. So a knowledge gap means the non-demonstrated phenomenon is more likely. So this is actually, I think, the point we briefly touched on, which is like saying that God is more likely is false just on the face of it. If likelihood is merited by observation, which is what the argument was, then it's not more likely because we haven't observed God. Dank Bird says, about time the rift between Blitz and Ian is exposed. Oh no, we're not fighting. We're not doing. We got time left in the stream.
We
We're
are
not gonna,
fighting.
Yeah.
We're not,
Wait, we have what? We have time? Justin,
Oh,
that
fuck.
presupposes a theory of time. What's your theory of time?
I just got cooked. I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Narrative dude says, did time exist before Swatch wristwatches? Sorry, not even
Swiss
sure.
wristwatches?
I-
Which wristwatch
Watch.
is a Swiss wristwatch?
Oh no,
I'm gonna cry.
you set him off. Sorry, not even sure if I'm typing this. Use psilocybin instead of portabella on my lunch salad. You know what? At least you're having a good time.
It sounds
Although-
like you silly,
That'd be a
Simon.
wild day. Oh, that'd be a wild day, though.
A Barnabas has a contention. Ian is wrong. Is Xbox 360? I think you mean it's Xbox 360, and it's not close. Happy Mother's Day to the moms in chat.
Well, I think Xbox 360 is pretty good. I mean, when I was this was like probably not a good environment for somebody in second grade or like third grade, but yeah, I mean, it
Bro was
was
playing COD.
I was
in
playing I played the fuck out of Halo Reach. It was like maybe I know nostalgia like overcodes memories and makes them seem like really great, but it really did feel like just a fantastic time to wake up
It was
on
the
like
best of times.
like a
was
Saturday
the
and go
worst
and
of
play like
times.
Halo Reach, and then because my voice hadn't gone through puberty, and I was in second grade, everyone would assume that I'm a woman and like flirt with me. And then when they found out that I was just a child, they would like verbally abuse me.
Now I feel bad for second grade Ian.
Ekipo
okay.
says, we haven't seen it. It didn't happen. This guy will lose at peekaboo. Oh, fuck. That's a fair point. He's cooked. Absolutely never let
Bro
him play
doesn't have
peekaboo.
object permanence.
And Brian, thank you for additional super chat, says, at one point, bacteriophages couldn't be observed.
Bacteriophage, yeah.
Therefore, it was more likely that God caused lysogenic cycles. Solid fucking syllogism. Yeah, the guy, he just, I don't know where he got the syllogism from, but he wasn't able to rationalize, think through it. It wasn't good. M. Chartertruce, thank you for the super chat. Protein production requires ribosomes. Amino acids form naturally from elements, not proteins. Proteins are made from amino acids in the cell. I mean, yeah, although as we discussed, there are some papers out showing that like amino acids can form proteins in like clay and elemental surfaces near hydrothermal ocean vents. So I'm sure that's what you're addressing. I could be wrong. Cranky old Cooper, good to see you. Says y'all are the real Holy Trinity without dumb Christian logic. I mean, unholy Trinity. Unholy Trinity. There's no such thing as holy. Holy is dependent on the existence of a God, and obviously there's no God. Friends, I apologize. I've got 4 more super chats. We had a bunch of them come in, and I want to make sure we don't leave them all hanging because a lot of them are relevant. Mr. Farina, explain. Savagely assaults a chalkboard. And not a robot. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hey Dingbat, science guides literally every natural process. So I guess you mean the whole universe is impossible in your worldview, which Blitz kind of touched on. The fact that the way we demonstrate things through science is not by literally observing everything from beginning to end. It's by replicating steps in the process sometimes and demonstrating that it's plausible or that it does happen. Although there are things that we have observed from beginning to end as well. FH Shagtha says, nothing is impossible except lighting a safety match on a wet bar of soap, as my dear old dad said. Shag the. Lighting a wet bar. Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
I don't know what it means, but okay.
On a wet...
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going.
I think it means lighting a fire on a wet bar of soap. And that, I don't know if that's possible, but it seems like with the right gas mixture. Anyways, let's neither here nor there. Dr. Pizza says, I eat 200 grams of protein per day. That's pretty good, actually, and I still have no life. Explain that, MJF. Fucking got it. That actually is a lot of protein. We need to talk about your kidneys, probably. Last super chat from ICU peeing. I'm sorry, sleeping. Sorry, my 5th grade brain
that's so
came
much
back.
Worse.
Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, my name is a reference to trying to be cool during my RuneScape era,
boy.
and I'll never live it down. I can't be bothered to make a new account. Enjoy the money anyways.
So, I know what was happening here. Dude was like 9 years old, and is like, I'm so edgy. I watch you even when you're sleeping. Now it's just, I'm watching you. It's so much worse. It's so much worse if you think about it.
No worries, ICU. Don't worry. We got you. We understand. We have all got like some usernames or email addresses from a long time ago that were like, maybe we shouldn't use that anymore. Let's get Dumbass Supreme in here and get some very intelligent conversation going.
That's a hell of a name.
Right? Welcome in, Supreme. Supreme? Hello? Supreme, I know you've been in the guest box waiting for a while. I hope you're still with us. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Oh my God, it's my first time doing something like this. I didn't have TikTok before I saw some dumbass have like this type of thing about some stupid ass topic. So then I made a TikTok account just so I could tell him how stupid he was. Ironic that my name is Dumbass Supreme. Yeah, isn't it? But okay, I think my argument is, to be honest, I wouldn't say I believe in God, but I think my point is.
So you just came on to be a dumbass?
Yeah, no, almost. But my point is that this whole discussion is stupid.
Wait,
you can't know.
Then why would you
your name
believe
checks out? Well, look at his name.
My point is, can I speak, Lo? Can I say something? All right. My point is,
Go off, King.
you can't say, oh, God isn't real, because there's no
not?
way you can prove or disprove that.
Wait, how can you prove that there's no way we can prove or disprove it?
Well,
You can't
simple.
say that
It's because
you can't say that we can't say
Oh
that
my
God
God,
doesn't
can
exist
I
because
say-
there's
can
no
I
way to
answer,
prove or
Mike?
disprove the claim that you can't disprove
can
or
I
prove
answer?
God.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so hold on, just give me a second.
Did I miss if this guy said he was a theist?
He is not a believer.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, he's
I was
an
surprised you
atheist.
didn't cut him.
Oh, I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him, so
Mm.
I'll cut him now. Don't come back. We don't do devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
We
Gosh,
leave that
He
up to
actually was
believers.
worse than Devil's Advocate.
This whole God debate, that's fucking silly. I don't know why you would engage in this fucking God debate. The far more substantive debate is the meta debate about whether you should be engaging in the God debate at all.
Indeed.
That one's the real interesting debate.
Let me complain about your prompt and not engage in any of the syllogisms that you've provided so far that demonstrate the prompt is accurate. All right,
Why
let's
would
get
anyone
Thirsty
ever
in here.
engage in something called a syllogism?
You know what? This is why God warned against nocturnal emissions.
Dr. Blitz,
Oh, yeah.
Dr.
yeah.
Blitz, you're atheist, so you would say that you're a theist?
True.
Oh,
Fucking kill
You know,
his
if you
ass.
rearrange
Hook.
atheist, it spells eat shit.
Get wrecked, atheist.
Does it?
Yeah. Somebody tried to make that argument against me a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
that
wild.
means that your atheism is wrong.
I
Yeah,
love
that's-
bananagrams.
It's a goated argument. Theism is Greek in origin, right, Justin? Like the word?
Yeah. Theos is the Greek word. Theou, theos, theon. There's multiple ways to form the word, but yeah, that's where it comes from.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the Greeks intended for English to get invented and for it to say eat shit.
Mhm.
Dude, nominal. The Greek endings are fucking wild. Conjugating and declining in Greek is a whole art form. Oh, there we go. We got a connection here. Refa Tata. Did I say that name correctly?
Yes, hi, it's Rifat. Yes, how are you today?
Very good.
well.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you for asking. Well, my argument is simple. It comes from consciousness. It goes like this.
Before we get too far, can you tell us you are a believer in some kind of a god?
Well, I don't believe in a religion, but I
you
have a
believe in God,
philosophy.
though.
Maybe, yeah, but God to me is reality. There is
Oh.
nothing. God is
Do you
not
think we're
outside of the
saying that
universe.
reality isn't real?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Is God
well, it kind of
sentient?
seems like at that point we would just end up in a verbal dispute. We're not going to contest that reality exists. If what you mean when you say that God isn't real is that reality isn't real, well, we would disagree that reality isn't real. So if that's all you mean, then like we would just agree with you.
Well, I didn't mention anything not real. I'm just saying that reality exists and reality is God.
We agree.
There's nothing.
Oh, well, I mean, we certainly just use the term differently. But that's not a very interesting debate to us. I mean, debating like what the term God means, that just feels like pretty irrelevant.
No, that's the important. That's the next question. If we're
It's
if we
a
agree on
semantic
the
dispute.
previous-
It's just not very interesting, that's all.
Yeah.
But I could ask you, what do you mean by reality?
It's going to be a pretty brute thing, just like being,
The
existence,
stuff that exists.
maybe.
Yeah, these are just words, but what do you mean by
All
being?
yes, all of it's just words.
Yeah.
That's how we
But
communicate.
words,
Yeah, debates
Words
do
refer
involve
to
words,
something.
that's correct.
but words must refer to something to have a meaning, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, they
so-
refer to the thing
so
that they mean.
The thing that's pointed
Yeah,
to by
exactly.
the
So-
word existence, the thing that's pointed to by the word being, that's what actual being is, yeah.
Yeah. So what? These are all words. These to have a meaning.
Yes,
These
they are
must
all
refer to
words.
something.
Fucking go.
They must refer to something. No, I'm just I'm talking very basic thing here.
Mhm.
about what is it to have a meaning for a word. When I say word, being is existence or being or whatever, I must define what existence is or what being is by referring to something in reality. So when I claim that God is reality, I'm saying that reality is all mind dependent. It's all ideas or thoughts in some sense or another. So
Is
that's
God
why
mind
I'm saying
dependent?
God is the act of existence itself.
Do you think that
Anything
answers my
else,
question?
yeah, he cannot be mind dependent because he is the mind.
Sure, then you would
He
say not
is,
all of
yeah.
reality is mind dependent.
The whole of reality, no.
So that
But the
contradicts what
whole
you
of
said
reality,
earlier, which is that all of reality is mind dependent.
no, the whole of reality as a whole. I'm not saying that parts of reality. The whole of reality is itself the mind. It is the mind.
I could have sworn you
But
said that it was
that's
mind
not my
dependent.
argument here.
I could be wrong, but I
Care
was like
to-
certain that he said all of reality is mind dependent.
Maybe okay, let me call it all of reality is mind dependent. Okay.
You would defend that premise?
Yes.
Is God in reality?
God is reality.
Okay, sure. So God is reality. All of reality is mind dependent. Is God mind dependent?
What do you mean by God is
This
mind dependent?
this is going to go nowhere. It's going to be an enormous waste of time.
That's gonna be
I
a huge
agree.
waste of time.
I'm predicting it.
I
I'm
think
predicting
we
it now.
could. I think we could
Alright.
probably
We'll just
go
move
into the
on.
next one without losing anything. But
Yep.
you know, we do have the contradictions. So
Sure thing. Hey, Wizard of Odd. Hey, thanks for the 666 super chat, Hail Nero, and Salt Lava Stone or Stone Lava Salt, which reminds me, our logos aren't up. I apologize. That's on me.
Justin, how could you? You
I'll
heinous
take my
sack of
lashings.
shit.
I listen. I had all that coming. Apple,
You're
like,
right,
thank
you
you.
did.
But Blitz is really beating me up today.
Sorry.
I kind of enjoy it. Now you're starting to feel like you're one of my siblings. This is what we fucking rip on each other all the time. Oppo, thank you for the super chat. Says Constantine and Courtney gave MJF that argument, which is why it sounds like a Cyclops who writes in ketchup and a pigeon and pigeon droppings came up with it. You know what? That makes a lot of fucking sense. Constantine and Courtney, while they're commanding some level of audience, well, maybe some level meaning tiny. They don't have good
Who's
arguments.
Constantine and Courtney?
not too much on Constantine. Constantine and I are in good terms.
Who's Constantine and Courtney?
I,
I feel
you
like
can
I'm missing
you can say
something.
what you want to say about him, but I'm I like Constantine.
Oh, every
Am I
time I
missing
talk
something?
to Constantine, he just crashes out.
Oh wait, is
Maybe.
Constantine the tagger?
Yeah, he does run tag. Yeah.
So
but-
I had a good relationship with him for a while, and then I brought him up because I'm like, oh, I know him. Like we've had like even though he was tag, and then he's like now he is strictly like he's using the debate tactics of Darth Dawkins, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
Either way,
I don't know. I just
Like he
haven't had that
started being
interaction with
super
him.
bad faith.
I would say Courtney speaks beautiful Hebrew, but her arguments are all dog shit. So
And who's Courtney? Is Courtney also a tagger, or is Courtney?
no,
Is
she's
she
a
is Courtney like the Jew for Jesus person, or like a
basically
Messianic
she's
Jew?
a
Okay,
Messianic.
yeah. I don't like her either because Messianic Judaism is definitely
Nonsense.
supersessionalism, which is cringe.
Yeah, it really is. Hey, Karen, Dave, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Huge W says, the thing I see about MJF's argument is he simultaneously wants phenomenon to be analyzed and replicable. But then also to do that without any guidance. You can't coherently demand and reject rigor in the same standard. I agree. Listen, science is a guided process. The powers of observation and whatnot just we need to be in the process to see what works and what doesn't. And Miko, thank you for the additional super chat. Says we see bits of protein form naturally. In my mind, low tier atheist mind, it's more likely for a protein to form naturally than supernaturally, which we've never seen. Listen, I agree. I think if we're just doing like priors to form our likelihood, then the priors for God are non-existent. I see you sleeping. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says one last message. Justin, you mentioned a few streams ago about your female relative that you can't tell you're an atheist to avoid hurting her. My mom was diagnosed with breast cancer last year, and is thankful God allowed it to be caught so early. I can't bear to tell her how much it hurts that she worships a being who gave her the cancer. I really get that, ICU. I think the question is her belief hurting you personally? Because if it's not hurting you personally and it's bringing her a lot of comfort and she's not dangerous, like she's not hurting people with her religion, then I'd say let her be. Like, listen, my aunt is a fucking amazing, lovely individual, and she would never use this religion to hurt a single person ever. And if it brings her comfort, let her have it. It doesn't bother me. I'm worried more about these Christian nationalists and these Christo-fascists and these people trying to, take over government, or, that you don't have to take my philosophy. That's just my philosophy. But I in my personal life, I don't take a hard stance on deconverting people. Dr. Pizza says, I can't believe you guys aren't taking Dumbass Supreme seriously. I know, what a wild thing to do, right? All right, well, we're going to get a friend up here. Two friends. We're going to get Beyond Mathematics and then Catholic Thinker. It's been a couple weeks since we've talked to Beyond, at least on Unapologetic, that is. Welcome back, Beyond Mathematics.
Well-known friend.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing well.
Yeah.
How about you?
It's good. Yeah, I wanted to come up here and talk about the fact that as Christians often say, God is outside of space and time.
Can you, not to interrupt, can you remind me real quick? You're not a Christian. You're just a general theist.
No, I'm a
No, he's
Christian.
a Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Okay.
Sure. So, okay, there's like a couple of immediate problems with that. Do you think God knows what time it is?
God created the conditions for time to exist.
Do you think that answers the question?
Why is that? It's such a dodge.
No,
God knows what time it is the question.
Did you read the recent paper by Lawrence Krauss?
Did you read
You
the
know who
recent
Lawrence Krauss
question
is?
by Ian Redacted?
Do you know who Lawrence Krauss is?
Do you know who Ian Redacted is?
Lawrence Krauss. He just published a paper. The atheist extraordinaire Lawrence Krauss.
Dodger extraordinaire beyond mathematics.
He said the fundamental laws of
Starting
physics
lineup
cannot
the
be
Los Angeles
contained.
Dodgers.
The fundamental
Star
laws
player
of physics
of the Tampa Bay
cannot be
Buccaneers.
contained within space and time. This is atheist extraordinaire
sick.
Lawrence Krauss.
Bro,
The
watch,
laws
watch,
of physics.
watch
it'll
Angel
matter.
work that like head movement, dude. He's like
Blitz,
fucking like
answer
dodging and
Dr.
weaving.
Krauss,
He's like
Blitz.
fucking bobbing. Like, do
Blitz,
you want to answer the
could you
question? Does
answer
God know what
Dr.
time it
Krauss?
is, or it's a yes or no question?
Could you
Is the yes or
answer
no?
Dr. Krauss, Blitz?
Do you want to answer yes or no to the question?
Maybe
I
if you
asked
say it
or-
enough times, we'll believe you and we'll think that it's important and relevant. But
No. Have you read the paper by Dr. Lawrence Krauss?
Angel, is the answer yes or no?
Whatever you want to answer.
know the
However you
answer.
want to answer the question.
Sure. So the
Blitz.
answer is no. So God's not all knowing.
God is all knowing, and He's
Oh,
outside
so
of
does
space
God
and
know
time.
what time it is?
He created time.
But does he know what time it is?
He exists in eternity. He knows what everything
Does he know
is.
what time it is? Sure. So
He
God
knows
does
what
know what time it
everything
is.
He knows what everything is.
Is that a yes?
Now, will you answer the question?
Is,
Do you
is the
understand
answer yes or
that
no?
I told you yes. He knows
Sure.
everything.
Okay, then that's a contradiction because God's outside of
No, it's
time, which
not.
means that he's unchanging because he lacks past, present, and future. But then also the time that it is changes in accordance with past, present, and future. So then God is both unchanging but also changing. That's a
No.
contradiction,
What
Angel.
did it say that if you're outside of time, you have to experience change? Do you know there's a
If
recent
you're
paper
outside of
that
time, you're
published?
unchanging. It's the opposite.
Do you know there's a recent paper published that
It's the
said
opposite.
that time emerges from quantum entanglement?
Okay.
Have you read
Yeah,
that paper,
he's,
you
he's
idiot?
simply not going to engage with the argument.
Have
it
you read
seems.
that paper?
Do you
have
want
you
to
read that
reject a
paper?
step of the
some
argument,
random
or do
paper
you
by
want to?
disgraced physicist Lawrence Krauss, by the way. That's
It
all he
ain't no
came up-
that-
that's
Blitz,
all he came up to do.
Lawrence Krauss is a disgraced physicist. You don't know who Lawrence Krauss is?
He is a disgraced physicist because he took advantage and allegedly sexually exploited students.
Allegedly.
That's why. That's why he was. That's why he was
atheists love
fired from
Dr.
where I went to
Krause.
undergrad.
Answer the question, and it's not just
Because
Krause,
I
it's
know
him and
somebody with whom he
him and-
allegedly exploited.
Hold up, he's a co-author.
That's
There's
why he's a
multiple
disgraced
authors.
physicist, because he's a piece of shit.
Hold up, he said the
Allegedly.
He
fundamental
sexually
law.
exploited people, but Dr. Blitz, he's a co-author.
Could you answer the question? He said the fundamental laws of physics cannot be contained within space and time. That's what Christians have been saying for years because they generate them. Tell me how the low entropy of the universe is generated by space and time. Do you know what the low entropy of the universe is? Dr.
Hold on,
Blitz?
I got this. Define,
Dr. Blitz, do you know what
define
entropy is?
in a space-time?
Do you know what the low entropy of the universe was at the beginning of the universe?
He's of
Dr.
course
Blitz?
not going to be able to answer this question.
What was the low entropy of the universe, Dr. Blitz?
Define
At
entropy.
the start. What was the low entropy of the universe, Dr. Blitz?
Define entropy. Unless you
comes
can
from the
define it, I'm not
second
going to
law-
have that conversation with you.
It comes from the second law of thermodynamics. It's
No,
a measure
dumbass.
of-
Entropy doesn't come from the second law of
Yes, it does.
thermodynamics. Entropy is used
entropy.
in the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, and it's a measure of disorder. I know what it is.
Okay, so tell me what's the entropy of
So
a space-time
answer my
filled with
question
gravitational
first,
waves, please?
Dr. Blitz. Could you answer my question? I answered George. Could you answer mine? What
Yeah,
was the
repeat it.
low entropy? What was the low entropy of the universe? Give me the
I don't think
precise
that there is a
number.
I don't think that there's a well-defined entropy for the universe. Your turn.
Yes,
What is the
there-
entropy
yes, there
of a
is.
space-time
It was
filled with
calculated by-
gravitational waves?
It was calculated by Roger Penrose. In fact, let
Yeah, I
me
think
read
he's
what
wrong.
Roger Penrose. Let me read what Roger Penrose said.
I think he's
Let me
wrong,
read
so you
what
can read
Roger
what he says
Penrose
all you
said.
want.
So
but
why
I think he's
should
wrong.
I believe you over Roger Penrose? You don't even know what low entropy is, what the value is. Why would I believe
I don't
you?
I don't think that you can define entropy for
Why
a
would I
universe.
believe a guy who believes in parallel universes and believes Peter
Oh,
Pan exists in a
reliable.
universe?
You believe in
over
Spider-Man.
somebody-
Bro, he has like the
Why
Google
would I
Doc in
believe
front
some
of him.
idiot?
He's like,
if
Dr.
Blitz,
Blitz
says something I can't respond to, then bring up Spider-Man.
yeah, he has like
Yeah,
the fucking
but
diss
Blitz-
track ready to go on the Google Doc. It's like things to hit on. You believe in Spider-Man. Okay, wait.
Blitz
Step one,
believe-
the
he
low
believes
entropy of the
Batman
universe.
exists.
Explain the low entropy of the universe. Step two,
He don't know what the low
if they
entropy of the
attempt to
universe
explain
was.
it,
Why don't
you
say
believe in
just don't know,
Spider-Man.
Blitz? Why don't you say
It's
you
such a
just don't know?
classic.
And don't you even say materialism is false?
I'm not a materialist, so I would say that materialism is
So where is the
outdated, sure.
laws of physics grounded, if not in materialism?
Stuff.
And what stuff?
Like all of the stuff in the universe? Electrons, protons.
Wait a minute.
quarks,
If you're not a
black
materialist, what stuff are you talking about? If you're not a materialist, Blitz.
Well, I think that there's more than the material. I think that materialism stipulates that there's just matter in motion, and there are non-material things like photons.
So what are these non-material things? I like to.
I just gave you an
about it.
example. Do you have like, I don't know, fucking water in your ears?
Well, let me hear it again. I didn't hear it. Let me hear it.
Like a photon.
So a photon is non-material.
Yeah.
So that's
as in
outside
it's
of
not made
time.
of matter.
Hold up. So a photon is outside of time, then, right?
No, that's not what material means.
Well,
dumbass.
wait a minute,
Oh,
Blitz.
God.
Does a photon have rest mass?
No.
Does the photon always move at the speed of light?
Yup.
So how is it bound by time?
It still exists in a four-dimensional space. That's how.
You need to put yourself in a bind when you say materialism.
I like how
is
you
false.
prepared your laugh before you even listened to the answer, and so you just came off like a crazy person because I gave you an obvious intuitive answer of how it's bound
Blitz.
by time because it obviously
Blitz.
exists in space-time, but
No,
you still
it-
laughed because you
you
preloaded
sound
it like a
ridiculous.
goddamn 1986 Apple.
Yeah, it's one of his.
How was it-
If you like pull the
Nobody-
drawstring on him,
I haven't seen
you know
one
that's one of the
scientist-
voice lines that he's been preloaded with is to
I
laugh
haven't seen one
hysterically.
scientist. I haven't seen one scientist that says photon is bound by time. You think it has
Then you haven't
relative
seen
time?
any scientists, I guess. Also, here's one.
Yeah,
A
Neil
scientist
deGrasse
telling me that
Tyson
a
was
photon
just saying
exists in
no.
four
Isn't
dimensional
Dr.
Brian
Blitz a
Greene was just
scientist?
saying no.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Blitz is a scientist.
Pretty sure.
I'm starting to wonder. You don't believe materialism false, and then you say, well, where do you ground all laws of physics? Stuff.
Hey, Justin, you
that
want to
don't
pull up my
sound like a
website?
scientist.
He does
What
believe
stuff?
materialism is false. You're very stupid.
What's that, Blitz? I
He
didn't hear
said-
you.
You want to pull up my website and put it in the background and then go to the research tab?
And then didn't you say?
Yeah.
Didn't you say? you don't know what's really real because of quantum operators
Yeah, I
and
don't.
your quantum.
Yeah, because
You
I
don't
don't
know
have
what's
I don't
really
have a fundamental
real.
ontology that I'm 100%
How you
committed
hold
to.
up?
That's
How
called
you gonna
being
talk
honest
about
and humble.
how you gonna sit up here talking about
Man,
God when you say
just
you don't know
you're just
what's
getting
really
turned around all over
real?
the place, aren't you?
You don't know what's real. I'm dealing with the
That's
Three
just
Stooges
an
of
average day
atheism.
for angel investor.
The
Very
Three
confused.
Stooges of the Three
confusing
Stooges of
himself all the
atheism.
time.
Yeah, ask about the low entropy state and then
I'm
make
dealing with the Three
confused noises
Stooges of
into the
atheism.
microphone.
Hold up. You say you don't know in your video, Quantum Ontology, you said you didn't know what's really real.
Yeah,
And you have the
because
audacity.
because I'm not committed to one fundamental ontology because
you-
I'm not
you have
convinced
the-
by any given one that as to be determined. If you click on research, by the way, at the top there, Justin, you can see all of my publications as a scientist. If you scroll down,
Look at that. Hey, Beyond Mathematics, how many publications do you have in the field of science?
But you don't sound like a scientist. You don't, hold up. You say you don't know
apparently
what's
you don't know what a
really
scientist
real.
sounds like.
Quite a view.
You don't know
21
what's
at least.
really real. Hold
Good.
up. You said you don't know what's really real. This from
That's
your
a lot of
own words,
publications.
Blitz.
Yeah,
Your
and I'm only
own word.
32.
You say materialism is false, and you don't know what's really is matter really real.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, you think so? Well,
I
what
just
is
don't know what's
matter,
fundamental.
Blitz?
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry, what was the question?
you don't know what's fundamental. You don't know what's really real, but yet you're gonna try
Well, yeah,
to argue that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's the
That's
question.
like
The question
the Three
is like
Stooges
what
of
is the question
atheism.
is are quantum fields like merely mathematical abstractions that we use to describe something that we haven't understood yet, or are they the fundamental ontology, or is it perhaps expectation values of the fundamental ontology that we capture with quantum fields, and that these are the things that are measurable if you take like an instrumentalist view? There's a lot of different ontologies here that you can use to describe the world that is consistent with the way that we understand physics, and I'm not committed to any one particular one because I'm epistemically humble.
But
And
the point
you wouldn't
is,
know
Blitz,
humility if it
wait a minute.
spat in your face, though.
The,
of course.
the point is, Blitz, when you say materialism is false, materialism has always been where materialists have tried to ground the laws of physics. When you say
That's cool.
materialism
I'm not a
is
materialist.
false, yeah, well then you have a problem because then you got to.
Oh, I have a problem. I
hadn't
considered. I hadn't considered that. Then I'm wrong.
Then you gotta say,
If only I had considered.
Dr. Blitz,
you
premise
admit you don't-
one, you're wrong.
If you admit you don't know,
Therefore,
then
the conclusion.
Oh no!
Hey, I'm good with
you
that.
got me. I've been had.
Like you said in your book. But that's why you need to read the paper by Lawrence Krauss, because he says the laws of physics are grounded in non-algorithmic understanding outside of space-time.
You know what's extra funny? I've actually read that paper, and the paper is nonsense.
Outside of space-time.
I actually, it's funny that you bring it up. I've actually read that paper. He makes a case for why the simulation has to be false, and
Yes.
I actually take the arguments in that paper to be nonsense.
Why? It's based on Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
No, because he's stipulating some sort of degree of mathematical Platonism in computation
Right.
theory, which doesn't necessarily have to hold for the actual world. Like it doesn't have to be the case that laws of physics are actual objects that require computation.
No,
Like
what he's
the
saying
starting
is-
premise is just fundamentally
No, you're saying the
misguided.
same thing that.
So
you're saying the
it's
same
funny that
thing,
you
Roger.
cited this this trash paper by this like shitty person, and you're like,
He's
that's the
saying the
basis
same-
for my entire argument. And
he's-
then when we
he's
don't let
saying
you
that-
pivot, you cry and cry until I actually remember what paper it is that you're referring to
Yeah.
and dismantle you on
Yeah.
that too.
It's exactly what Roger Penrose said, the same thing, and it goes to
Roger
your problem.
Penrose did not say the
because-
same thing.
Yes, he did. He did say the same thing
No, he
about
didn't.
Gödel's
He didn't
incompleteness
make an
theorem.
argument from
I
non-computability.
can even
He
play it
absolutely
for
did.
you. He said the exact same thing. And the problem
I'm
that
sure
you
he didn't.
have, Blitz, is that you don't know what's real from not real because you don't know about your quantum ontology.
Oh, I
and
hadn't,
you
I
don't
hadn't
know,
thought of
you
this.
can't-
I don't know
you
what's
can't
real.
ground the laws of physics because
It turns out being
materialism is false.
I thought that humility was like a virtue of Christians,
Because
but I guess not.
materialism is false. Blitz, you stuck up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Because
No, I'm not.
materialism is false.
I'm some kind of physicalist, not a materialist.
Dr.
No.
Blitz, you
Oh,
reject
what do you mean?
fucking
Hold up.
materialism? Then you're stuck up Schitt's Creek without a paddle because materialism is
The
false.
You
fact
got
of the
me.
matter is,
The position you hold with respect to materialism
Now
is
you say-
true. You're
hold up, now
fucked,
that you say
Dr. Blitz.
Okay, you
Oh,
say
no.
you're a physical. Oh, Blitz, you say you're a physicalist, right?
I'm some kind of physicalist. Yeah,
What-
I think that
what
physicalism is
exact-
generally not
what
well defined,
exactly
but
is-
my positions are
What
generally
exactly
pretty
is
well.
the physical? What exactly is
Sorry?
physical? Because Werner Heisenberg
Well,
said
that's one
subatomic
of the
particles
issues. But
are real in the
I take
physical.
physicalism to be those things which exist are those things that are adequately described by some future physics.
Okay, so I mean, so you don't take any sort of ontology of the word physical.
I don't.
There's something
No.
physical.
No.
Oh, okay, that's even more interesting. Because that's more in line with my
Bro,
thing.
more
It turns out
confused
humility
noises
just
into the
destroys
microphone.
beyond mathematics' view, I guess.
Again, Blitz is agreeing with me today. You
Damn.
getting on the right
Angel, you
track.
should start hysterically laughing into the microphone. It worked really well last time. I
So
think
in
that might be like
physics-
the checkmate move against Dr. Blitz is if you just like
Hey,
out of
Blitz.
nowhere ask him one question, and then as soon as he answers, you should just go.
How do you ground
It's like
consciousness?
a winning rhetorical move.
How
Wait,
do
is
you
that a new
ground
voice
consciousness?
line? Did he just ask how do we ground consciousness?
I think he said
No, I'm asking
constants,
because
actually.
you said physicalism didn't have an ontology, so how do you ground consciousness? That's what I'm
Physicalism
asking.
does have an ontology. You're very
I
stupid.
just don't know what it is.
Blitz just said it doesn't. I'm just want to talk
He
to
said he
Blitz.
doesn't know.
I don't commit to one. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, what do you ground consciousness? Do you ground it in physicalism or in the quantum field?
Yeah, if I'm some kind of physicalist, then yes. Obviously, consciousness would be grounded in some sort of physically describable phenomenon.
Well, what do you think about counterfactual communication here?
That's also describable with physics. Checkmate beyond mathematics.
How is that describable with physics when you
We
transmit
literally
information?
describe it in physics
up.
papers
You
using
transmit
physics.
Did you read the paper? The wave function is real but not physical.
Yes, I did read that. I read it like 2 years ago or like a year ago or whenever it came out.
All right, I have to head out. It's
Because
been
you
fun.
transmitted.
Yeah, this is
Ian.
Ian, I'm
you're
jealous of you.
Have fun.
Good luck.
Hey, friends, Ian's going to debate on the line starting.
No, don't tell them. Then they're gonna leave because they like Ian more than us.
Starting after our live stream. So after we're done, go watch Ian on the line.
There you
After the line, I'm going to be on AXP. So you've got a whole day of the Unapologetic crew. Blitz, you're not streaming later today, are you?
No, I think I'm going to my in-laws for Mother's Day.
Nice. Okay. Fantastic. Anyway, that's all I had to say about that. Friends, after the show, don't run away. Don't go anywhere unless you got to go visit your mom. And watch the Unapologetic crew like literally cook and roast the entire day. Let me unmute Beyond Mathematic. I'm sure he was crashing out the whole
Oh, is
time.
he still here? Oh, okay. I kind of assumed that he had left.
I'm about to leave. Let me get this straight before I
would leave too.
Yep, that checks out.
Blitz, you don't believe in materialism. You
Yep,
don't
I'm
know
not a
what's
materialist.
physical. You don't know what physicalist is.
Yep.
You don't know.
You got it.
You don't have any sort of
You're getting there.
ontology of what operators are on quantum fields.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You're getting there.
So it's so amazing to me that you don't all this stuff that you don't know that's outside of your understanding, but somehow you
Yeah,
think
there's a
you
lot
can
of stuff that we
understand.
don't know, and it's called being humble.
But for
Which
some reason
apparently,
you think-
despite being Christian, you have no idea what that is.
but you
Humility
think
is
you
a
can
foreign concept to you.
But you think you can understand God, but you can't understand simple, basic things.
Sure
like,
can. God is a Bronze
wow.
Age mythology.
That's the hubris.
Quantum field theory is one of the most sophisticated ideas we've ever come up
hubris.
with.
No, quantum field theory is directly in the Bible. Quantum ontology. In Hebrews 11:3, the Bible says the world was framed by the word of God. So things which are seen
Yes,
were made
quantum
by
field
things.
theory, the word of God. You got it.
The
It's right
Bible
there.
also says that there's a dome at the top of the sky that God
things-
lives on top of it.
That things that do not appear. It's the same thing Niels
Yeah, I
Bohr
wouldn't.
said.
I wouldn't address
It's
that
the
either.
same
Oh,
thing
you
Werner
got me.
Heisenberg
Yeah, that
said.
makes sense.
It's the same thing Erwin Schrödinger said. It's the same
Yeah,
thing
it's the
Max
same
Planck
thing
said.
that all of these people said, that actually it's not at all related, because why would
Of course
anybody
it
think
is.
that the world is the word of God
course
has
it is,
anything to
because
do
it
with
comes
quantum
from
field
it
theory?
comes from a mind. It makes more
The
sense to say it
delusion
comes from
here
a
is
mind.
so uncanny.
Blitz.
Pretty wild.
You think saying making a logical inference of intelligence, which is more parsimonious than saying there's a gazillion parallel universes? You really think there's a gazillion versions of you doing all these
Hey, so
different
do
things?
universes
and
exist?
you think that's common sense?
Does it?
You think that
does a
makes
universe
sense?
exist? Does
Universe, yes, a universe.
Okay, so we agree that there are such a thing as a universe.
As a universe.
Therefore,
Yes.
it doesn't add to your ontology to suppose that there's more than one. Whereas on your
Yes,
view,
it
you have to
does.
add to your ontology that there exists some extra dimensional, metaphysical, non-material, abstract being that's incapable of thought because it doesn't exist in time. It's incapable of processing.
No.
It's incapable of acting, but it's still
It
able
makes,
to act
you
and
know
create.
why it makes more sense, Blitz? Because we're
Because it makes your
seeing
fifis
things,
feel good.
because we're seeing things that are so finely tuned, that are so like
The
low entropy of the
fine-tuning
universe.
argument. Go
Oh
ahead and
no,
demonstrate
not the
fine-tuning.
That's
fine-tuning
why.
argument. Give us a fine-tuning
And
argument.
it's better to make a logical inference, abductive reason of intelligence, like Francis.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
are-
So how do you know that you've accounted for all of the possible
Then-
explanations?
But you are saying there's a gazillion versions of you. That's
Sorry,
ridiculous.
how have you accounted?
So-
how have you
so hold
ensured that you have accounted for
You-
all
you
of
think
the
there's one version-
all of the considerations necessary to make an abductive case?
Let me ask you a question. You think in another universe that you're a serial killer?
Okay. Okay. He's just gonna dodge. Of course he will.
Yeah, he'll
Answer
never
the
answer
question.
questions.
Do you
I've
think
seen
in another-
mathematics. I've seen beyond mathematics do a lot of live stream call-ins, but I've never seen him answer a question, not once.
He never will.
Blitz, answer the question.
It's
Do you think in
incapable. On his
another
ontology, questions don't exist.
Tell you what,
do think in
beyond
a-
mathematics, if you answer Blitz's question, I won't cut you.
It seems like a pretty
Oh,
good
what was
deal.
the question? What was the question? Blitz?
The question is how do you know that you've accounted for all of the relevant explanations in order to make sense, in order to make sure that you can come to a reasonable abductive conclusion?
Because we do it all the time. We could calculate things natural versus things made by intelligence. We do it all the time.
Okay, so you didn't answer my
throughout-
question.
So the same idea, I'm telling you, the same way Francis Crick looked at DNA and he said DNA was too complex.
My question is, how do you
Hold
know
on,
that
you-
you've accounted for all of the possible
because-
explanations necessary
you-
to evaluate before making
You
an
can
abductive
rule out
conclusion?
you can rule out natural explanations because nature can't do certain things. Like
Wait a minute.
put
So
things
hold
in
on.
a low
So
entropy state.
do you understand the criticism that I'm offering here in the form of this question?
Yeah, you saying have I ruled out all other possibilities? Yes, I've ruled out the natural.
Do you know what an
possibility.
abductive explanation is?
I ruled out abductive reasoning based on a logical.
Okay,
inference
yeah.
to the best
Can you
explanation.
explain what abductive reasoning is? Because I have a feeling that you don't know what it is.
It's a logical inference to the best explanation.
Right now, great. That's what abduction is.
So the
Now,
best
in order to
explanation is
evaluate the best
intelligence.
explanation, so it's inference to the best explanation. So in order to check if the explanation that you're examining is indeed the best explanation, you need to compare it against all of the relevant explanations. Now, how do you know that you have accounted for all of the relevant explanations?
Because all of them require extra baggage of all these other universes that can't even produce a universe
All
like
of them
ours. It's
require
like-
extra
this
universes.
is
Do you
why
think
you
that
have-
like the only
yes.
do you think that the only explanations for fine tuning are like many worlds interpretation?
Either it's that or loop quantum gravity or eternal inflation or cyclical universes or string theory. with
Yeah,
10 to
yeah. So
500
And how do you know that that's
they
all of them?
They all require a bunch of baggage, like you saying that Spider-Man exists or Peter Pan exists. That's baggage. You don't have to.
You know what
go
else is
to.
baggage? God. But
That's-
also, by the way, you're
that's
still
bad.
dodging.
No,
You're
it's
still
not.
dodging the criticism. The
That's a
criticism
simple-
here is that
all I
the
gotta do
criticism
is
here
make
is
a-
that in absence of a
Blitz.
complete description of all of the explanations, abduction doesn't work because you
Blitz.
have to provide an explanation for
Is it-
how you
Blitz.
know that you've accounted for every possible explanation. But
Blitz,
there's
beyond-
an epistemic
no, it's
gap
a
there.
lot-
You can't
beyond-
know all
maybe
possible
if actually-
explanations.
Yes, you can.
Beyond when
Blitz,
Blitz
can you make- hold on.
Beyond,
Let me-
just shut up for a second. If you would just listen to Blitz when he responds to you rather than trying to interrupt him so you can jump in, we would have a real conversation. You're not even listening to Blitz. When he responds to what you're
It hurts
saying,
my feelings.
you spend the whole time saying Blitz, 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 because you're not intending to actually listen to him. Just listen to what he's saying and then respond to what he says, and maybe we can have a real conversation here. This is boring for me because I want to see you guys have a real conversation.
See?
All right, can I talk? Is it my turn to talk now, or do I gotta wait for? Are you finished talking?
The fact
Blitz?
that you don't know how conversations work is very telling.
No, I'm just asking Blitz if he got any more he got to say before I speak.
Is he talking?
So, okay, I'm just gonna summarize my criticism here, and this is a criticism of abductive reasoning in general. Abductive reasoning requires knowing all of the relevant explanations. You have to account for all of the relevant explanations, then you evaluate which one is the best explanation. The trouble is, unless you have a complete description of all possible explanations for a phenomenon, you can't ensure that there is not a better explanation that you haven't considered. And so unless you can give me some account of every possible explanation for fine-tuning, then abductive reasoning isn't going to get you to a reasonable conclusion.
Now, can I respond?
Go ahead. Does that make sense to you?
Not really, because abductive reasoning, the way Francis Crick, for instance, used abductive reasoning, is to rule out certain things that can occur and then say, well, it's the logical inference to the best explanation that fits the evidence. So when Francis Crick looked at DNA and he looked at the short time it had to form, the guy who won the Nobel Prize for double helix structured DNA, he said, well, it wasn't enough time. He used abductive reasoning to say, well, maybe it was seeded on Earth by intelligent aliens. But he put out there that he inferred intelligence. He made a logical inference of intelligence because there wasn't a sufficient natural explanation. And that's all I'm doing. I'm looking at the low
Okay, so you're not understanding my
universe.
critique. My critique is that abduction is not a good way of coming to conclusions unless you can enumerate all possible explanations.
But it's not a good starting point. Of course it's a good starting point. That's what people always use abductive reasoning.
No,
as a good
just
starting
remain
point.
agnostic.
No, because I don't need to accept any other natural explanation when there is none that even comes close to fitting the data.
Okay, you're doing tag now.
There's none that comes close to fitting the data other than intelligence.
How do you know that there are none that come close
way,
to fitting the data?
Because I have to accept all of these outlandish theories of parallel universes.
Wait,
all these
are you familiar with all
versions of
possible
people.
explanations for the data?
All the ones out there now.
Okay, do you think that is all possible explanations?
I mean, we're talking about the best explanation, not just all.
That wasn't my question. Do you think that you've examined all possible explanations?
Yes, and I think
you
the
do.
best
Okay.
the best explanation out of all available explanations is intelligence.
Okay, so you've examined the true theory of quantum gravity as a possible explanation and ruled it out?
As an explanation of the low entropy of the universe, yes.
Yep. Sorry, just and help me out here, because I would love to know how you ruled this out. Could you inform me what the true theory of quantum gravity is so that I can understand your reasoning as to why it's not a sufficient or good explanation for the low entropy state of the universe, which you don't understand? That'd be good.
I'll tell you why. Because, for instance, if you look at Roger Penrose's cyclical universe, and things
he's not going to answer the question, will he?
He talks about quantum gravity.
This is so embarrassing and so sad.
Beyond, are you going to answer his question? Are you going to answer his question?
I'd love to have a conversation, but you're not answering my question.
Can I finish answering?
So I'll tell you what. I want you to answer his question, and then I won't cut you.
I'm answering. Quantum gravity is.
Do you even know what was his question?
It was about quantum gravity. And
what was his question?
Yeah, what about it?
You asked, did I rule out quantum gravity? And I said, yes. They don't even have a theory of quantum gravity. What is the theory of quantum? Is there one theory of quantum gravity, Blitz?
That's what I'm asking you. If you've ruled out quantum gravity, then surely you must know what it is.
Because we don't even know quantum gravity is a possibility.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. So surely then, in order to establish that quantum gravity is not a possibility, surely you've either done some experiment that rules out quantum gravitational explanations for the way the world is, or you've considered every possible mathematical structure that would correspond to a theory of quantum gravity and ruled it out with regards to experimental or observational data, right?
You got some people that refute quantum gravity, like Leonard Susskind and Juan Malsadena.
Leonard Susskind is the father of string theory, my guy.
No, but he talks about the holographic universe and how holography
is a theory of quantum gravity, my guy.
Try again. They talk about gravity as emergence, so there might not be a theory.
Yeah, that's a theory of quantum gravity, my guy. Try again.
No, they say that gravity might emerge from
that's a theory of quantum gravity. Try again.
No, but that's not gravity.
No,
they say gravity is emergent property. It's an emergent property.
That would be a theory of quantum gravity. Try again.
Yeah, but it's emergent. It's not fundamental.
Yeah,
it
yeah,
can't-
you're right.
So,
An emergent
it
theory of
can't
quantum
give you-
gravity. Yeah.
so how is that going to give you a low entropy of the universe as 1 part of 10 to the power of 10 to
I don't know.
123?
So you tell me. How have you ruled out that
Explain to
that
me,
that's
Blitz.
or how have you established beyond
Explain to me,
mathematics? How have you
Blitz.
established
No, you-
beyond mathematics? How have you established that? Hold on, I got to do this. Beyond mathematics, how have you established that the holographic principle with emergent gravity is indeed the true theory of quantum gravity? Go ahead and unmute.
I said that's one theory of quantum gravity that rules
Okay,
out
well,
gravity
I was
as
asking you. So
fundamental.
I was asking you how you rule out the true theory of quantum gravity, not some one random proposed idea
There is
for a
no
theory
true
of quantum
theory
gravity.
of quantum gravity. There is no
Okay,
true
so
theory of
how do you
quantum
wait?
gravity.
How do you know? How have you established that there is in fact no true theory of quantum gravity?
But even if it is one, Blitz, how is it going to explain the
he's not
low
answering the
entropy of the
question.
universe?
He's not going to answer the question.
How is it going to
never will.
explain the low?
Are you going to answer the question,
He
or are you just
he
gonna...
actually doesn't even understand the question.
Okay,
He doesn't even
and
understand
No,
what
he
I'm
definitely
doing.
doesn't.
Blitz, explain to me how quantum gravity going to explain.
Should I just
the low
explain it to him,
entropy of-
Justin? Like what the question is
explain
that
the
I'm
low
getting at?
entropy of-
Yeah, you're going to have to
explain
explain
the
it
low
like
entropy
he's
of the
5,
universe.
though.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. So look, beyond mathematics, angel investor. The idea here is that it is conceivable, and it is indeed logically possible that there is a true theory of quantum gravity that adequately explains the gravitation at the microscopic level, and that theory of gravity would explain what entropy is, why the origin of the universe was the way it was, if there was an origin, why the universe evolved the way it did from whatever state it was in 13.8 billion years ago. Those are all logically possible conceptions. And so unless you know what the correct theory of quantum gravity is that adequately explains gravitation at the fundamental level, then it seems like you can't rule that out as an explanation for, the low entropy state of the universe, which, you claim exists, but it's not even clear that it is.
Why do I gotta accept that as a possibility when there's no explanation?
So it is. I mean, it's a
There's
logical
no
possibility because there's no intrinsic contradiction.
It's not. Blitz.
Yeah, sure it is.
If it is one, explain to me exactly how quantum gravity gonna give you a low entropy of 1 part in 10 to the power of 10
Sorry.
to 123.
Sorry. The question is whether or not it's logically possible to have a quantum description of gravity.
You said it's logically possible. Well, explain it. You the doctor, Blitz. Stop.
Beyond, if you want him to answer your questions, you have to shut the fuck up when you're done asking the question. So here's what's gonna happen.
He's the king of yap.
If you continue to yap rather than let him answer your question, I'll mute you so that he can answer your question, because nobody wants you to ask a question and then ignore Blitz's answer. The point here is that Blitz is trying to answer your questions and you should be answering his questions so we can have some back and forth. The less you allow that to happen, the dumber this conversation gets and the less interesting it gets. So, Beyond.
He keeps interrupting me.
So,
What are you
Beyond, ask your question, and then Blitz will answer your question, and then we can move forward because he's going to ask you a question that you get to answer after that. Go ahead.
Okay, here's my question, Blitz. Give me the exact way that quantum gravity, you said it's a possibility. Give me the exact possible way that quantum gravity can give you a low entropy state of 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to 123.
I never made the claim that is true. What I'm asking, and maybe I can clarify because I don't. So look, maybe I can clarify because it seems like you don't understand. My point is that unless you can show that is not the case, then it seems like you are not equipped to evaluate how good of an explanation a true theory of quantum gravity would be for the way the world is. You wouldn't be unless you can know what that true theory of quantum gravity is, it's hard to rule it out as an explanation.
Well, hold on. Listen, Blitz, when I say that the low entropy of the universe is 1 part in 10, power 10 to 1, what do you think I'm talking about?
I actually think you don't know what you're talking about because I think it's strictly false.
Hold on. Exactly what am I talking about?
I actually think it's probably ill-posed.
No, it's not ill-posed. This is what Roger Penrose said.
I think Roger Penrose is mistaken.
Okay, you think he's mistaken. Everybody's mistaken but you.
Well,
Roger
I have positions on things that I'm well informed.
You do understand that not every physicist agrees with Roger Penrose, right?
Yes, they do.
Every single one?
Universe, yes, they do.
Every single one.
Trivially false. As a physicist, I don't agree with Roger Penrose.
Yeah.
Bliss is probably the only one. physicists I've heard talked about this.
I can
agrees with
so I can
what
find
Roger
you so
Penrose
many, by
said
the way.
in his book.
In fact,
Emperor's New Mind.
I can name one.
No, but Blitz.
Do you want me to name? Do you want me to name one? In fact,
when
it's
you say,
like a
when you
co-author
say
of mine.
something is a low interest, when you say something, what exactly am I talking about? I'm asking you a question. Do you know
Do you want me to
what
name
we're
a
talking
co-author
about?
of mine who disagrees
if
with
you
Penrose?
don't know, I can tell you. I can tell you if you don't know, Blitz. I
Do you
mean,
want me to
don't know
name a
everything,
co-author
like
of
you
mine who
said.
disagrees with Penrose?
You don't know everything.
So his name is Pavel Narovsky. He's actually he's worked with Penrose. He's a very well-respected physicist, and he doesn't think that Penrose is right about his CCC model.
This has nothing to do with the CCC model.
Well, but
as
you
far
said
as
that
his,
every physicist agrees with Penrose.
about the low entropy state of the universe.
Oh,
which-
okay. Do
which
you want me
he
to name another
calculated.
who doesn't?
Yeah,
His name is Niayesh Afshordi. He's a cosmologist who works at the Perimeter Institute in Canada. He doesn't agree with Roger Penrose on this.
What exactly does he say?
He thinks that he takes the position I have, which is that entropy is not a
Would you
well-defined
quote him?
notion in a
Would you
space-time.
please quote him? Quote him, please.
So I'm telling you what he told me when I spoke with him on Zoom a few months ago.
Quote him, because I look him up here and say something totally different, because Brian Greene agrees with him.
I don't have a
Neil
direct quote. I
deGrasse
had a
Tyson-
conversation with him
Hold
a few
up.
months ago.
Brian Greene agrees with him. Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with it.
Yes,
who
pop
else
science
talked about it?
authors.
No,
Okay,
who else
cool.
agrees with it?
I'm citing Niayesh Afshordi, who I had a conversation
Every
with,
other
who indicated
physicist,
to me
mostly
in the
all
conversation.
physicists agree
So it's
with
every
it.
other physicist.
comes
So now
the
that I've
big
given you another
goalpost.
example, this is so dishonest. This is so dishonest. You said every physicist but
Blitz,
Blitz. Then I gave you an example of one who disagrees with Penrose about what entropy is.
I thought you would know more than what you don't even know what I'm talking about when I say the low entropy.
I know what you think you're talking about, and I'm telling you that you don't have a good conception of what entropy even
When Roger
is.
Penrose talks about 1 part in 10 to the power.
Yeah,
what
Roger Penrose is
exactly-
mistaken.
No, he's not mistaken.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. Where's your paper? Have you published a paper refuting? Roger Penrose published a paper on this, and it's been
Actually, you want to see a
peer-reviewed.
paper that contradicts Penrose's idea here? It was a paper
Yeah,
by
put it up.
what's his
Did
name?
you
It's David
publish it?
Deutsch. Or
Oh,
I
no,
think
not
it was either a
Deutsch.
paper by David
So you
Deutsch or a
agree
paper
with
by
Deutsch?
what was
Deutsch
his
has
name?
been
It was a
refuted
paper about
over
the
and
scale
over
factor.
Deutsch has
Hold on.
been refuted. He's the one.
Oh,
that
sorry,
thinks Peter
I'm sorry. It
Pan
wasn't David
exists.
Deutsch. It was Carlo Rovelli, not David Deutsch.
Oh, so you agree with Carlo Rovelli's relational?
No, I'm
interpretation
citing you an example of Carlo
Do you
Rovelli
agree with his
being in
relational
disagreement with
inter-
Penrose.
Hold
I
on.
also don't agree
You
with Carlo
agree-
Rovelli.
Oh, so you agree with him sometimes, but not in others, I guess.
Nope, I didn't say I agree with him. I said that Carlo Rovelli disagrees with Penrose.
Blitz, you falling all over the place, Blitz. What did
I
Carlo
just don't think
Rovelli
you're
say?
tracking. Carlo
What-
Rovelli makes the claim that the low entropy is not stored in the Weyl curvature, but is instead stored in the low scale factor of the universe in the early 13.8 billion years ago. This is in contradiction with Penrose. Penrose uses the Weyl curvature conjecture, the Weyl conjecture, to make the claim that the entropy was very, very low, 1 part in 120 or whatever the number is. Now that claim arises from the Weyl conjecture, which Carlo Rovelli, as far as I can tell, rejects because he wrote a paper that doesn't rely on the Weyl tensor to come to that conclusion.
What paper was Carlo Rovelli?
It's called Where Was
published?
Past Low Entropy?
And where's the paper? Where was it published at?
It was published in Entropy.
And what? The journal Entropy? What?
The journal is called Entropy, yeah.
Yeah,
I can't believe you don't even know what the journal Entropy is.
I just want to say too, like a quick Google search. It didn't take much. I got a number of resources, literally 30 seconds on Google. I've got like 10 names of physicists that don't think that there's a low entropy state. This doesn't actually appear to be like a super niche thing. It sounds like this is just something that some people believe and some people don't. I don't see where the problem is here.
What are the scientists that don't think this?
Oh, Blitz, you got muted for some reason. Your
Oh,
mic's
God
off.
damn it.
So there's a bunch of them: Fred Hoyle, Herman Bondi, Thomas Gold, Justin Barber, Tim Kolowski, Flavio Mercati, Carlos Rovelli, possibly Sean Carroll, Raphael Busso, Anthony Guar, and Steve Groton, and there's probably more.
Well, I know The reason why you're not quoting anything they saying, because Fred Hoyle said
I could quote them.
He talks about how the universe was designed, and this is one of the reasons. This is what Fred Hoyle said. He said
you want me to
let me
just
read
bring it up?
what Fred Hoyle said, you idiot. What Fred Hoyle
Do you want me to bring it up?
Fred Hoyle was believed in intelligent design. True.
Imagine being a Christian and like literally just getting onto a live stream talking to someone. First of all, I've never had a one-on-one conversation with this Beyond Mathematics. I know about him.
Yes, you have. It's Angel Investor. Of course, you
I know.
must have.
He's never come on my live stream because he knows I'll cook him on the Bible. He only comes on the science live streams. But I just want to point this out, Beyond Mathematics. This is like really embarrassing that I've not done anything to you. Blitz has never done anything to you, and now you're up here crashing out and calling both of us names. And remember, you're a fucking Christian. Christians aren't supposed to get on people's live streams and start calling them idiots and calling them stupid and things like that. That's not proper Christian behavior. If I was still a Christian, and there are Christians here in the live stream, I'd be super embarrassed by this behavior. Do you want to clean your shit up or what?
I just want y'all to answer questions, that's all.
You don't answer questions.
Fred Hoyle believed the universe was designed, so Fred Hoyle agrees with me. So who's your next
Yeah, he did. He also didn't think that the universe had a low entropy state.
No, he did.
No, he didn't. He rejected the Big Bang. The Big Bang is where you get the low entropy state from.
Yeah,
he rejected that.
Quote Fred Hoyle where he agrees with you.
This is what Fred Hoyle said. Let me quote him.
Quote him.
The chance that higher life forms might have emerged in this way is comparable to the chance that a tornado.
Oh, I thought that we were talking about the low entropy state. Are we changing the topic now?
Sounds like he's changing the topic, yeah.
Are you going to let me finish?
That sounds like it, yeah. Bummer.
You keep saying let Blitz play. You keep interrupting me every 2 minutes.
Well, you didn't provide the answer.
Yeah.
But so you
were answering a question
topic.
we didn't ask.
He believes exactly what I believe. So yeah.
Does he believe in the low entropy?
The universe started in a low entropy state. And
does he say that?
I'm looking at the paper now from Carlo Rovelli. Hold up. And I'm going to his conclusion.
No, we're asking, well, we're on Hoyle so far. Can you find us where Hoyle says he believes in the low entropy state?
You guys quote these scientists,
because
and then I go look it up.
If Fred Hoyle doesn't,
if Fred
Hoyle doesn't actually isn't a proponent of the Big Bang, obviously he's not going to be in like on board with the low entropy state.
That's like trivially true.
That's for Michael. I'm reading Ravelli now.
Yeah, he's never gonna answer this. He's
definitely he's gonna move on and ignore the fact that Hoyle doesn't agree with them. Yeah,
he doesn't. He agreed with me that the universe was designed,
but he doesn't agree with you that the universe had a low entropy state. Sorry.
Where did it say he doesn't agree that the universe had a low entropy state?
Well, he didn't believe in the Big Bang. So when was the low entropy state?
Let me type it in real quick, because you guys just be lying.
Yep, go ahead, type in. Did Fred Hoyle ever believe in the Big Bang?
Let me see, low entropy.
Or you can actually just look at one of his responses. He wrote a response on Cornell's website. It says, is time's arrow perspectival? And he says, we observe entropy decreasing towards the past. Does this imply that in the past that the world was in a non-generic microstate? I point out an alternative. The subsystem to which we belong interacts with the universe via a relatively small number of quantities, so on and so forth. He doesn't say anything. Like, he doesn't.
Sounds like he was proposing an alternative to there being a low entropy state in the past.
Where you talked about, hold up, thermodynamics and the origin of life, where he talks about a low entropy state. Hold up, Fred Hoyle, where he talks, and then he says, although it's true that life to persist in a state of low entropy must continue.
Yeah, that's not the early low entropy state of the Big Bang. That's a state of low entropy of life on Earth.
He's talking about.
This is such a Mott and Bailey. Actually, it's not a Mott and Bailey. It's just a deflection.
Yeah, he's talking about the entropy state in the current forms of life. I mean, like human beings. Like human beings exist in some sort of low entropy state.
Right. He's not talking about the low entropy state of the universe.
Yeah,
pretty obviously, by the way.
This is why it's important to read the actual article rather than just doing a word search for like the word entropy.
The thing is he reads but doesn't understand. So of course he's not going to understand the distinction between just doing a word search and actually reading.
Yeah. How long do we want
Boyle
to?
disagrees with you.
How long do we want to keep this guy up? We do have other people, like actual grown adults, we could talk to.
Well,
It's up to you.
I'm cool.
I've had my fun.
Yeah, I think so. And
Bliss have already.
to be fair, I think the audience has probably heard enough of Beyond Mathematics, so we can.
Have you considered that the entropy is stored in the balls?
Oh fuck! You know
Fred
what?
Hoyle agrees.
To be fair, I have a good question about that because I was thinking about getting the snip. If I get the snip, does entropy maximally increase like all the time? Like, does it always increase because you can't let them out? Like, how does that work? I guess.
Yeah, that's true because the entropy is indeed stored in the balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna.
And if you can't let the entropy out, then it'll just build up your entropy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, well, I mean, it's a.
By the way, I have to give credit to Jim for that joke. But I'm not going to. It was my joke. It was all my joke.
All right, Fred. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and then we're gonna get. I said we get Catholic Thinker in here, but Catholic probably came to talk to Ian, so we'll find out. Wild Day says non-algorithmic understanding. Ian. Low entropy state, Ian. You look like Napoleon Dynamite. This was his argument last time he was on Ian's live, fool. That was what he said. I remember I actually watched that clip. Yeah, I mean, Beyond Mathematics is good for a crash out, maybe not much more. I see you sleeping. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says, I would never try to deconvert her. It just makes me sad. She is Jewish, so I guess she accepts he is not all good. Oh, fair. Okay. But that's a little bit better, actually. I mean, I know that there are some people that will connect like Zionism to Judaism. I'm not sure that's really the case. Most of like the people that are really pushing for Zionism don't really appear to be like Orthodox Jews. They're just like right-wing fascists. So I'm not sure that like believing in the Jewish God is as harmful, to be fair, as like Christianity or Islam. And if it makes her happy, I say let her have it. Optimus Rhymes, good to see it. Says Angel should be mad at God for giving him a never-ending cold. Oh, and for doing whatever God did to his brain.
It's so sad for him.
It really is. It's sad for us actually too. And Booget, good to
That's
see you,
true.
friend. Says, what is the over/under? The callers forgot to call their mom today over trying these tired dumbass arguments. You know what?
True.
Seems pretty likely.
I haven't called my
actually.
mom yet, but that's because when I remembered it was Mother's Day, we were already on the show. So I texted her and I let her know I'm gonna call you after the show.
Right.
what a
Game
good
Guy,
son
good to
does.
see you, and thank you for the super chat. Every physicist I cherry picked agree with Penrose, therefore every physicist agrees with Penrose. Obviously, that's
true.
the case.
Very true.
Just don't look around. Don't Google anything.
Of course,
Resistance
never.
is Angel is a waste of space and time, and that is true. If I was space time, I'd create a fucking bubble around that guy. And Samurai Jack, thank you for the super chat, says, while you're all here, hate to sound like a Phil bro, but what is your actual criteria for counting something as evidence? Is it just observability? Not for me, Samurai. I think evidence is literally anything that can increase the likelihood of a proposition being true. And I would give different weight to different evidences. So for example, if you just have like a logical argument, that'd be really good evidence. I mean, it can be a good evidence. But I think better evidence is something that is observable and testable. What do you think, Blitz?
My view is that I kind of take two views. Like, if we're being super broad, then evidence is just anything that increases the probability of a view. But what people really mean, and the way that like we interpret this generally, is something like a fact about the world, or a fact about the way that we reason, that increases the probability of one claim at the expense of other claims. So the other claims have their probability go down, and the one claim has its probability go up. Something like that.
Sure. And Carissa, good to see you this morning. Thank you so much. Huge, took a million W's for Carissa, sending out 20 Unapologetic gifted memberships.
That's
Super
enormous.
appreciate that. Also, I was thinking about the memberships on Unapologetic, because on my channel, the members get access to the emojis, but also the deconstruction cheat sheet. Do you think, Blitz, maybe we should put both of our cheat sheets up as member perks on the Unapologetic channel?
That's a pretty good idea.
Because it's
That's a
available
good
to
idea.
your members, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
right, we'll look into this, friends. We'll get all the details worked out. I'll talk to Ian, see if Ian's got a cheat sheet that they might want to put up. And I think to be fair, our cheat sheets are really helpful when you're just needing information for these types of debates. And hopefully, I've got a whole tab full of Filbro arguments. I'm hoping to flowchart them so that people can have some dialogue trees to work with rather than just the text.
You want to give people scripts?
Yeah, I do. Absolutely, 100%.
Fair. Okay, look. As long as you're owning it, fair.
Yeah, I 100% want people to have arguments. Yeah. All right, let's get a Catholic thinker, an actual thoughtful, intelligent, and kind theist. Welcome in, Catholic thinker.
Well, thank you for the kind words. So I was actually hoping to speak with all three of you, but I'm fine, speaking. I know Ian has the appearance on the line, but I do have an argument that I think does get to that there is an independent thing whose identity is existence itself, and I wanted to run it by y'all, see your thoughts on it, see where I still needed work and things like that.
Can you sure, but I don't know what it means for something's identity to be existence itself. That's going to be like a sticking point, at least for me.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's what I kind of hope to get to in the argument itself. The way that I have it structured currently is each premise I can support. Each premise is effectively the conclusion of its own sub-argument. So if you're fine with the quote-unquote conclusion of the sub-argument, I'll just move on. So the first one's going to be there always had to be something existing.
Catholic thinker, you are kind of breaking up. Your connection doesn't seem too good.
This is actually.
Can you hear me better now?
Hopefully.
Yeah, your red bars seem to have cleared up, so you might be okay. This is interesting, though. This is, I think, going to touch on one of the very first logical arguments that I heard, when I was agnostic. That I was like, oh yeah, there was never a nothing state, because if nothing has no causal power, and something, that means something can't come from nothing, and we don't have nothing, we have something. It just means that there was never nothing. But I'm curious to see where your argument's going. This should be fun.
Yeah, so then the second one is going to be, in order for there to never be nothing, there has to be at least one independent thing. Now, I'm not identifying at this point what that independent thing is. It could be the universe. I don't know yet at this premise. I hope to identify that in the third premise. It's just that there has to at least be one thing that is independent.
When you say
clarify on that.
You just mean it doesn't depend on something else for its existence?
Correct.
Okay. I don't think that's objectionable.
Can I get clarity on premise number 2 on my wording? I don't know if I caught all of it.
Because there was never nothing, there had to be at least one independent thing.
Oh, okay. So we say because there was...
Technically, it should probably be if there was never nothing, then there must be at least one independent thing.
If there was never nothing, there must be at least one. When we say thing, what's the difference?
Thing.
That's what I'm asking. What's the difference between a thing and an independent thing? Because if there's just one thing, it wouldn't be independent of anything. It would independence is relational, right?
And that's that's what this is getting at. Is so the full argument points out that there's two types of things that could exist: things that are dependent and things that are independent. And exploring the three options of everything being independent, everything being dependent, the conclusion arrives at that there must be at least one thing that is independent in order for the...
Well, I was just going to say, for Justin's sake, all that's meant by independent here is that this thing doesn't depend on anything else in order for it to exist. That's all it's meant.
Yeah.
So we'd say
But
that
don't
there
use
must be.
non-contingent. No, don't do
Okay.
that, because then you get into modal talk, and this isn't modal talk.
Okay.
Yes. The reason why I picked dependency and independency is trying to avoid the modal talk.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I like modal talk is fine. It's just when people use contingent to mean people will often use contingent and necessary, and then kind of equivocate on the word contingent to mean both dependent in the independent-dependent dichotomy sense, and then also possible but not necessary sense. And that's an equivocation that's really annoying.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
So
I agree 100%.
So let me make sure I wrote these down. Then we'll move to P3. P1, there was never nothing. P2, if there was never nothing. So we'd say if P1, there must be at least one independent thing.
Yep.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm fine
P3,
with that. Seems fine.
P3, in order for the independent thing to always exist.
You should probably put an independent thing.
Okay.
Because we only know that there's at least one.
Yes.
And, not and.
And this is
Get
the
it
one
right,
that
Justin.
Listen. I've been Blitz. You've wrecked it like 10 times today.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm just like I didn't get much sleep, so I'm just like cranky.
I actually kind of enjoy it. I don't mind getting ripped on at all.
That's fair. All right. In order for an independent thing to exist,
its identity must be equal to its existence, and this is where I understand. Like for you, Dr. Blitz, we were going to need to probably do the justification for that premise.
well,
I wasn't sure if y'all would be okay with
maybe or maybe
P2.
not. I just don't even know what it means. Right.
Gotcha. Okay. But if P2 and P3 were the ones that I felt like most people would have the contention with.
I think
But
P2 is
P4
probably.
is
I mean,
then-
P2 is fine. I think. I don't really
Yeah.
have any objections to it. I mean, P2 is consistent with brute facts. So like.
Yes.
I
was
don't
the
have an
point.
issue with P2. P3, I just am not sure what it means. Like, if by existence we just mean like the sum total of the way the thing is, then that's like trivially true that its identity is equivalent to the sum total of the way the thing is.
That's where I disagree.
But if there's something
with-
else, I'm not sure.
I
Yeah,
think
so that I would just.
Sorry, I think I need a little clarity as well on what what the word identity is and what the word equal is meaning in the sentence. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, so I would say then before we move on to P4, if you're all okay, just having me justify, because I think it'll help clarify what I mean
Yeah,
by
sure, please.
identity is equal to its existence. So P1, so this is going to be the sub argument for P3. P1, an independent
So
thing.
P3.1, let's call it.
Yeah, let me.
Yes.
So we're gonna do 3.1. Got it.
An independent thing requires nothing external for its existence. Therefore, and so so that's just from the definition.
Yep.
Okay.
Point 2, it is therefore sufficient for its own existence from the sufficient condition.
Wait, sorry. What's the claim here? It is therefore sufficient to what?
For its own existence.
Should
What is
we
sufficient for its own existence?
should we say therefore
Itself.
it's sufficient to explain its existence? Is that what we mean by sufficient?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. It's saying that it is sufficient for its
The thing.
existence. So, yeah. So if A is the independent thing, then A is sufficient, meaning
A.
that. Okay, so are we talking about like sufficient explanations here, or are we talking about like sufficient causes? What are we doing?
Sufficient explanation.
Okay, so we can say the thing therefore sufficiently explains itself. Maybe would that be a correct parsing?
Yes, I'm okay with that. Like, and that's part of
Okay.
because like I knew my terminology might be off, and I'm still looking for any gaps that might be
Yeah.
present in
No, you're fine.
what I
you're
have.
fine. Okay.
I mean, we would say it explains itself because it's necessary, or
Wait a minute, hold on. No. P3.2 is at least as written it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily true. We agreed that independent things could be brute, and brute things do not have explanation at all.
We would say, yeah, if the thing exists,
If the independent thing, probably,
right,
then it sufficiently explains itself. But 3.2 is in conflict with the possibility that independent things could be brute.
Okay. So my understanding of brute facts is in the modal sense, where it talks about where it could be different, but still exists. So
yeah.
So
well,
it could still
a brute fact in the modal sense is something like there is a world. So it is a possibility, but there is no explanation for why one world has the possibility instantiated and another world doesn't.
Yeah. So here, what I'm trying to argue is even if it's brute, it still is, like, if it exists, then it is its own explanation for it to exist. And
brute things kind of by definition don't have explanations for their existence.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Gotcha. So I might have misunderstood.
Could we say it's self-existent rather than self-sufficiently explained?
I think that the explanatory power here is necessary.
Right.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way to avoid the self-existent, but I'm okay with that, mostly because I was trying to avoid metaphysical baggage that some people might have with that. But if that's more accurate, then yes, let's go with that.
So what's the idea? What's the idea to replace 3.2 with?
That it's self-existent.
Okay. What does that mean?
I think is what just said.
What does it mean?
So what that means is because it's self-existent, it must always exist, which then leads into 3.3, the claim
I just don't know what self-existent means. Like in some sense, I would take it that all things are self-existent. If they exist, then they exist as themselves.
Yeah. So the way that I'm understanding self-existent, and I could be wrong, is self-existent means that if I was to say the self-existent thing does not exist, is a contradiction, which is actually what P3 is going to be.
Yeah. Okay. So you just take self-existent to mean necessary.
That's what I was thinking.
It's impossible to not exist. Yeah. Like there is a relationship with necessary and contingency. I'm just trying to avoid.
No, that I understand. But necessary here meaning that
it can't
even without modal language, just that there is a contradiction in it not existing.
Yes.
But then 3.2 is just saying that 3.2 itself will need a defense. That's the issue. Because this is very similar to what we said earlier, namely that it's self-explanatory. A necessary thing generally is self-explanatory, but depending on your conception, of course. But this again is demonstrated as false if the independent thing is brute. So you could add a bridge. You could add a bridge premise here and say that the independent thing is not brute, but then that's just something that would need to be defended.
Yeah. Okay. Which would need to be then appealing to the principle of sufficient reason, PSR.
Yep.
Okay. I was hoping
which is contentious.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I was hoping to avoid that. If you want to hear the rest of the argument, would you be willing to grant the PSR for now?
Sure.
I kind of want to hear it.
Okay. So if we grant the PSR, so for P2, 3.3 is going to be, the statement of, for the independent thing, the claim it does not exist must be a contradiction.
Yeah, sure.
To say from the law, and this, I've been trying to figure out how to formalize it, but the way that I have it formalized is for the negation, for that negation to be a contradiction, its existence must be identical to its very identity. Because if we say independent thing does not exist, and the law of non-contradiction is formalized as A is not A, then A on the left is being replaced by independent thing, and the A on the right is replaced on...
But your mic went off again.
God damn it. The law of non-contradiction is not A is not A, it's A and not A.
Right. So independent thing and it does not exist is the contradiction being presented here. So if we have independent thing,
it's something like independent thing exists and independent thing does not exist, right?
I am saying that the independent thing does not exist.
No,
that statement itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm saying effectively
Go
ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. So when we say that non-existence is a contradiction, this is actually like this takes a little bit of unpacking to do, because we typically understand, like, for example, I exist.
Yep.
Therefore, it would be reasonable to say that, you know, Dr. Blitz's existence is contradicts Dr. Blitz's non-existence. That's true.
Yes.
Like if I exist, then I don't not exist. But it sounds like you're saying something different here. So what is it exactly that non-existence is contradicting? What's the proposition that non-existence is contradicting?
So basically what I'm trying to say here is that to say independent thing does not exist is the same as saying married bachelor or squared circle, where independent thing is existence. So we are effectively saying existence is non-existence.
So let's
is where I'm trying to
take the
get
example
to.
Let's take the example of the married bachelor. So the reason why we say married bachelor, so yeah, I'm just writing this down as I go. But the reason why we say married bachelor, my A key just keeps popping out, which is why I'm stalling for time so I can put it back in. Stall. Come on, this is so annoying. The A is such a commonly used key too.
Especially in logical syllogisms.
Right. So the reason why we say married bachelor is a contradiction. I mean, married bachelor it's like not a proposition. So it's not a conjunctive proposition. So what we really mean when we say married bachelor is we mean a married person or a married man is, or a married, or yeah, what do we mean to say? We mean to say something like
an unmarried person is married.
A person is a bachelor and a person is married. Or let's say person X is married and person X is a bachelor. That's the contradiction that's implied by married bachelor is a contradiction. So could you fill it in so that we say like, so what's the contradiction here? Independent thing is X and independent thing is not X. So what's the X here that you're using?
Existence.
Okay, so independent thing is existence and independent thing is not existence. Well, but that's not the same as independent thing does not exist, right?
I see.
That and this is why I was confused, because existence is usually like a predicate for a thing.
I was trying to make this work because most atheists that I speak to point to Kant about existence is not a predicate.
Right, but
existence,
it's all right.
It's weird.
So you can either, so if you say that existence is not a predicate, then it can't even show up in a contradiction, right? Because predicates act on objects to make propositions, and if it's not a predicate, then it needs to be an object, and existence is surely not an object in your language.
That's
so
that's
you just
what
can't
I'm
make
trying to
propositions out of it.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to have this argument show, is that the independent thing is existence as an object.
Oh, that makes more sense.
So,
That's what I was.
Okay, so you want to define existence as an object. Okay, so then
yes, that's what I'm trying to do here.
So you want existence to be an object, not a predicate. So then when we say that
now
a thing exists, what does that mean?
So the
Be-
analogy
before,
or comparison.
before we move too much further, I just want to make sure because we're doing a lot of discussion on P3.1 to the conclusion. I want to make sure I wrote it down right so the audience can follow along with what we're talking about. I've got the conclusion as for the independent thing, it is identical to its existence. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. But I think I have the same contention that Blitz is having here. So go ahead and keep on the same
so
train.
if you want to say that existence is an object, then it's just not clear to me what it would mean to say that like I exist, right? Now perhaps what you mean by that is being maximally charitable here is something like existence is the object that contains all existing things. And so when I say I exist, what that means is that I am part of this object called existence. Is that roughly what you're trying to get at?
That is a very, it's close enough that I'm willing to grant it, because what that tells me is I still need a lot of work to do on this, which I suspected. But basically what I'm trying to do is like, we can talk about red as an object. Like we can talk about red in and of itself.
Sure,
But
kind of, yeah, if you're a Platonist, sure.
And things have redness. And what I'm trying to...
I don't know if we can think of red as an object.
Yeah,
we can think of...
I think of red as a process or a phenomenon. Like the way that light gets absorbed and reflected is a process, right?
You're thinking too much like a physicalist. You have to think like a Platonist here.
Sorry, I'm not a Platonist.
No, I know. I don't even think that a Platonist would say that red is an object. I think that they would say maybe that redness is an object.
And that
maybe. Because like red is a property of things generally.
Red as an individual.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and then you can talk about that property on its. Am I?
You're fine.
You broke up.
Can you all hear me again?
Oh yeah, your connection's being buggy.
Your connection's bugging out, but give it a second. I'm sure it'll clear up. Actually, and also, I mean, I know we're talking about this in real time, but before, I don't know how long we have to talk, but before you leave, I actually do want to hear the rest of the syllogism because I want to write this down and save it for later to look at.
Yeah, and I can also send it over to y'all if you're interested in.
Sure.
But the last one is just going to be, so we have the independent thing whose identity is identical to its existence from P3. P4, due to the law of identity, a duplication of this thing collapses into a singular thing. Conclusion. There can only be one independent thing whose identity is its existence.
Into one thing. I don't know if I follow that, but let me get the conclusion. What's the conclusion?
Therefore, there can only be one independent thing whose identity is its existence.
Okay. So let me ask you a question on P4. On P4, it says, due to the law of identity, a duplication of the thing collapses into one thing. You may or may not be right, but I don't fully see how if we had two things that are identical to their existence, how they would collapse into one, even if they shared all the same characteristics. Did I miss something?
So if they share all the same characteristics, including space, time, relation, like every single property.
I mean, if every single property is the same. Okay,
and because for the independent thing, my argument is that it only has one property, i.e. its identity being existence, like its only existence. So if we try to duplicate existence, then we just get another pure existence. It just collapses onto itself as a singular being.
That seems. Yeah, it seems like in order for two things to be distinct, there must be some feature about them that is distinct. Some property of them, and if the only property that this thing has is its existence, and they both exist, meaning that they both have this property of existence, then there is no feature that distinguishes them, so there's only one such thing.
But I do have one question about
Yes.
that. If in fact there is an independent thing that has, let's say we duplicate it, and the only difference is that it exists in a different location in space-time, would there be a problem with that?
The problem with that would mean that it exists within space-time, so now it's dependent on space-time, so it can't be the independent thing.
Oh, so you're suggesting that the independent thing is outside of space and time?
Or
Yes.
perhaps it supersedes it or something. So there's
Yeah.
a potential. So I understand that you're not making an argument for God here. Oh, go ahead.
Well, can I follow up? If it's outside of space and time, then duplicating it seems like it wouldn't actually be a problem. Like if it's not required to abide by space and time, then theoretically you could have a duplication. I don't see
If
how it
there's-
would collapse.
Then how would you distinct one from the other?
I suppose the
What if
distinguishing...
one was distinguished from the other? Say you have one called A and one called
Mm-hmm.
B, and that's arbitrary. It's not like a genuine distinction. What if A had the property of existence and not being B?
I mean, I feel like one could get very close to a Trinity argument there, but that's another story.
That's actually kind of where I'm going. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But so the question is, I mean, is it so if it's the case that A is distinguished from B merely by having the property it is not B, then it's just no longer the case that it's identical to its existence, because then its identity is the sum total of two properties. It exists and it's not
Yeah.
B.
Yeah, and
So
that's
that's why you end up with one such thing, I guess. I'm
Yeah,
still
because-
not sure that we can make sense of. Wait a minute, hold on. I think okay, and this is this part will need work. P3 is going. If P3 is true, then okay. As I'm currently understanding it, P3 is a category error.
Right. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
Because and the reason I say that is because if the claim is that existence is an object, and the identity of a thing is the sum total of its properties, if the identity of a thing is an object, then we're saying that a property is an object, or a sum total of properties is an object, which seems like a category error, right? It seems like we're saying that existence is both a property and it's an object.
So this gets a little bit into my epistemology and metaphysics. I'm a moderate realist, and I hold to that you can have a real thing as a sum total of properties and objects. So that might just be my metaphysical language bleeding in here, and I'm trying my best not to do that.
Sure.
But
by the way, there's something worth pointing out here. This, and I know you're not arguing for a god. However, the conclusion that you could draw, that you could come to here, is merely that there exists one object. That object is the universe.
Right.
So the problem with that, at least is the way that I structured it, is that the universe is composite. It is the set of all things that possess existence. And
so you could take the view, you could be a priority monist. A priority monist holds the view that it is the whole that is fundamental, and it is the parts that depend on the whole for their existence.
Okay. I'll need to look into that then.
And by the way, there is an argument for priority monism, which involves quantum mechanics, namely that if you have a pair of particles that are entangled, then the correct description is the whole being the entangled two-particle state, rather than the properties of each entangled particle, because you cannot capture the full entangled state by just looking at the properties of each individual particle. It's not enough information. There is something extra that is captured by the whole that's not captured by the parts. So there's at least some reason to think that priority monism is plausible.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you all for that. Like I said, this was something that I've been working on. I'm kind of using y'all as my quote unquote editors. I'm not going to lie. I'm
That's
working
fine.
on a book trying to get from the question of God all the way to Catholicism, but I know this is going to be the trickiest point.
Well, you're in good company, I
of the book.
suppose. Insofar as you are not the first person to try this, which is good. It's good to be in good company. The downside is, as far as I know, nobody's been successful.
It depends on what one means by success. I do acknowledge that, like, I can, like, for me, this independent thing whose existence itself is God, and it is the God that I worship. And I believe I can show at least that. Once we get to the question of whether it's a personal God, theistic God, whether it, and, you know, incarnated, came on the cross, we move away from logical syllogisms that can prove something into proving into, hey, here are possible plausible interpretations, and that gets trickier.
Yeah. Before we end, because we've got to end and read some super chats, then I got to scuttle off to the next show. But I actually had a syllogism I want to run by you, not to cook you. It's actually a good faith question. Sometimes
Absolutely.
I put together like funny syllogisms, but usually there's like a core of truth in there somewhere. Even though they can be kind of funny. So let me run this one by you. I've never run this in a live stream yet, but I'm curious to see how it works. So premise number one is all sins are equal, which comes from James 2:10. And there's actually a couple verses that say the same thing. You don't actually have to just use James 2:10, but James 2:10 says, whoever keeps the whole of the law but fails in one point has become accountable for all of it. And then there's other arguments from Paul's letters too. So if premise one is true, that all sins are equal, meaning if you commit one sin, you've committed any sin, they're all equal, the same, problem.
All
meaning,
equally bad.
Yeah, they're all bad, right? Premise number two is all have sinned and fallen short, Romans 3:23, meaning every human being has done some level of sin, and sins are all equal. Now, Catholic, you're a Catholic, which means you're the only one that's going to have a response to this. Protestants don't have a response to this, so that's why I'm using it on you. Okay. Premise number three is Ephesians 5.
Because I think you know
7.
what my response is going to be.
Yes, I grew up Catholic. That's why I'm asking you. Okay. So Ephesians 5, Galatians 5, 1 Corinthians 6, 9, Revelation 28, so on and so forth, says that certain sins will send people to hell. So if you look at the list of sins where Paul says, don't you know that, the liars, adulterers, so on and so forth, that they don't inherit the kingdom. So premise number three would be, if you commit certain sins, you straight to hell, don't pass go, right? And then premise four is all of these sins are the same as any other sin, which means the conclusion, the sins in premise three, the conclusion would be that everybody goes to hell. Now keep in mind this is based on the Bible, not on Catholic doctrine, but I do know the Catholic doctrine on how sins are weighted, but I'm curious to see how you do with it.
Yeah, so and I know you're a big fan of just doing like strict literal of the text, and don't want to, and you're not that interested in biblical hermeneutics because people can use that to weasel out of different things.
Well, I do like biblical hermeneutics. I think the problem with giving into hermeneutics is everybody has like a hermeneutical practice that they enjoy. And so in order to use the one that you like best, then you have to give a justification for it. And we would have to say, okay, well, why would I, expect your hermeneutic to be more functional than mine? But
be more valid.
I would say this, though. I could add to premise number one, if it helps. I could add Galatians 3:10, which says, all who rely on the works of the law are under a curse. Meaning, remember, if you break the law, that is what sin is. Sin is breaking the law. It says, all who rely on works of the law are under a curse, for it is written, cursed is everyone who does not observe and obey all of the things written in the book of the law. So we would say any sin puts you under the same curse, according to James 2:10 and Romans 3:10.
So, like you said, the Catholic faith does teach on different weightings of sin, and I don't know where that is expressly stated in the scriptures, or even if it is. Based on your experience, I'm suspecting that it's not, and more of an inference that the Catholic Church has made. So from a strict biblical perspective, I'm not sure how I would answer that question at this time. But what I'll do is I'll look into this, and sorry, I just took a screenshot of it, but I'll look into this, and I'll call into your show at some point after I've had a chance to look into the passages and looking into it. And I'm going to do my best to try to keep it as purely scriptural as I possibly can without appealing to the CCC and Catholic tradition.
Yes, I can't wait. All right, so call in my show. We'll do a discussion. Just to be sure, I already know the response I would have given when I was still a Christian, and I would use Catholic doctrine to do it, and I would use the Bible. But in order to give that argument, it entails a contradiction. So we'll cover it. We'll cover it when you come back, and then we'll do more on this, because I think it's a lot of fun. Because I do know the answer. It's just that the only answer I know of entails a contradiction. So we'll see what we can do with that later.
I'll see if I fall in that trap then.
Okay, fair enough, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Bye.
It's always fun to have a Catholic thinker on the live stream.
Super good faith.
Super good faith, super rational, brings better arguments than most, probably. All right, friends, let's read some super chats, and then we're going to scuttle off to go watch Ian, and then after Ian's stream, I'll be live on the Atheist Experience. Mr. Kiki says he doesn't want us to know he's a Roblox streamer. Oh, that first guest that wouldn't tell us his Twitch channel? Yeah. That person did not want us to know.
He's a
what their
Roblox
channel
streamer
was.
and a God debater.
Yeah, and he cooked us pretty hard.
So much.
Gorephage, thank you for the super chat. It says XMO here. What's your favorite wacky Mormon trivia? Well, to be fair, when I was younger, I would have said the Mormon magic underwear, but I'm not really sure that it's as magical and interesting as people outside of Mormonism say. I think my favorite wacky Mormon trivia is that the Second Nephi chapter 5, I think 21 through 23 or something. It's like just super racist. It's a crazy racist cope explaining, trying to explain why black people and white people shouldn't mix. It's fucking abysmal. What do you think, Blitz?
That when everybody die, when you die, if you go to heaven, you get your own planet.
Oh yeah. To be fair, I did be pretty badass if you could though.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Are you telling me that God is just like one of the many gods that has a planet? Like,
it would also mean that there's a bunch of planets out there that have the same atmosphere as ours, because we would have to breathe on that planet, right?
But are they like? I don't know. I don't buy that. Is it like a space planet?
Yeah, because
or is it a spiritual planet, or is it like
they still have bodies? They and sexually reproduce in the whole thing. So it's not like Christianity where they think like you become like immaterial.
Right. Yeah. So that's weird to me.
Optimus Rhyme says, "Take notes, Phil Bros. You don't have to be a dick." That's true. Listen, you can be into philosophy and be like Catholic thinker. You don't have to come
Ian,
in.
Although Ian is sometimes a dick, but that's on purpose.
You know what? Yeah, it's good rhetoric when Ian does it though.
Yeah.
And Ian doesn't do it unless necessary. It's not like Ian starts out with the rhetoric. That's like a secondary measure when the guest is being a dishonest prick. Panoramic Banana, good to see your friend, says, "Wish Christians say God revealed himself to me. It sounds inappropriate, like flashing." Exposed.
It does.
Stay exposed. God exposed himself to me. That's fantastic. I never thought about that, but that's pretty good. Nathaniel Perrin, yeah, says a red button or blue button. I think red.
Oh, I can't hear you. My headphones just died.
Oh no.
I'm
gonna say all kinds of horrible things about Blitz. He won't be able to hear it.
Where are my earbuds?
Blitz is a lovely human being. I'm saying awful things about Blitz. His hair is gorgeous, and I'm sure his
Actually,
eyes
I
are
got this. I'll just
beautiful.
listen on my phone. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. I'm done saying bad things about Blitz. Eat some shorts. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says be sure to hydrate, eat a snack, and watch out for non-linear bait. Oh yeah, dude. Listen, the non-linearness of the guests it's the thing that makes these conversations so difficult. Is because there's a lot of guests that aren't capable of tracking, and as an audience, you want to hear the argument track, and they don't. They're not good at it. Not a robot, I swear, says how so? Definitionally, you maroon. Yeah, listen, some things are definitionally true. I would say most of the people that come up saying things like it's definitionally true or analytically true have their own definition though, and they won't actually take a break to agree on proper definitions. Optimus Rhyme says Ian totally Tin Man MJ. Listen, MJ got torn up to pieces, absolutely shredded. It wasn't good. And the reality is, not only was it ugly, but they thought MJ thought he was cooking, which is crazy. Which is look at MJ's channel and see what's on his channel. It's a bunch of nonsense. Kane Mallet says they can't be in the same plane, but dinner's okay. Wait, what? Who's they? I'm really sorry, Kane. I might have missed what. Oh, you mean the president and the vice president? They can be in the same plane, but dinner's okay. Yeah, that's a fair point. If they can't be in the same plane.
Sorry, I still can't hear you, but I should be able to if I just adjust my audio settings.
Sure.
I think.
Check. Check.
Oh boy, I'm sorry.
But by the way, Blitz, I don't know if I told you. Oh, we lost Blitz. He's gone forever. Oh shit. Welcome back, buddy. Let me adjust your resolution here.
Oh, why can't I hear you anymore? Oh, you were just quiet.
Sorry.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, I'm doing the thing. By the way, Dr. Blitz, I don't know if I mentioned to you or Ian, but a while ago I went on a hunt for earbuds that will actually last all day. And I'm not saying like they'll last 6 hours or 8 hours. I mean, they will last a full 24 hours of runtime, which means you don't have to switch or charge between streams. They're made by
not
Audio
sponsored, by the way.
No, not though. They're made by Audio Technica, and you know what? The only version of these headphones that exist are Darth Vader themed. They've got
that's wild.
They're kind of neat. I've got one in this ear right now, but the I can send you the model number if you want one that lasts all day, and they're actually not that expensive. They're $99. Compared to what the expensive headphones on the market, that's pretty good.
That's probably a good idea, to be honest.
But I used them one time. I streamed on Unapologetic, then I streamed on AXP, and then I streamed on the After Dark show all one day without charging them at all, and they still had like 30 or 40% battery life left.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, send me the link over later.
Yeah, I'll send them over to you. Anyways, Kane, a very good point. If in fact the president and the vice president can't be on a plane together, it stands to reason that for the same reason they can't be on a plane together, they shouldn't be eating dinner together. I mean, that makes logical sense, right?
Well, I think the idea is that like planes can get shot down, right?
True.
Planes crash sometimes.
And so do dinner parties. And wedding receptions.
When you crash a dinner party, it doesn't usually result in the immediate death of everybody involved.
Just make it a joke on words. Sorry about that.
It is a funny. It was a funny.
That was a dad joke. I apologize. I can't help myself. Shame says they'll say life was created once we create it. True, actually. Even if we prove that you can create life in a lab, they're like, well, yeah, but now that we know it can be created, God created it. Like the arguments will never end. No matter, even if we discovered aliens on a planet nearby, they would not change the apologetics. Daniel Cusino says, who's the most athletic between the three of you? I don't actually know because
it's not me.
Ian used to box in school, so I know Ian's
yeah, but
got
do we know
some...
how good Ian was?
I don't. I know
I used to do martial arts, but that doesn't mean I was any good.
He is ready to boop God on the snoot. So
yeah.
He's been in good shape now that he's been with a girl. I don't really do sports anymore. I basically just go to the gym and I run. I'll do some 5Ks and whatnot. But back in the day, I was pretty athletic. I football, wrestling, track, baseball. I got old and started doing softball and golf. So I move around a lot still yet, and thank goodness, because I consume a pretty healthy diet. I actually haven't lost my muscle mass yet. But guys, listen, I'm 40. In the next 10 to 20 years, my muscle mass is gonna go fucking bye-bye. So it's, it doesn't last forever. Enjoy it while you have it.
I am not athletic at all, in part because I was pretty much laid out. Well, okay, I've never been athletic. But I was going to the gym, and then I stopped for 3 months because, hospitalization and all that. So,
Right. Yeah, I get it. You lose a lot too when you get hospitalized because your calories dip really low, and since you're in a calorie deficit, I forget.
I lost
It
like
depends
8
on
pounds in over the course of a month, which is a lot for me.
Your body fat's low. So there's actually a table you can find on the internet. So on the internet, the table basically explains, depending on your body fat percentage, the lower your body fat is when you're in a calorie deficit, the percentage of muscle that gets cannibalized by your metabolism increases. So like if you're really heavy, you cannot eat for days and retain all your muscle. But when you're really thin and you don't eat, you lose a lot of muscle. So it's poor Blitzy lost a whole lot there in the hospital. Cranky old Cuber says, "Unholy Trinity, oh my Doug, so sorry." It's okay, Cranky. I knew what you were saying there. I just wanted to make sure the audience didn't confuse. You've been around for a while. And Buka says, "It's better to have a P1 than to be peed on." True, indeed. And the Knights Who Say Knee says, "My brother got a job in shipping for Planters, like Planters peanuts. I hear he drives people nuts." Oh, fuck. I don't know. Just felt like a random joke. Rock hard for Justin Blitz and Ian. That was a good one. I saw it coming, and it was phenomenal. It was.
You know who didn't see it coming? The person who got run over.
True. Yeah. Gorefej, I apologize. I know I'm pronouncing this wrong. Says, "The rock on my lava till I saw."
No, it's she rock on my lava till I saw.
Oh, I see what you did there. Hey, Red Links, thank you for the super chat. Says, the classic Spider-Man maneuver.
Yes, that is what happened.
Perhaps. And Joshua, good to see your friend. Says, "Is this guy a strict materialist Christian?"
No, he was trying his best to do an internal critique, but he doesn't know how internal critiques work. So he was just like cackling like the Joker when I said that I didn't agree with something that he also didn't agree with.
Yeah. And that's his trick, is to crash out. The Knight Who Say Knee says, "Beyond math, the sage of Kensington Street." Do you know what that means?
I have no idea.
I gotta look that one up. Kensington Street is in Philadelphia, is widely recognized as a severe which where people go to. Yep. Sorry, can't say that one out loud. Suleiman says, "In my mind, Angel is Biz Marquee." Yes, you got what I need, baby.
Okay, I feel like I'm missing a
you
reference
don't know.
here.
I can't play the song. It's old. It's like 1998 business. But Biz Marquee did a really, really funny song where he did a rap song where he he intentionally is giving himself dumb guy voice while he's singing. And he sounds a lot like Beyond. If you haven't look up Biz Marquee. I think it's Friend is the name of the song, but I think traditionally we just call it You Got What I Need. Let me see. See, I get references if they're old, man. Just a Friend is the name of the song. And I promise y'all, 19... When did it come out? It came out earlier than I thought. It came out in 1989. Fuck, I'm old. The reality is, though, if you haven't heard Just a Friend by Biz Marquee, you're missing out. Don't just hear the song, watch the video. Go to YouTube and watch the video. Also, Biz Marquee, peace be upon him. Next to, thank you for the super chat, says Angel, but he's no longer with us.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what?
Yeah, sorry, we lost him a couple years ago. It was
rest
tragic.
In peace, not peace be upon him.
No, he's a prophet.
Oh, okay.
Listen to the song, you'll understand.
Got it.
The song is actually a prophetic and a warning for young people.
I'll take your word on it.
The prophet Biz Marquee is on in the chat. You know what I'm talking about. If you've heard the song, you know what I'm talking about. But anyways, Neck2 says Angel Indoctrinator is getting obliterated. Fucking A, that's good. That was good.
Heyo, let's go.
Dude got blitz for sure. 49 Perfect's good to see. It says, I honestly don't know why people say nothing comes from nothing. It lacks all rules. What says everything can't be a result if there are zero rules? Okay, I've heard this argument, and every once in a while I'll entertain it just for good fun, but I'm going to give you the reason why I don't use this argument ever. Because first of all, I don't believe that the rules or the laws of the universe are prescriptive. Like it's not that things are following the rules; they're actually descriptive. Now, I could be wrong on that, but that's my position. So my position is the absence of rules just means there's an absence of humans to describe. Yeah. The other thing is in order for something to happen, it needs causal power, and nothingness, as far as I know, doesn't have any causal power. So it's not really a thing.
Seems right.
So that's how I would deal with it. I mean, there might be, maybe I'm wrong, but
that's how I think about it too.
Yeah. But it's a fun argument. I heard the argument actually first from one of the commenters on my YouTube channel. It was one of the gamers. We've got a gamer that used to watch a lot of these channels and comment a lot. And he's really smart, and I think he might have a background in Judaism because he knows Hebrew too. But he was the one that first mentioned that to me, and it was interesting, but I don't know if I follow it yet. G3 Range says red is a photon with a 650 nanometer wavelength. I mean, true, but that's a phenomenon. Isn't the wavelength a phenomenon? It describes the movement, not necessarily an entity.
Yeah, red is okay. No, this is, and look, Garain, love you, very very generous. This is confusing. This is confusing the phenomenon that gives rise to the experience with the experience.
Right. It was confusing the map for the place.
Red is not a photon. If you poke someone's brain in just the right way, they will have the sensation of redness without any photons being involved.
Right. Yeah.
Photons just happen to trigger that sensation because of the way our brains are.
I'm with you. Christopher's and Ford, thank you for the super chat, says, as an argument for the Catholic God, this is necessarily self-refuting, surely, since Catholic God has more attributes than existence. Well, I think, and I could be wrong, Christopher, I think a lot of Catholics would agree with you. And when I was a young Christian, even when I was in Catholic school, I would have agreed with you. But I think, and I could be wrong, I think Aquinas might disagree. And I'm pretty sure Catholic Thinker is kind of, I won't say in lockstep, but I think he agrees with Aquinas a lot. So,
which is unfortunate because Aquinas sucks.
I know. And it's funny though, Aquinas is so fundamental to the theology of God in Catholicism that if you go to the magisterium and ask it, hey, what's the official teaching on X, Y, and Z philosophical ideas about God? It pulls up Aquinas. I mean, they took Aquinas' arguments and literally adopted them into the official theology, even though it seems to have contradicted the biblical text. Ontological Shock, good to see you, friend, and thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Catholic Thinker sounds like a thoughtful, kind, and cool dude. It's just a bummer he's hoping to prove a deity that's morally bankrupt. I hope he continues to explore his faith honestly, and you know what? He is, actually. So, we've known Catholic Thinker for a little while, and he is earnestly exploring, but you gotta remember, a lot of us that grew up in the faith, we didn't just lose it all at once. It takes time to work through all the things, right? So if you grow up having something you like and enjoy that makes you feel good, and you think it's true because you've believed it all your life, you don't just walk away from that overnight. Typically, you need to step by step remove yourself from that belief system. And so, I would expect if he does end up on our side, it's going to take a long time, just like it did with me. It took me, my deconstruction was basically a decade. Gretchen says, I made it 9 years in the Army without being athletic, LOL. Actually, Gretchen, that was my experience. I asked, some of my friends that I wrestled and played football with, I asked them when they graduated, I had a couple that were older than me, what boot camp was like. And they're like, oh, it's like not even as bad as like a wrestling practice. I was like, oh, well, fuck, that's not all that bad. But
Especially if you, the Army? That's actually a little surprising. Maybe the Air Force, I could believe that.
Well, I think they all go to the same boot camp, and then they go out to their branches after boot camp, if I remember correctly.
Is that true?
I thought so. Somebody in the comments let me know. I thought that's how they did it, is that they do a shared boot camp, and then they go to their respective branches. I could be wrong.
Yeah, they have distinct boot camps. Absolutely.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Army basic combat training is Fort Jackson, Fort Leonard Wood, Fort Moore, and Fort Sill. The Air Force basic military training is located exclusively at Lackland AFB in San Antonio, Texas.
No, I mean, not locations. I mean the same. They do this at the boot camps. They do similar training, I thought.
They're different lengths as well, apparently.
Oh, they're different lengths? No fucking way.
Mhm.
Oh, so I didn't know that. Okay.
At least according to Google AI.
I'm
Army
totally
is
wrong
10
then.
weeks. Air Force is 8.5 weeks. They focus on different things. I mean,
Okay.
like, obviously, of course they must, because this is your basic training. If you're in the Army, you need to know how to fire a rifle. If you're in the Air Force, you have to know how to, I don't know, sit in an office.
Is there a difference between basic training and boot?
I think that they're the same thing.
There might be. Let me look. Basic training and boot camp. I think you're right, though. This is what happens. It says, yes, every branch of the U.S. military requires recruits to become basic training, commonly known as boot camp. Yeah, those are the same thing. So however I came to that conclusion, I'm obviously fucking wrong. But
and if you're going to Marine boot camp, you have to learn how to eat crayons. From what I've been told.
Well,
Very important.
the two that I talked to about this, one went into the general military and one went into the Marines, and both of them didn't seem to. One of them played football, one of them was wrestling, so they didn't. Neither one of them expressed that it was overly difficult. But to be fair, like if you're not used to doing conditioning, I bet boot camp sucks.
Yeah.
Although I bet
if you're
Mhm.
if you're like mildly in shape, though, I imagine that you'll probably be okay.
Exactly. As long as you're not like super overweight, you'll probably survive it just fine. You're just going to be using some new muscle groups. Jesus, TDF and Christ, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I was shocked to find out Dr. Blitz is a girl. This is giving me strange
too.
feelings, even though I know at 7 feet tall, Princess Blitz would never go out with tiny me.
No, I only date tall. Wait, what's the opposite of a short king? Whatever the opposite of a short king is.
Elevated queens.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we all learned a lot here today. Jesus, TDF, and Christ. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate that. All right, friends. That's all for our live stream. Keep in mind, we are discussing alternative times to start to stream. Blitz, I talked to some peeps while we were streaming, and I think we might have a plan for it. I'll talk to you after the stream.
Okay.
But friends, we may in the future be starting our stream at 10 Eastern time rather than 11 Eastern time, and then ending it an hour sooner. So some of y'all on the Eastern side will have to get up a little bit earlier, but I don't think it'll be too much of a problem. We'll let you know what we're doing here, but either way, we really appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate all the likes, shares, memberships, and support. And we'll see you again next week. Ian's live currently on the line. Y'all jump over to the line, check out Ian. When you're done watching Ian on the line, I'll be live on AXP, so pop over on AXP. We have a full day of the Unapologetic crew. And friends, we'll see you again in 7 days.